Hey everybody, welcome to a special edition of the Counteroffensive with Ryan Mauro because I had an interesting day today. A so-called independent journalist, Elizabeth Lane, who, if you are on X and you follow me or you follow anyone involved in the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory world or in the raving lunatic world, you've probably come across her. Her and I go back and forth a lot, both publicly and privately. I usually don't insult her back, but so the curse words and all the filthy language that she does that's just her thing, I guess. But she had been saying she was going to get me back, and because of how I exposed her very concerning ties to Russia based on her own testimony. And based on her describing herself as pro-violence and everything else. So I made a long X thread that got a lot of attention. And then again, when Erica Kirk was going to the hearing for Tyler Robinson, the likely murderer, all but certain murderer of her husband, I made a thread just saying why I was concerned about that based off of the fact that Elizabeth Lane lived in the area, was likely to go to try to get into the hearing where Erica was. And at the same time, Candace was made that really kind of crazy, almost demon-possessed type video where she said that she doesn't want Erica to die because the longer she lives, the more she can expose her. In other words, she wants to torture her first. And she said it with a pure hatred. And so I just put together different data points about Elizabeth Lane and why I was concerned about her possibly going to the hearing where Erica Kirk and Charlie's parents were going to be, and that got another round of attention. So I guess this is part of how she wants to pay me back. She keeps saying she wants to sue me, but I don't know how you can sue me over quoting your own words. And so today, I was very surprised actually to get a whole bunch of texts from people informing me that I was just mentioned on Tucker Carlson's podcast. And when you look at it, almost the entire 2 hours is dedicated to responding to the work, the research that I've done into Elizabeth Lane. And then a good portion of it is about me more personally by name. And then there's a portion that's going after Laura Loomer for her trip to Ukraine and the change that she has had in her opinion from going from a foe of Ukraine to a really powerful supporter of Ukraine, and an exposer of Russia's evil strategies and intentions and their influence operations. And so I only saw part of today's podcast, even though I was the topic for a good chunk of it. And I only saw part of it. It was really funny. And I thought, you know what, instead of just watching it all myself, I'll just watch it with you guys. Let's watch it together and you can see my reactions live. I have some notes and I have different files that Alex will pull up. So I will stop at certain points so that I can clarify what she's referring to because, oh my God, in terms of communication, like they were referring to things that people would have no context for. It was weird. It was weird, the part that I saw. I'm assuming the rest of it was like that. So I'll be able to provide context and rebuttal to some of the outright BS that was in that podcast. And by the look on Tucker's face and how he responded, I think he was trying to figure out what the hell was going on too. Alex, let's watch Tucker Carlson's podcast from today.
Elizabeth Lane, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
So I was thinking about this interview. I never preemptively respond to criticism or really respond at all. But in this one specific case, I was thinking about it because you're from Georgia, not Atlanta.
No, not Atlanta. The country.
The country of Georgia, the Caucasian country of Georgia. And you have been accused of being a foreign intel operative, right?
Yes.
Which you deny.
Of course.
I just want to say out loud, I don't care. Because that's not the point.
Whoa,
the point
stop. Hold on.
Is the story you're about.
Wait a minute. Can we just go back 10 seconds? Where's no milk bar TV, Nathan? Because he's got to cut this and do something with it. Did you guys just catch what this just opened with? He goes, for the record, I don't care if you're a foreign agent. Let's play it
Of
again.
course.
I just want to say out loud, I don't care. Because that's not the point. The point is the story you're about to tell true or is it not? And I should also say, having spent my entire life talking to undeclared intel operatives from one country or another, you look back and you're like, oh, wait, you were working on behalf of that country. Live in a country where, operatives for Israel are everywhere in our media,
Yes.
paid or unpaid, irrelevant to me. Even when Mark Levin says something, my first response, I force myself, is to ask, is this true? Because that's what matters. So your critics would like the conversation to be about you, and I would like to see a conversation about what you're saying. So I just want to say that up front.
I love it. Yeah.
No, because that's what matters. And the whole thing is a diversion tactic designed to get you off of whatever the person has claimed onto the person.
Exactly.
And I don't personally play along with that. I hope that you don't, but I just want to say that out loud before we begin. So here's the reason that I was so anxious to talk to you, because I think you've gotten
Did you guys just catch that?
A lot of reporting and insight.
Yeah, did you guys just catch that? That's a little body language thing that a little that was interesting. So he says you guys are trying, your critics. That's me. I mean, it's other people, but I'm the one that broke the story with help from Restitutor and iPatchman, the two Twitter accounts who are helping me a lot with this. So that's reference to me, and then other people who found additional things like Michael Wise, and then other people on X. What's so interesting right there is that he says, "Oh, they're trying to make it about you," but so he's reframing and say, "Oh, because what were we talking about? We're actually talking about him and Candace and Alex Jones, but in the context of Russian influence operations." So that right there's some deception. You say, "Oh, they're trying to make it about you personally, as if we're just personally attacking." I don't care about her. I don't even care about Candace. I care about the Russian influence operation, and that involves people. So you have to mention people and point out how it's happening and what's going on when you see evidence of it. But what's so interesting is that he says that, okay, so they're just going after you personally. I just care about what you say. And then after that, he says to her, "I hope you do too," meaning I hope you don't make it about a personal attack thing. And I just found that interesting. It was like he was trying to guide her and try to make this not a personality conflict, I guess, between her and Laura Loomer, or her and I, or her and whoever. So it's just interesting that he's trying to steer that away from that, because usually, he's all about the personalities and beefing and all that. So go on.
Has claimed onto the person.
Exactly.
And I don't personally play along with that. I hope that you don't, but I just want to say that out loud before we begin. So here's the reason that I was so anxious to talk to you, because I think you've gotten a lot of reporting and insight facts into a phenomenon that all of us have noticed in the past several years, which is the proliferation of, I don't want to use the word bot, but paid influence operations online.
Absolutely.
On social media. And it's not just that people feel so passionately about something that they become a shill for this or that. It seems more organized than that, much more organized than that. Ooh. And in fact, it is. And so I'm going to stand back and let you tell the story, but I will want to kick it off by asking you, where is all of this coming from? So the president, for example, says we're going to have a memorandum of understanding with Iran, really our only option, clearly. And all of a sudden, there's just a wave of attacks against him. Someone else will stand up and say, wait a second, it looks like Russia could actually send a hypersonic missile into Poland. Maybe we should de-escalate. Wave of attacks. Shut up, Russian agent. What is the source of all that?
I'm glad you asked that, and I'm glad you mentioned the president, because some people think that it's coming from our government, and it's not. That's the thing. It's not coming from Trump's administration. It's not coming from the government trying to shut the dissidents up. No, it's much bigger than that. And there are people who speculated before that it is only from Israel. It is from Israel as a state. They don't even hide it. They declared themselves under FARA to get some type of control over our social media. But that's something that I'm not even worried about, because we know they are under FARA, and we know we are going to run into operatives that work with them, millions of dollars are wasted on this. What I'm worried about is much
wasted on it. No, you're right. And I know the operatives personally who are working for them.
Some attacked you.
I haven't even paid any attention, but I know Brad Parscale. And I mean, these are sad, screwed up people who are not going to. He couldn't convince you to come to dinner at his house. I don't think he's going to convince you to change your allegiance to a foreign country. So I agree with you. I don't think it's that dangerous.
Yes. So, but there is much more dangerous force behind this. And you mentioned bots. So we got to differentiate between bots and paid propagandists. Okay. So paid propagandists are not afraid to show their faces. They are actually out there speaking openly about Israel and how we should support Israel over the United States. But bots are way more dangerous because they are faceless. And they operate in the shadows. They get information about family members and information they, by the way, should not have, some of this. And somehow they utilize this X, Facebook, Instagram to put it out there and ruin independent journalists. And by ruin, I mean they lie. They flat out lie, make up stories, and somehow that story ends up on big newspapers in the United States.
Yes.
And I'm about to tell you how that happens.
May I ask, just for a more precise definition, what is a bot exactly?
So bot is somebody who's like faceless. Some avatar will be on the on this type of.
Is there a person behind that, or is that AI?
Sometimes, mostly it's AI, but there are real people behind it too, and you can tell by how they respond to the comments, right? Some are just actual paid bots that are there to be vicious and respond to people.
And those are human beings.
Those are human beings. And there's like another part of it where just AI generates the same exact responses. And that's why you see when you said, well, we got to have some deal with Iran, and the same exact responses go out, like those are bots, like exact same sentences, right? Those are bots.
Whether they're human or not doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. But always human operates, even these bot farms, right? There's always some corporation or company that operates. No. And we will dive into all of that. Trust me. Like I will, by the time I'm done here, people will know exactly who's behind, what names they need to pay attention to, and what's really going on. And the same people hate Trump, by the way. They, like I said, it's not coming from Trump administration.
They've always hated Trump.
They always hated him. Yes.
And to see him do their bidding wittingly or unwittingly, you know, consciously or unconsciously, intentionally or against his will, it doesn't matter. It's the most sad thing.
Yes. So like to make it, you know, people like easy enemies. Like people like to point fingers like, oh, well, he's evil. Let's fight him. But people don't like complexities. They don't like the web. They just want easy answers. Like, who's the enemy? We go fight, right? Unfortunately, that's not how real life works. Sometimes it's more complicated. And this is why I got to start with the story so that we can get to current situation and how we ended up
And that's
here.
part of the appeal of hating Israel, is that it makes it very simple. Israel's committing genocide. Obviously, it's an evil country. I mean, they're committing genocide, so like they're evil.
True.
But it does.
Did you guys catch that? That's another good one. Let's go back 10 seconds about what he said about the appeal of hating Israel. And he said, and he's agreeing with this premise, so he's admitting he hates Israel, because sometimes he won't say hate. I don't think he'll actually say hate, but even though he does. But this is just this is interesting. So yeah, play it.
Right. Unfortunately, that's not how real life works. Sometimes it's more complicated. And this is why I got to start with the story so that we can get to current situation and how we ended up
And that's
here.
part of the appeal of hating Israel, is that it makes it very simple. Israel's committing genocide. Obviously, it's an evil country. I mean, they're committing genocide, so like they're evil.
True.
But it doesn't mean that they're running the entire world, because they're not.
They're not.
I know.
I know you do. And so first, let me thank you for everything you are. Like, because I don't think you get that enough, and you should. I know you're modest, but here's the thing, Tucker. People like me would have given up a long time ago, if not for people like you. Because you blaze, you know, the trail for everyone else. And this is why it becomes easier for us to fight, because they know that we don't have the backing and they come after us and all that. So, yeah.
Well, thanks. So, if it's not Israel, and but just to be totally
I just want to point
not
out
a defense of the government of Israel, which is totally indefensible.
I just want to point out, maybe we'll play it later, but Nathan from No Milk Bar TV did this awesome compilation. If you look at the first interview of Elizabeth Lane with Tucker, she's like I haven't had a girl send signals like that to me since I was like in my 20s at a bar. I mean, she's just batting her eyes and giggling. It's unbelievable. And he put together a montage of just like maybe 25%. And that montage is hard to get through. But I highly recommend you guys watch the whole thing just for the sheer office-like awkwardness, like from the show The Office. But to me, like just how he was just like, she started it because she started some of that during the first episode, the first time that he interviewed her, and was she interviewing him? Yeah, she interviewed him, and she was laying it on thick, and so that started, and here he was just like, thank you anyway. Like you saw, like you go back 5 seconds, like almost like he was just like ready for it. I was like, I need to quickly cut this off. If you want to just go back for like 5 seconds, it was pretty funny.
Have the backing and they come after us and all that. So, yeah.
Well, thanks. So, if it's not Israel, but just to be totally clear, it's not a defense of the government of Israel, which is totally indefensible, but it's just an acknowledgement of reality,
right? That
is way too simple.
Yes,
and it's just not. It's not true. So they're not running the world. Sorry.
Yes.
Who is?
And it's not just Israel, but yes. So let me start with a very interesting story. Okay, in 2018. There was a hack that happened, and it didn't get nowhere near the attention it deserved, and for a reason, because what got exposed was a military intelligence operation in the media. And do you think that media would expose themselves by writing about it? Of course not. But it got enough attention that it got investigated. And the hack was done by an entity called Anonymous, okay?
I remember.
Remember Anonymous that they destroyed? Like Anonymous doesn't really exist anymore.
No. So neither does LiveLeak or any of the
right. Yes. So Anonymous hacks something called Integrity Initiative, and Integrity Initiative was a project ran under Institute of Statecraft. Okay. Well, no one knew what the heck Institute of Statecraft was. It was a think tank, obscure think tank, doing its own thing. But once the exposure came out, people started paying attention because we realized how big and deep the issue ran. So some journalists that you might know, Max Blumenthal, for example, and others, actually got on this case. And they were like, this is more serious than they are telling us about. Thousands of emails came out and documents. And we've read.
Real quick. So she's mentioning Max Blumenthal. For those of you who don't know, he leads the Gray Zone. And all sorts of ties to like Iranian and Russian state media, and I believe his wife is like an official part of one of the Russian state media outlets. I forget exactly, but that's a solid Russia connection. Also, one of the people that first started this whole conspiracy theory about Charlie Kirk being murdered, it being an inside job within TPUSA, but specifically, Israel did it. He was the one that really, it was already seeded before that. She started spreading that within 2 days of Charlie being murdered. And then Gray Zone, a couple days after that, came out with the first like so-called news article claiming that Charlie was worried about Israel doing something to him, and that there were some issues with pro-Israel and Jewish donors. So keep in mind the ecosystem here now, right? Who's she citing? She's citing another Russia-linked propagandist. Okay, we can go on.
And we learned that Institute of Statecraft was running a military operation in the media using resources to go after politicians and independent journalists, smearing them, writing the chain of articles so that they can prevent certain politicians from obtaining power in different, not just one, but in different countries and parliaments. One of them was Jeremy Corbyn, for example. I'll dive into that too. So first, let's talk about this Institute of Statecraft and what it was. Well, journalists want to check it out, where this entity is located. The public address said it was in Scotland. So some independent journalists went to see what it looks like. And when they got there, they only found an abandoned building. There was nothing there. like just an abandoned building. So they were like, okay, so this is a wrong address, even though officially that's what they say they are located at, right? So they go back and they dive into these documents that got hacked, and they finally found the real address. And it was 2 Temple Place, Central London. It was a former House of Knights Templar. And then they call other people conspiracy theorists. It's just very funny. But yeah.
So, all right. So here's what she's talking about. I thought I had heard of this. So now my memory's refreshed. So this hacking she's talking about, guys, this is amazing. She says it was by a group called Anonymous. It was actually traced to Center 18 of Russia's FSB. The target is a group that is officially labeled by the Russian government as like undesirable or something like that, because what does the think tank do? It counters disinformation coming from Russia, China, and Iran. So it's a disinformation center to counter Russian influence operations. It gets hacked by Anonymous. It's then discovered that's actually Russian intelligence that did it. And who was the one that came out with the story of the hack and amplified it and got it out there? RT, the Russian state media. So Russian intelligence hacks this place, which is an adversary of Russia countering the influence operations. And then you had Russia's influence operations get it out there in 2018. That's what she's talking about. So now we are in 2026. She's already mischaracterizing what happened there and carrying the same propaganda line that was used by Russia back in 2018, which is that, oh, it was just Anonymous. It wasn't us. And this was a bad group. Look, she's regurgitating it. Okay, so we can go on.
They picked the place. I didn't. So what came out in the emails and communications was pretty damaging, because here's a crew of journalists, intelligence officers, by the way, like Chris Donnelly, all British, some from other countries like Finland, Russia, Georgia, like that was a Ukrainian Russian, not really Russian. And all these like different countries and journalists who are on this chart, secret chart that was not supposed to be out in public. Yes. And when you look at them, they don't really work together. So there's like no real records that these people ever work together. But here's a chart from an actual organization that says they do work together, and they themselves designed it. I'll explain this too. So what they did is they would communicate with each other via different means, like email was one of them. And they would write up these smear campaigns against people they didn't like. And they did all of this is my favorite part, under the gaze of fighting Russian disinformation. Okay?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
They got the funds because the idea was we need to fight Russian disinformation, and we need crew of journalists and somehow military officers for it and intel officers for it. And we are going to go after everyone that spreads Russian disinformation. Now explain to me, Tucker, how is Jeremy Corbyn, a British politician, a Russian agent? Because that's what they said. Well, they didn't want Jeremy Corbyn in power, so they started smearing the guy, writing articles like Jeremy Corbyn is like spewing Russian propaganda. He's an agent. He's Putin's lover. He's Putin's puppet. You name it.
And he's a Nazi. He's an anti-Semite.
Exactly.
Well, a lot of organizations talk about supporting veterans, but not all of them actually do. What was it? Do you have any idea what the calculation was there? Why were they opposed to Jeremy Corbyn?
So I don't know exactly why.
He was the head of the Labour Party in Britain.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I've noticed about these people is very simple. They oppose everyone that's not on their side. So It doesn't matter if you're a Nazi or a good guy or whatever. Like if you're not part of the crew, you don't get to do anything.
And the agenda is a globalist agenda.
100%. 100%. It's the same agenda why NATO was created. Their agenda is the same agenda as like George Soros, for example. George Soros is a huge part of the story.
Yes.
Huge part. So whatever
I'm the one that caused the investigation of Soros, you idiot. I did that. I'm the one that released the report showing that $80 million went from the Soros network to pro-terror groups like the ones you defend, and includes pro-Russian ones. And you know what? A Russian propaganda outlet reached out to me and tried to rope me into doing an interview with them, an edited interview, because they wanted me to allege that the elections that Orban lost in Hungary were rigged by Soros. And I responded back and I said, oh, because their initial pitch was, oh, we want to interview you about your work on Soros. And then they kind of turned it to that. And I was like, well, how about covering Soros's money going to the pro-Russian groups that are also pro-Hamas, pro-Iranian? How come we're going with this angle? And they were like, no, this is the particular angle. At which point I responded back to them with a Russian language email that said, Russian propagandists, go F yourself. I was referring to the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, when that Russian warship was attacking the island and demanded that the Ukrainians surrender, and the Ukrainians responded back, Russian warship, go F yourself. And so that's why I responded back in Russian to Russian propagandists, go F yourself, when they tried to rope me into going along with their Soros line. So
quickly,
while she's trying to say I'm part of a Soros thing, Russian propaganda was trying to have me out Soros. So Russian propaganda was trying to position me as their ally against Soros. Here she's trying to say I'm an enemy. Like it's just amazing the contradictions here. Yes, Alex.
I'm sure the chat wants to hear it. Can you tell us? Can you remember how to say that in Russian? Exactly what you said to them.
No, you have to look at the screenshot, because I don't speak Russian. It was written. So I would love to. If I knew you were going to ask that, I would have loved to have said it fluently and blown everyone's minds. But I can't. All right, so let's go on.
What Soros's agenda always is the same that these people share very, passionately. So Jeremy Corbyn was not the only one. They had somebody called I gotta look. Sorry, it's a lot of names. Pedro Bados or something like that. So anyway, a Spanish military guy. So this Pedro was considered for one of the highest positions in national security in Spain. I looked him up. He's a decent guy. He just has his own channel, talks about politics, opposes globalism with everything he can. So they decided that Pedro Banos was going to be a Russian agent, even though he had no connections to Russia whatsoever. So yeah, they started writing pieces that Pedro can never be part of national security in Spain because he's a Russian agent, he's a Putin puppet. So anyway, the same exact thing. The tactics never change. You're Russian agents, therefore you don't get to be in positions of power, right?
All right, so according to this June 2018 article, Spanish Prime Minister taps Russia supporter for national security director. So I'm not sure what I guess maybe he actually got chosen and then maybe he got withdrawn. I don't know yet. But what's this disinformation she's talking about? He was a publicly identified contributor, which in 99% of cases means you're paid, you're an employee, for RT and Sputnik. Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem, you think? Don't you think maybe you should tell the audience that? Instead of just saying, oh, according to this hack by Anonymous of this group that has a mission of countering Russian disinformation. That's the line. It's actually Russian intelligence hacked this anti-Russian, anti-Iranian, anti-Chinese group that was doing good work, leaked the emails, and that contributed, their efforts also contributed to pressure because in Spain, someone was going to get a high national security post who's a regular contributor to state propaganda of Russia. Come on. You got to do better. Elizabeth, you got to do better than this. Come on. You're not very good at what you do. I know you're just starting out. You can learn from me. But this is, come on. You're better. Let's go on.
Really quick, I want to pop in. We got a super chat.
Yeah.
TR Thomas Newbie 1, $5. Ryan, love your channel. Your content is so informative. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And everybody, super chats is a great way to support me and also get your question and comments on the screen for everybody that sees us, so you can make a little bit of impact there. And if you want to support me in doing this, because I don't have like an employer or a corporate sponsor or anything, And this stuff, as you can tell from the other podcast, takes a lot of time. Alex doesn't get paid, I'm sorry to say. If you want to make a tax-deductible donation to the Mauro Institute, you can at ryanmauro.com. It's under construction. You can go donate button at the top. I always challenge people. If you spend a significant amount of time watching my podcast, one of my podcasts, just ask yourself whether you are doing so because you're entertained, which is great. You're interested in it. Okay, also great. But if you're going to claim it's because you want to make a difference and you actually care about the topic, caring about it is different than being entertained by it. If you actually care about it, I challenge everybody to donate at least literally $1, which for some of you is going to amount to less than $1 because it's tax deductible, to the Mauro Institute. That's my challenge to you. Can you muster up a single dollar? If you care about this, is it worth $1 to make it continue? All right, let's go.
So they destroyed Pedro Banos's candidacy. He did not go and occupy the post that he was named for. So they completely destroyed him.
Wow.
So they have power. Yes.
So who are they exactly?
Wow.
Yeah. So this is where we get to the most important part. Okay. Well, everything I'm going to say from their own words and their own charts and what they wrote in those documents. And this is one of the charts I brought you. These are they, by the way. I don't know if you can see it, but these are journalists. These are intel officers and everyone that was on the chart. I don't know if you can see it, but I can explain it. So, I don't want to confuse people by lots of names, so I'm going to give you the most important names that kind of drove the show, right? Chris Donnelly was one of them, and Chris Donnelly is a British army intelligence officer. He was the one who got the funds for something called Integrity Initiative. And you know who paid the money? British Foreign Office. Yes. So you have a think tank running an operation in the media that is funded by British Foreign Office, and we know nothing about it. Okay?
What do you mean we know nothing about it? You're talking about it. We know this group, from everything I can see, was public. They did public reports. You knew about it. And think tanks like that get all the time. So what she's talking about is a normal practice. So by that standard, you could complain about any think tank in any country and just say, oh, well, they get government funding. Spooky. Okay, let's continue.
And its stated purpose was what? Just to
fight Russian disinformation.
Ooh.
But they are doing it through intel officers. And how is that justified? And they have these journalists assigned in every country, which we will talk about. As you can see, there's a network management there. So they have these journalists assigned to different countries with the teams, how they're going to fight this Russian disinformation, right? So one of them was Jessica Arrow from Finland. Have you ever heard of her?
No.
No one has. The only people who know who Jessica Arrow is, people in Finland, okay? So because I'm not an expert in Finland, when I started investigating this network, I said, I need people on the ground, independent journalists who will help me identify what this Jessica Arrow actually did, right? So they advised me to reach.
Okay, guys, real quick look. Who is this woman? Starting in 2014, she did an investigative series for a Finnish public broadcaster. So not even a think tank like she's going after, who exposed pro-Kremlin troll farms and information warfare. Her reporting made her the target of a vicious multi-year smear and harassment campaign by pro-Russian actors, leading to legal convictions in Finland against her abusers. So keep this in mind that she's about to tell us who this person is. I just told you what the truth is. Investigative journalist wins a bunch of awards because she exposed Russian troll farms, Russian influence operations, which is, I guess, why she came across Elizabeth's radar. And she got harassed for it to the point where I guess she went to court and won against the Russia-aligned abusers who were harassing her. So this is who we're talking about. Let's hear Elizabeth Lane's version.
Out to 4 different Finnish journalists. I made sure to pick the ones that are completely independent. I said, I want journalists with 2-bedroom apartments, nothing more. Like I need people who have no money and are in it for the good. So they advised 4 different people. Okay. 2 of them knew each other. The other 2 was on the other side of the political spectrum. So they didn't really communicate, which is exactly what I wanted, because you're getting 2 different perspectives. I kid you not. Every single one of them, when I mentioned this hack, said, look into Jessica Arrow. Without exceptions. Every single one. This is the woman you need to look into. She's a deep state operative. So then I started asking, what did she do? And one of the journalists said, well, she ruined independent journalists and their careers and their lives. Yeah. So I'll tell you her direct story coming from her own mouth. Okay. She said she had a nice career like you did on actual network. She even worked for BBC. And when she started telling the truth about Russian-Ukrainian war, she got fired. So she was like, okay, well, I get fired. I don't care. Like, I'm going to, do what you did, start her own thing. And after she started her own thing, they just started hammering her. You're a Russian agent. You're a Russian puppet. You work for another government. The same exact strategy.
Who is she talking about?
It got so bad that her neighbor.
Alex, is this making sense to you guys? Because I look up Jessica Arrow. That's the person that exposed, but now she. Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. That
I feel like she's projecting. I feel like she's trying to project kind of her own.
Oh yeah, no, she's reversing
what her
it.
Story is.
But I can't figure out. Is she talking about the same person? This happens with Elizabeth a lot in public and in private, where you don't really know which noun she's referring to. So maybe I spaced out, or maybe Elizabeth Lane was being Elizabeth Lane. But we can continue.
We need to have her on the show. I feel like she'd be a great guest.
Oh, well, we get into that later, but yeah, I describe her as a coked up pro wrestler, because especially there's a specific period of time where, actually, if you want to look in my files, there's one.
I'll go find it. I'll pull it up when I'm out there in a little bit.
Yeah. Because she does this thing, and there's a specific period of time where she's getting a lot of attention because she was acting like a complete maniac towards the end of the night. Like I think drinking or something else, probably, but something was going on because it's very aggressive. And she started being like Macho Man Randy Savage and being like, I'll debate anybody who wants some. And she just kept going, and it was like to people with faceless accounts, like, you come on my show, let me see your face. Like it was just hysterical. And so I was like, all right, well, let me that was an image I had made of her, of our coked up pro wrestler persona of Elizabeth Lane that comes out late at night where she may or may not be drinking. And so she was just like really going hard the one night, and I was just like, oh, well, maybe I will. And I was thinking, usually even people that act like that, you can get to where I'm not a fan of debates, but by having a conversation, I would. So I was like, all right, well, whatever we call it, usually I can get to a spot where I can have a constructive conversation, and who knows, maybe she'll be open, because even people who I criticize or criticize me, I do the rare thing where I try to talk to the people who criticize me, and give them information, and I think that's very healthy. Like, I'll share information with an adversary because I have nothing to hide. I don't care. And I like learning about the people I'm researching, even if it's from a critical perspective. And so I thought, like, maybe behind the Russian Macho Man Randy Savage persona, there would be a real human under there. I did not find much of a human. And so I started debating, because I had this information that I later released and she didn't know it, and I was waiting on it. I was like, maybe I do this debate with her and release it then. I was going back and forth on whether that was the best way to approach it. And I actually talked about going to Utah, where she's at, because she's coincidentally lives very near where Charlie was shot. She also, very coincidentally, her YouTube channel started 2 days before Charlie was shot. And then when Charlie was shot, she went to the 2 hospitals to try to find out where he was at. was told she couldn't film, and then she used that to start the conspiracy theories. And so when I say I can make a stronger circumstantial case that I don't believe in, but I can make a stronger circumstantial case that Russia and Candace and her circle assassinated Charlie Kirk than they can make about Israel and Erica Kirk. That's just some of the anomalies I'm talking about, that if I wanted to do the Candace game, I could. Those are weird anomalies, but like there's weird anomalies in most cases at some point. These are really weird, but no, I don't think I'm not accusing or suggesting that they actually are responsible. I'm saying that if you look at the two evidentiary cases, it is stronger for that side than it is for this one. Yeah, so
real quick, we do have a super chat. It has a question attached about Russia invading Ukraine. Do you want to take that later? Or you want to do an aside right now?
We'll do that. That's a broader one, so save that for later.
Girly Engineer, we appreciate the $9.99. We will take that question later.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
I'll definitely get to it, but I know that I'll go off in different directions, just like I kind of just did. The point I was making was I actually did almost debate her. I was planning on going to. We were actually discussing the studio to go to because I didn't know she had a studio in her place. And I said, all right, well, will we do it live? Like, where can we do it live? And because she's a foreigner with very good English, but it's not perfect, she thought I was saying live. And because she has her studios in her house, as if I would know that. So she thought I was asking for her personal address. So I'll be interested. So she was railing on me, calling me a creep for that. And I'm like, no, I'm saying live, not live. So I almost went to Utah so that I could drop these bombs that we'll talk about exposing her during a live debate. But for various reasons, there were enough things going on. My schedule was kind of nutty, as you know, Alex, that I was trying to rearrange things. And I was like, well, I don't have much money. So like, if I go there and she doesn't show up or she cancels or whatever, like, is this the best use of my time and money? Even though it could cause a spectacle, that would be quite the scene for people to see. No. So I decided it wasn't worth it. She has invited me since then onto her podcast because she says she wants to embarrass me and all this and that. And I said, are you looking for like a Jerry Springer thing? Like, do you want us to throw chairs at you? Like what's the point of this? Because I keep trying to like privately talk to her like a human. It's just everything is just a stream of curse words and like yelling and like just not like that. The pro wrestler is her normal state, apparently, at least when she talks to me. So maybe she'll come on the podcast. Maybe I will. Probably not. She invited me on hers. Maybe you do a collaborative thing. If someone can convince me it's actually worth it and productive and good for civil society, not just entertaining, since I do have that position of I think the way we debate and talk about issues is not good for America, even if it's entertaining. I don't want to be a hypocrite. So I don't know. I'm open to it, Alex.
I think exposure of a psycho that is supposed to be presenting information in a cognitive way that people she wants to trust her is a good thing. If she goes off the rails, like there's very few people that can go off the rails and still be trusted. I feel like Alex Jones has that ability. Bannon has that ability. They go batshit, and then people are still like, you know what though? They're right about a lot, so we're gonna stick with them. So
she's not one of them because she's not. You'll see the quality of her work is not. Look at her history as an independent journalist. I mean, she makes it sound like you can see why people think it's a cover because there isn't a whole lot of evidence of it. But we can. Did you see what was drooling? So that Mary. Yep, I have that in one of my files to show later if we need to, where her and Tucker Carlson, who also has sent me some really interesting messages privately.
Interesting.
We're talking about picking up arms, which means killing people in America. So like Tucker hinted at it, but he's a little bit more reserved at one point in an interview where they're like, "Oh, what vision do you see?" And he was like, "Oh, violence." He went off in crazy land, but it was the type of thing that you could tell. Like he felt it was necessary. He was implying it was necessary, so it would happen. And then Buckley and her were just, they were much less reserved in talking about the vision that they have for America, the country that they care about so much. But let's go on.
Ryan, I don't know if I could do this anymore. I'm afraid of her now. She might dox me. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh my God. All right. We'll continue here.
Called the authorities on her.
Yeah, that sounds like Finland.
Yes, that is.
I'm part Finnish. I can say this. It's a wonderful country, smartest people in the world, beautiful, but very strange.
Yes.
And the most conformist place. It's a shame. I think one of the only white countries with a shame culture.
Completely.
Stop. I'm sorry. I promise I won't keep interrupting. I hope everybody saw what just happened there. He goes, "Oh, I love Finland. I'm Finnish." So he's talking about himself. They're the smartest people around. And by the way, it's like one of the whitest countries. So he's saying, I love Finland because I'm Finnish and we are supreme over others. And we're also very white. Yes. Okay. Thanks, Tucker, for clarifying how you view you and your ancestors and your people. That really helps counter the accusations that you have some white nationalist leanings there. You can go on.
Yeah, it's a very different kind of place. It's not quite Europe. No.
Yeah. But here's like the interesting part. Authorities get there, right? And they investigate whatever they do. And they tell this neighbor, she's not Russian agent. You're fine. Just shut up. Like, we're good.
Yeah.
So here's a great case, Tucker, where authorities know exactly what's going on, that no one is a Russian agent, yet they're absolutely okay with this clan of people on that paper. This is not my chart. This is their chart. A taking independent journalist completely destroying their career. Oh, so why you're not a Russian agent and we just destroyed your career, but shut up. It's okay.
Home ownership has always been at the center of the American dream. It is it is just crazy to borrow money. No judgment. Okay, funded by the UK Foreign Office.
Not only UK, as you can see, there's like, let me show you.
But it's interesting that they feel they have to crush someone in Helsinki. It's a country of 5 million people.
Yeah,
like,
well,
why do
they
care?
also crushed people. Let me read this to you. So they have one in Visegrad countries. They have Ukraine. They have Baltic countries. So these are clusters, Tucker. They assign their agents, or whatever they call like themselves. They assign their journalist agents to every country. So they have clusters in Baltic countries. They have clusters in Georgia, in Ukraine, so Eastern European countries, in Finland and other places. And one is in the United States, and we'll talk about that too.
Sorry.
How they operate.
Sorry.
No.
She's describing in think tanks and like newspapers, you have a beat. You see how she was like, oh, they have someone for Finland and all of Eastern Europe, somebody that specializes in that. And then they have one for the US. Oh, she's just describing how you have beats at every single, that's unbelievable. And by the way, guys, I don't know what's going on here with what she's describing, but she's telling the story about this hack of this organization and this poor Finnish journalist who got her life ruined because they falsely accused her of being a Russian agent. This is going to blow my mind if what I'm thinking is happening. Her facts might be so wrong. Jessica Aro exposed Russian influence operations. She's the journalist that she named. Her life got basically ruined by harassment and lies attacking her personally. And then she went to court and then won. But the story that Elizabeth is telling, that Tucker's buying, they really should have had a conversation about fact-checking stuff before it went on this podcast, is that she was falsely accused of being a Russian agent, so her life was ruined by people like the anti-disinformation think tank that got hacked. Like, couldn't possibly be more wrong unless she's talking about another person and mention another name that I'm not following. But if she's talking about Jessica Aro, she just completely reversed the story. This is astonishing. Oh, I see. Okay, I saw a comment that was making me laugh from Twinkly. I won't take up people's time with it. We can go forward.
Because there are a lot of names and all these journalists are little, operators of these people and go out and, they bake a new article about Tucker Carlson or something so that people think that you are a Russian agent or Qatari agent or whatever. That's what they do. This is a network they have. So the part that I want to talk about is the names that are most important here, okay? Chris Donnelly was one of them because guy is a British, intelligence, like army intelligence agents running the operation like this. what is this? And another one is Ben Nemo, who I think is extremely important figure. So Ben Nemo worked as a NATO correspondent. By the way, they all start in journalism and they advance either in politics, like Sikorski, for example, the Polish minister.
Rudek.
Yes.
Yeah. Anne Applebaum's husband.
Yes, correct. Did you know that he also started as a journalist? Like,
I remember when he was a journalist in the 1980s, writing for National Review magazine.
There you go.
Yeah.
So all of them do, Tucker. And if you look at this chart, then they move up. So they start as journalists and then they do their due diligence there. And then they get promoted in different places like OpenAI or NATO or something. And I'll tell you Ben Nemo's case. So I looked into Ben Nemo and I was like, this guy is very interesting. He starts as a correspondent with NATO and then he joins NATO's press office as an employee. He then ends up in an American think tank, Atlantic Council, and he works for, get this, Digital Forensics Lab. And what does Digital Forensics Lab does? Well, they recruit little keyboard fighters to fight Russian disinformation on social media. So what happens is Ben Nemo, that just got exposed under British military intelligence operation, running after journalists and attacking opposition in Britain and attacking some guy in, in Spain, this military guy that they didn't want to get the position. Again, their own document says that, not me. So now somebody thought it was a good idea to take Ben Nemo and put him as one of the main figures in Digital Forensics Lab in Atlantic Council so they can manipulate American media, I guess. Now, am I saying Ben Nemo is the head of everything? No, but he's one guy involved in both operations that do exactly the same thing. One in big media, like these guys, and another one on social media. But it gets better. So, yes, Ben Nemo joins OpenAI. He works with them now. And there's another person that needs a lot of attention. That's Peter Pomerantsev, okay? You come from big media. Have you ever heard of Peter Pomerantsev?
No.
Never, right? Well, he's very important. He writes for biggest publications. He writes for The Atlantic. He writes for New York Times. He writes for all the big newspapers in America that you can...
most discredited.
Yeah, but
so-called news organizations in the country. Yeah,
I agree. But he does that though.
Who is he?
Peter Pomerantsev is a Kiev-born Jewish person that somehow got British citizenship, which is very questionable because I tried to look into how did that happen?
Jews in Britain, I couldn't find
he's originally Ukrainian.
Yes, Ukrainian-born Jewish person. He ends up being a British citizen. Then he somehow ends up going to Russia to join media sphere there. I don't know what happened. He got kicked out probably. I don't know what happened, but he ends up coming back to Britain and starting working with the biggest publications you can imagine. But here's a question I have for you. As a journalist, as America's #1 newsman, when you were at Fox,
right?
But you are though. You had most. What was your show's ratings?
I don't know. I never.
But it was big, right?
Yeah, it was big. Yeah. It was the biggest in cable news, but I always thought that was like being the hottest Supreme Court justice. Biggest
in cable news. Great.
Yeah.
How many honors and medals do you have?
I would have to go into my honors and medals room, and I haven't been in a while because my servants are dusting it.
But do you have a lot of medals in it? Yeah,
No,
thank you.
None.
Well, Peter beat you with a ton of them. He has a lot.
Awards?
Yes. If we didn't know, yes, honors and all kinds.
I've never heard of the guy.
Yeah, I know. So he gets a ton of honors.
Journalists awarding themselves, and I've been in this 35 years this month. I've been doing this. And these people, the idea that you would get an award, I'm an award-winning journalist, really, who gave you the award? On the basis of what? I've never won any award in journalism that I know of.
Exactly.
Stop.
Well, I'd be glad not to win an award. I don't want an award. I wouldn't.
Stop. All right. Well, first of all, he wasn't, even when he was #1 at Fox, he wasn't a journalist. So he's like a little sour about, I never got an award. And that immediately follows, awards don't matter. Like this is like high school stuff when someone's picking on someone else and they're like, oh, I have this and you don't. And you're like, I don't care. what is that? And he starts with, journalists awarding themselves. So, the entire premise of journalists, news agencies giving out honors or awards is insane. Like every industry and sector does that. But she played it pretty, in terms of manipulation, that was kind of smooth. In terms of social manipulation, how she did that was pretty smooth. I will give her that. Okay, we can go.
Real quick. Twinkly donated $1, and he said in the chat, every time she says Jews, he's going to donate $1. So we're holding Twinkly to that. So, Twinkle, you might be poor by the end of this episode here. So we're holding you to that, Twinkly.
That is brilliant. We should start I'm trying to find a better way to say it besides the Jews challenge, because I know someone will clip that and take it out of context. The Tucker's or I don't want to bankrupt her. I would say Tucker or guest as Jews. And that's the new dollar challenge. If we do this often, would be hysterical.
We can, if you want to go like semi-morbid, we can call it like the perfect solution instead of the that might be too far. But
that one, I'm glad that came out of your mouth. All right, let's see. Let's keep watching.
Accept an award.
How many times have you testified in front of Congress, UK Parliament, or American Senate? How many times I want to ask you, because it's so interesting. How many times have you given them advice on wars, Tucker, or information?
Well, I did give Trump a lot of advice on wars, like don't have them, but he ignored.
But what about what about you as Congress or Senate?
No, they hate me. They've always hated me.
Right.
Right. Our job is to focus on the people with actual power.
Right.
Who are writing history in real time and assess what they're doing and tell our readers or viewers about it. That's a really simple job. And so your job is not to suck up to power at all.
Right. I agree. Well, Peter Pomerantsev has given plenty of advice to our Congress and Senate. Did you know that?
I've never heard of the guy. And he's a famous award-winning journalist?
Well, he's a famous honored journalist on so many different awards, like honored as like, yeah. so
guys,
yes,
I'm sorry.
It's a pretty.
She's not coming out and saying it, and I thought she did, but I don't think she did. He's a specialist in Russian disinformation. That's why gives expert testimony to Congress, as many people, including many people I know, have. The reason Tucker doesn't give expert testimony to Congress is because he's not an expert capable of giving expert testimony about something like warfare, like she suggested. Oh my God! So you saw some of these tricks in her first interview with him, by the way. If you guys get really into this, it'd be interesting to see the patterns. Okay, we can go ahead.
Small world. I mean,
right?
Journalism's pretty small.
Yeah. So he also, like I said, advised Pomerantsev, yes.
Pardon, my accent doesn't allow.
Yeah, well,
accurate pronunciations.
No. I mean, it's a hard last name, right? And so here's an interesting part, though. This guy advised UK Parliament. I mean, he's British. Why do we care? Whatever they want to do. But he also advised our Senate.
On what?
How to fight Russian disinformation and politics. And all that. And there's an actual video. I put it up online where he goes, well, the problem is that Russians like Putin and we gotta address that. And I'm like, wait a second. So a Kiev-born Jewish person is mad that Russians like Putin? Why is that your business? Excuse my language, why is your ass burning that Russians like their president? Who are you?
Well, that would be one of my first questions too. Especially since you're speaking before a body.
Just real quick, she's mischaracterizing it. Well, first of all, she knows that the premise here is that the very idea of talking about Russian influence operations is bad and stupid. And that's the precursor to them discussing my work about Russian influence operations involving them, specifically her. But like this is a pretty transparent, it's not smooth. I guess they feel like it didn't have to. I don't know why they would decide to go about things this way, because you're openly starting it by saying we are not open to this possibility, and neither should you. Now let's talk about that possibility. That's just astonishing. And then what? I feel like there was, good, I got my $1. because they said Jewish. So, but notice the repetition here. This is a manipulation tactic. Kyiv and Ukraine, Jewish, Britain, because Elizabeth Lane is really big. Like, this is a new thing. She got really big in the whole Lyndon LaRouche British conspiracy type thing, where it's like, oh, it's not only the Zionists, oh, it's actually the British. And then there's like a disagreement over like how much of it is a Zionist conspiracy versus the British Empire and how much are they won. Like she's in that world now. And so now she's on a big kick about Britain. So that's why you're hearing, you know, she's stringing all this together. Jews, Ukrainian, British. That's like her thing. That's what she's setting this for. Okay.
That is part of a purported republic.
Exactly.
You know, where the people rule, and our
whole
foreign policy is based on the idea we're bringing so-called.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I know what I was gonna. Just notice that she said, "What business is it of you if the Russian people like their dictator?" Everyone involved in this cause like knew Putin was popular, and that's not what this guy, from everything I can tell, was talking about. It was all about influence operations against the West. It wasn't about. It had nothing to do with, specializing in how to subvert Russian opinion of their president. So another mischaracterization, probably a lie. Maybe she believes it and just misremembered or took bad notes. I don't know, but all right, we can go on. I can't believe I have to interrupt this often to point out the deceptions. It's so much worse than I thought it would be. Okay.
Well, democracy to the rest of the world, people should get what they want because they're the owners of the country. And so if your complaint is that the people are getting what they want, but you don't want them to get what they want, so you have to change their opinion of what they want, then you are an enemy of democracy, aren't you? Or am I missing something?
You're not missing anything. But these are how interesting these names were, Tucker. And if you think that Peter Pomerantsev was the only one.
I'm sorry. So Tucker buys the premise that she says that this guy, it's not about fighting Russian disinformation. It's about subverting Russian opinion, positive opinion towards Putin. And Tucker's response is, well, that's an attack on democracy, as if Russia's a democracy. Go on.
Only one with honors in the wars. Let me remind you about Jessica Arrow.
Wait, let me just ask, Peter Pomerantsev, the award-winning journalist from Ukraine.
Or honor journalist. They like
award-winning, honored. Yeah, okay, so impressed. Writes for The Atlantic.
Yeah.
Jeff Goldberg.
Yes.
Where does he work?
So he writes for biggest publications. Like I said,
But how was he connected to this effort, to that?
Oh, he was on an advisory board for them. Oh. So he's on an here says advisory board, and he's mentioned as an advisor to entire network. He's on an advisory board with like British former military guys and stuff.
Wow. Yeah, yes. Of course.
And how much do we know about where the money comes?
Oh, we know everything. We like when the hack happened, we knew exactly who was paying for the Integrity Initiative. And I should say, please check out Max Blumenthal's work on the money part of things, because he went all the way. Like so it came from a British Foreign Office.
Amazing.
Yes. It's all documented. Like I said,
Does it still exist?
No, after the hack, they kind of scrambled and they reshaped their operations, which I will talk about.
After the truth came out.
Yeah, after the truth came out. Exactly. So, but another important thing is, and this directly ties to Trump administration and why I supported Trump. So this woman, Jessica Arrow, like Peter Pomerantsev, she's on the board, okay? Like some Finnish girl that no one in Finland can detect all these journalists. But please remember, they're fighting Russian disinformation, okay? They're not attacking anyone. They're fighting Russian disinformation. So this Jessica Arrow was scheduled to come to Washington and get awarded. Did you know that?
No, I had no idea.
I'm never invited to these awards. He has no idea what's happening.
Good for you. That's why I'm sitting here and not somewhere else. So she was scheduled to come and get awarded. And then Trump administration came, Trump won, and they said, I don't know.
Real quick, this woman is obsessed with awards and honors. Like, that is like her smoking gun for everything is, well, they got an award. And it's like, it's just
Yeah.
a weird attack vector that somebody got recognized by some organization or government. It really has no bearing.
Well,
on anything.
she and probably Tucker are very bitter that they have, and this is actually a feature. You can see this across Tucker's rhetoric. Bitter at not getting recognized by the elites. There's an insecurity about it. I've always known that with Elizabeth, based on if you look at her puffed up bios that are very like over the top and like kind of ridiculous. And then the way she asserts herself publicly and in private as like she talks about it herself as if she's like Bob Woodward and everybody knows it but you. So this is right in line. So that's good you point out that's a personality, a key personality feature that I see with her, and it's appearing now.
Just want to point out we're getting a Elizabeth fan jumping in. Thank you for taking the time to send us messages. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, keep it up.
Awesome. You're awesome. Just keep on giving us interaction and making more people see it. We appreciate it. All right, back to the show.
Who it was. I can't claim something I don't know. So someone looked at her past, right? And who she is. And they said, yeah, not today. You're not getting awarded. So all hell broke loose about this. There are like domestic publications writing, how dare you not award Jessica Arro, and what happened? We demand answers. Like, it's online. Go check. Like, all of it is online. How these, crazy media agents lost their mind over this. And I believe the Trump administration said, well, something happened. She was never in the list to get awarded. But then CNN was the one who broke the story that there were communications getting Jessica Arro ready for travel. I believe it was CNN, but don't quote me on that. One of the big channels broke the story and they demanded answers. How do we dare not award Jessica Arro from Finland? I swear it's all true. So I was like, why is such a big deal? Like, why is it such a big deal for these journalists to get awarded and get medals and all that? And in my opinion, and now this is just my opinion here, okay? It's not for Americans, Tucker. The awards are for Finnish people, so that she can go back home and propagandize people by saying, I'm an awarded journalist from the United States.
Here. We got to pause it. Okay, guys. So I'm trying to figure out what the hell she's talking about. And so the way she originally did this, what was the way she was describing Jessica Arro and that whole thing. Yeah, it was backwards. Like, this is almost like a separate story. So what she's referring to now, and she said this is part of why she liked Trump and voted. So this is the reason that she says she supported Trump. Because Jessica Arro, who was the investigative journalist exposing Russian disinformation that Elizabeth earlier told us was falsely accused of being a Russian agent, so whatever. But in 2019, the State Department rescinded an International Women of Courage Award meant for her, after social media posts were found where she criticized Trump. So, that's why you support, she liked Trump partially because the Trump administration rescinded an award from a journalist who, by all objective accounts I can see, did a great job exposing Russian disinformation. But I think, when the administration does things that are good, I say it. When they do things that are not so good, I also say that. I would say that's not such a good thing. And it's actually not self-incriminating in the legal sense, but maybe self-damning or some other word, that these are the things she's complaining about. These are things important to her. This whole thing is set up as, all right, let's start talking about the experts exposing Russian disinformation with the premise that they're horrible people. And one of the great things Trump did, because she's appealing to the Trump part of the audience, is that Trump took my side in going after this network, in opposing the Russian disinformation experts by taking away this award from one of them. And then she ties that person to everyone else that she mentioned, all these names that no one, very obviously Tucker can't follow either. I don't blame him, because look at this articulation and dot connecting. You see how underwhelmed he sounded when he was like, well, what's the connection here? And he's squinting more. It seems like he's actually trying, he actually is trying to figure this out. And she's like, advisory board. And you can hear it in his voice. He's like, Oh, okay. So, all right, we can go on. If there's a way to censor some of the comments that are coming up under them, because just so that it's not, we don't risk being swarmed by the cult members, by the fans of Russian influence operations. I don't know if there's a way to do that, but yeah. So that's what's going on. That's what she's talking about right now. To give it context that she is not providing. Okay, let's go on.
You should trust what I say. And when I tell you that poor journalist there on a salary or whatever is a Russian agent, you must believe it. The awards is there for the opposite of killing someone's images. What? Amplifying them, giving them more power. That's why they do it. No one cares.
When I tell you that Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite, you have to believe me.
Exactly.
Imagine the sensation, if you will, of going to sleep feeling like you're floating, then waking up for checkout for 30% wide all summer. They hated Jeremy Corbyn not because he's an anti-Semite.
No,
he was not an anti-Semite.
Of course
he
not.
wasn't even that opposed to Israel. He's a nationalist, basically. Too much for them anyway.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. But this gets better. And you thought you couldn't get better, right? But it does. You have no idea. So after this network gets disrupted, again, I urge everyone to go and see themselves. The information is all out there. I brought all of it here. So after this network gets disrupted, they're like, what do we do now? So right after 1 year, 2019, NATO designs an operation. They call it social media experiment. Okay.
And let's pause. What is NATO? North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Yes.
So it's a military alliance. Europe. It started Western Europe, opposing the Warsaw Pact, the Soviets, the Iron Curtain.
Which doesn't exist anymore.
Well, I'm aware. So not since 1991. So 35 years. What is NATO now exactly?
It has become everything but a military organization. And I'm about to tell you one thing that it does that it shouldn't do. So NATO has something called STRATCOM. It's a strategic communication center of excellence or something, where they employ different people, including journalists. Okay. So NATO STRATCOM.
They're journalists who work for NATO?
Yeah. Well, Ben Nemo is one of them.
Okay, if you're working for NATO, you're not a journalist, okay? So just to be clear.
I actually think that's wrong. I think that guy. I think that guy was working for the German press, and Germany's a member of NATO. If you guys couldn't hear, I'm pretty sure that what she was referring to, the one guy, when I looked him up, he worked for the German press, and Germany's a member of NATO. So that's what she means by journalists working for NATO. But like there's journalists assigned to international organizations. This is a regular practice that goes on. And yeah, so I just pulled up also what she's about to talk about, the 2019 NATO form, which she said, oh, NATO isn't even really a military organization anymore. I guess she's saying that to try to appeal to the anti-NATO part of that, the people that want to withdraw from NATO, and will kind of say, oh, they're useless. But this is the same Elizabeth Lane and the same Tucker Carlson, who are constantly talking about NATO waging war militarily on Russia in Ukraine. So which is it? I guess it depends on what sentence you want to say.
More.
Sorry.
No, it's
shocking.
I know. I had the same reactions when I was investigating this. I had to take pauses, Tucker. I had to look at the wall for a second. I'm like, what am I doing here? What are we living in a Truman Show? Because we are. We are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did not know what you were doing.
NATO designs this program, and it calls it social media experiment. Okay. What do? Well, they want to fight Russian disinformation. I'm going to say this a lot because they are saying this a lot, right? They want to fight Russia and Russian disinformation. And they said, well, we want to see if social media platforms can be manipulated. So the narrative can be manipulated without detection. Their words, all in here, not mine. They wanted to check if they can manipulate social media and not be detected.
So what this was, So what this is, it was a red team exercise. For those of you that don't, what that means is that you simulate the enemy attacking you in a different way. If you're concerned about a vulnerability, or you have someone who's on your side, you hire someone, or one of your own staff does it, and you say, okay, try to find my vulnerabilities and attack them. And it's a way of testing your defenses. So what she's complaining about, think about it. So she's characterizing it as an act of aggression, like NATO is, because she's going to try to tie me into this. So she's trying to say NATO and Ukraine has long had an operation to manipulate social media. She's trying to reverse the things that I report on and say I'm part of that. So she's doing like a bizarro version of Ryan Mauro and the Counteroffensive podcast in a way. But this is just a red team exercise. So what's she actually complaining about? She's making it sound like it's aggression. What's she actually complaining about? She's complaining about the fact that we were trying to protect ourselves from specifically Russia doing influence operations through social media. so again, it's actually a self-injurious statement. Like of all the things to talk about when you're in one of the biggest podcasts ever, like what is your mission? What's most bothers you? I really hate it when NATO tests and tries to find vulnerabilities to Russian influence operations on social media. That's what really grinds my gears. Yeah, okay. That makes that you're not helping yourself. All right, go on.
You would think, Tucker, that some sane person would have just raised their hands and say, we are a military organization. We shouldn't be doing that.
Fair.
None of them did.
So did they attempt to do that?
They ran. The operation happened. Yeah. So here's what they did. Let me just look so I don't give you wrong numbers, okay? They bought thousands of, I think it was 500,000 or something, trolls, bots that you called, like when we started this show. They bought fake comments and fake engagement. So they bought fake comments, fake engagement, ton of bots, and they ran the operation. And I want you to remember when it happened in 2019, okay? This is 2019 when NATO starts this operation. So they contract a company called SingulaRx. Do you know where this company is located?
No.
Kharkiv, Ukraine.
Ooh.
Actually.
You hear that, guys?
2019.
What? How horrible is that? So she thinks it's insane for NATO as a military organization to have anything to do with intelligence or social media intelligence, which everybody knows, like you saw, especially with ISIS. Like that follows military operations. You do a military operation, there's also a social media operation. You can do disinformation. You can collect intelligence off it. Completely normal thing. She's demonizing it. Tucker is going along with it. I suspect he knows better and is just being polite and doesn't know what to do. And the big reveal that she has, the big cliffhanger, is that they hired a company in Ukraine. Now, why would they hire a company in Ukraine? Why would a company in Ukraine be really good and win a contract in regards to fighting Russian disinformation? Because it's the country's the number one target. That's like saying, I want to hire a company to help me study how Hamas does stuff. And so I end up hiring an Israeli company because I decide, of the place I could go, that company, that is the best one. It just happens to be Israeli. I wonder why. That's all that's happening here. All right, go on.
Yep.
Yeah. So it is located in Kharkiv, Ukraine. It's a Ukrainian company. They contracted. But if you're wondering, well, that was maybe just one contract, so what that Ukraine is, at war with Russia, they can still be objective, right? They can still be objective fighting Russian disinformation, even though they are contracting Ukrainian company for it. But whatever. It was not just one contract. NATO constantly works with SingulaRx, a Ukrainian company. So this is where we dive into why people are bothered. This, with these trolls and these trolls coming after independent journalists and so on. So after this whole thing happened, independent journalists kind of noticed that they are getting attacked a lot, especially when they come after and talk, about Russia, Ukraine. Their engagements go zero, or they are called all kinds of stuff like Russian whores or worse. I'm not going to say these terrible things, but it happened, right? So no one really bothered to dive in what company is behind this and who's doing this stuff. No one even knew that NATO is running this operation in 2019. By the way, they were absolutely successful. So they didn't have a reason to stop the operation.
Publicly reported on at the time. Go on.
I just want to jump in real quick. We got a nice super chat here.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, thank you.
For $4.99, Wessex 878. She's talking a lot and saying absolutely nothing. Stupid max.
Stupid maxing. I like it. I like it.
Stupid maxing needs to be a thing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. And then there happens something very interesting, and I have to tie in my personal thing here so I can explain how I got on this trail. I'm someone like you that when I see Russia, Ukraine, I understand the issue just like you do. And because I come from Georgia and I watched Russia all my life. So
I just want to point something out. You notice how she's saying, I'm just like you. I'm just like you. Think about how she did that with Candace also. Like, we're just in terms of, social manipulation, like it's probably just something she learned over time. I don't know, it's necessarily reflective of advanced training, but it's just an interesting pattern. So she can say, I'm just like you, I'm just like you. She actually says it a few times. Well, think about when she was interviewing Candace. Candace embraces her, they become friends, they do the live interview. Towards the end, what does Elizabeth Lane do? Does anyone remember? See you in the chat. We should see. She goes to Candace, you know how Charlie came to you in a dream? Tell me if this sounds like Charlie. He saw me and he gave me a hug in my dream, so that she gets an easy yes, right? It's the easiest way to get confirmation of what you're saying. People don't want to be hypocritical. Once you say yes, it's much harder than like back up and be distant. And then she's already confirmed to the audience, look, Candace is backing me up. Because what's she going to say? Oh, in a dream, no, Charlie would not hug you. And she's like, I didn't even know Charlie, but Charlie gave me a hug. And then he said, or she says to Charlie in this dream, who killed you? Like just jumps right into it. And then he says, oh, the people who killed me were the same ones that killed JFK. Now, it just so happens that Elizabeth Lane's like favorite conspiracy theory by her own, her own boast. She says that the one she studied the most is JFK, is the JFK conspiracy. That's her favorite of all of them to study. What a coincidence. So she's moving the conversation into an area where she is stronger, where she can show more value. And she's using this, I believe, made up, miraculous divine dream where Charlie came to her while she was sleeping, in the same way that he supposedly came to Candace, and John Mappin, the Scientologist also linked to Russia, has claimed that Charlie visits him in spirit form. So those are the three people that make this claim. You start with Candace, this lady who has never had anything to do with Charlie is interviewing Candace and says, and a lot of people interpreted Candace's facial reaction to be one of not enjoyment when she said that. She goes, oh, well, Charlie came to me in a dream too. And you do see it's like a little awkward. And basically she says that not only did Charlie come to me in a dream, he told me stuff he wasn't willing to tell you. That's the implication. Because Charlie in this dream didn't tell Candace who really assassinated him. No, he told Elizabeth Lane. He didn't even know her. So she actually like one-upped Candace in that interaction. And then John Mappin is the other one who claims that kind of makes it sound like Charlie regularly visits him and his wife in spirit form. So I'm mentioning that just so you see the pattern here, right? Yes, Candace hated that. Like, there's enough deniability she could say she didn't hate it, but like I felt that too. And every female I asked to watch it said, any woman that saw that would know the little subtleties there, that she was not a fan of Elizabeth one-upping her in terms of Charlie visiting her in dreams. But the commonality here I'm just trying to show is that, we had the first interview with Tucker where it was like, in terms of flattery, it was like this 10 times over. Then you saw her do the thing with Candace, I'm you, like going extra far to say, I'm you. You and me are the same person, so that the audience puts us on the same plane, and, various psychological reasons that you do it. And now she's doing it again. So this is a common social tactic that she does. Okay.
I speak about what I believe is true. They came after me, of course, calling me a Russian agent, similar. And then I started diving into Charlie Kirk's assassination, and things got way worse after Candace's interview and stuff. It just went off rails with these attacks and stuff, to the point where it was already like real threats, like with my brothers, and like real threats on family, myself, everything.
No, screw her. I know exactly what she's referring to there. I know exactly, because she references, it's a private conversation I had with her when she was saying she was going to sue Paramount Tactical, Gary Melton. And I was like genuinely just saying, not because like Gary's not worried about it. But I was talking to Elizabeth anyway, and I was like, you know, like it doesn't make sense. You're not going to, like, they're not afraid of it because you have a bad case. Like, why do this if you're not going to win? It's going to get thrown out. Even if it doesn't get thrown out, why bother doing this? I was trying to discourage her from doing it, because like, why waste anyone, including her, time and money? It was stupid, really stupid. She has then, you know, made it sound like I was trying to intimidate her and being like a tough guy, like, oh, we don't care. It was like, it wasn't even, maybe I said we because she's always threatening to sue me, but like it wasn't, if you heard my tone, it was not like that at all. I don't do that. I'm not like this menacing guy. But what she's referring to is she wants to go after Gary's producer. Now, I'm a public figure. Gary's a public figure. She's a public figure. The rules are different in my mind, morally. And I was trying to explain to her, morally, it's different to, you know, you sue a public figure, but like the producer, even if they're attacking you on X, that's a non-combatant. You know, like, you're not going to get, probably not going to get much money if that's what you're motivated about. But like, what's the point? That's just trying to cause suffering for the sake of causing suffering to, you know, there's just no reason. And that's all I was saying. And I said to her, and I still have the audio, and I said, like think of it this way, like what this would be like going after someone's like brother, like if you like, because Elizabeth has brothers in Georgia, and I was like, imagine if somehow you're in a legal spat with people and they're like, oh, and I'm also going to go after your brother because your brother defended you or whatever. It'd be like what? Like, why? That's just trying to be cruel for like no reason. And that's the point I was making. I did not threaten her brothers. And there's nothing I could even threaten them with, because one of them, when I was doing my research, seemed, interestingly enough, to be anti-Russia, which I thought was very interesting. So I wonder what the family dynamic is like there. But the indication I found was that was true. Maybe I'm mostly sure that's what I found. But anyway, the point being, like, if I wanted to threaten them, there's nothing that I could. I'm aware of that. But that's why she's saying, oh, our brothers, because I mentioned I was arguing it would be wrong to go after your brothers, just like it's wrong for you to go after someone's producer in a public spat like this. I was speaking out against targeting her brothers. And she's on there trying to make it sound like I bet she's going to get to it later, but that's what she's referring to. Like, oh, they threaten your brothers. She's referring to that comment that I made.
I just want to bring up this post here. Sap Smiles, LLC raid. Thank you guys for the raid. You know, Ryan, I don't know if if you're savvy. A raid is when someone from another channel comes on in and all their followers come in to watch.
Oh, it's from Lady Luck Club.
Yes. Thank you,
guys
Lady Luck Club.
Yeah. I did a very fun interview over there, so you guys should check it out, Lady Luck Club. Also, check out Alex Quessa with the Quessa Cast. That's me. My producer, who works for $0 an hour, helping me do this, just out of sheer patriotism and probably feeling bad for me.
No, I just like that. It's like that you don't like Candace and think she's a psycho, and she's a psycho.
I know. So everyone check out Questa Cast. Also check out Lady Luck Club. Okay, let's get going again. Thank you.
So at that point, I'm like, okay, this is real. This is something that you need to report to the authorities. And I wanted to look into who's behind this, who's threatening me. I discovered this network, but then I discovered also paid ops, right? Like paid operatives that are getting paid by Israel and, you know, using NATO bots. So paid operatives from Israel, which you know with Brett Pascal,
yes,
are somehow protected with NATO bots from Ukraine. And if you doubt that they are real NATO bots from Ukraine, let me read you something, okay? This is very important because they themselves say they are. They send me threats like Zelensky sends love. So I don't know why would an American bot send me that.
No.
So I have a screenshot here with that.
So dramatic.
What's the connection
Oh my God.
between Israel and Ukraine? Or maybe better question, what's the difference?
So the connection is, what I've noticed is that Ukrainian trolls come to the rescue of Israeli paid propagandists. So the guy, for example, that came after you, that Times wrote about, they would defend that guy in the comments. So Israeli propagandists are pushing propaganda, and then Ukrainian NATO bots are protecting the propaganda. That's the connection. I don't know why they do that. My guess is, and now off of the facts and actual guess and what I think is going on, Ukraine and Israel is owned by the same people, and those are raging Zionists. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, and then most important part here, we haven't even gotten to the most important part.
Hold on. She guesses because Ukraine and Israel are owned by the Zionists. This is the same crowd that says that Ukraine is run by Nazis. Well, I guess some of them will say Zionists and Nazism are like the same thing, because they'll say there's all these convoluted ways to do it. If she's willing to get like even crazier than this. But she seems a little bit confused here, and she's like, "Oh, well, they're both controlled by the Zionists." Well, then what about you calling Ukraine Nazis? How does that make any sense? And by the way, it's simply not true. When you look at the influencers on the pro-Ukraine side, and whether they're bots or not, I mean, I've seen bots on all sides. I mean, their side, like I remember I mentioned Tucker Carlson, and I got swarmed with bots. I couldn't believe it within seconds. Like, it was the most blatant I had ever seen. But you do the same with Candace. If you mention Laura Loomer, there's a lot of negative bots or trolls, mostly bots, but there might be some trolls in that. Some appear to be authentic, like trolls, or they might be really good bots. Doesn't matter. But you will see this instant reaction. Have I seen bots and trolls that are on the other side? Sure. But I mean, it doesn't compare to anything like what I see in the pro-Candace, the anti-Israel, the pro-Russia side. But I think what she's reacting to is, as you can tell, beneath her tough veneer, she's oversensitive. She doesn't have thick skin. And so she interprets things like Zelensky says is love as a death threat. Yeah, I mean, that's what she just said. And so she's overreacting to the criticism of her that is coming from people on my side are going to tend to be more pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel. And she thinks that's what the pro-Ukraine landscape is like. Actually, no. There are like anti-Semitism actually is a big problem in Ukraine. It also is in Russia, but like that. So that doesn't make sense. And there's lots of pro-Ukraine accounts out there, including bots, including authentic people, that also are pro-Palestine, and very anti-Israel. See it all the time. So that is also not true. I think that she is just speaking. She's just speaking about her own experience and not realizing that being on the receiving end of a certain group of bots, that's not the entire internet, actually. Go on.
Of the story, one of the people that came after me, and this is more of a paid propagandist side versus the bots, was former Green Beret. Like this Gary guy. I'm not even going to say his name because they're looking for real engagement and real people and real fame. So let's call him Gary. He comes after me and he just makes these ridiculous claims, calls me a Russian agent, accuses me of crime, does like YouTube channels, like episode after episode of calling me, making fun of my accent. I mean, you name it. Like, this is a nasty little, So I'm like, what's going on here? It's a former Green Beret. Like, what's going on here? And then I get an interesting phone call. And it is someone who knows Gary and says, Elizabeth, I've been watching what's going on and these attacks on you, especially after I dived into this investigation and Charlie Kirk and this stuff. And I think you need to talk to my friend right now. And I'm like, okay. He's a former Green Beret, also Special Forces, and you need to talk to him ASAP. I'm like, okay. So I call. This guy picks up. He's like, oh, I know Gary really well. I'm like, what's going on? Let me tell you something, Elizabeth. He says, so Gary and I used to do videos together. And Gary himself didn't believe in Charlie Kirk's assassination narrative. So I was like, okay. But now he's attacking everyone, especially Candace. I mean, Candace is like, Gary wakes up for it and goes to sleep to attack Candace, right? And everyone else along, including you. If you get in the way, they will come after you too. As soon as you're quiet about Charlie, he's going to be okay. So, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? And he says, well, do you know that when Charlie died, Gary got paid by the DOD? I'm like, okay, so... And that's when he changed his narrative, he said. But that's not all, though. So apparently Gary gets paid by DOD a very generous amount of money. Gary changes the narrative, and now Tyler Robinson is the killer and everything is fine. Okay?
What can you do to monitor important parts of your life that you can't always keep your eyes on? Things like you're saying you believe.
Just so everybody knows this, what she's trying to make it sound like Charlie gets killed. And then the immediate aftermath, Gary from Paramount Tactical, who I also recommend, and I did a very long and good interview with, gets like a big payment from DOD. And from what I've seen posted about the amount, as a contract, which usually will include expenses, like you bid on a contract, you get something, and it's like, this is how much we can do the project for. So it's not like sheer profit. It's not like a giant, just a gift. The amount that I saw, which I won't say because I'm not 100% sure I'm right in it, but it was like for a contract like that, like it really was not much. And she makes it sound as if the timing's suspicious. I'm willing to bet, and I think I saw some conversation related to this, that he bid on that contract before Charlie was killed because these things take time, right? So like, you know, having things happening at around this roughly the same time, and saying therefore they're all connected, especially when it's as lame as that, is stupid. So we're still in stupid territory, guys. Let's continue.
The American Department of Defense, or now it's been renamed Department of War. I assume that will revert to defense once this nightmare's over. But once we lose yet another war, you think they're paying Americans to spread propaganda in the United States, specifically about the Charlie Kirk case?
So I know that Ukraine is paying them, and I'll tell you how. But with Gary's case, we have these documents.
Ukraine is paying them to do what?
We will get to it. Trust me. Just trust the process. I'll get to it as soon. Like
I will. I trust the process.
Yeah. So he says Gary got paid by DOD. So that doesn't surprise me because, okay, former Green Beret, maybe some contract, maybe something, right? So I'm like, okay, but you got to give me something better than that. And he's like, oh, we'll give you better. It's not just me who's a former Green Beret. Like we have 5 other guys that want to talk to you. I'm like, okay. So he says that when Gary got paid, Gary stopped making videos with him and started attacking him. So 2 Green Berets are making videos, okay? 2 Green Berets, Gary and this other one that called me on the phone and said, we both were sure that something was wrong with the main narrative with Charlie Kirk. All of a sudden, he says, I keep going with my videos, how this is unacceptable, wrong, and Gary starts coming after me, attacking me. Without even a phone call or anything, just attacking me viciously. So he's a man's man. He's a honorable military guy, unlike others. And he calls him and he says, are you okay, dude? What are you doing? And immediately Gary goes like, I'm so sorry. I have huge respect for you. I will not do this again. I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry.
They're all that way.
Right?
This has happened to me. You confront them. Weak men are like that. They'll never be straightforward with you because they're too weak. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Then they're out attacking you again.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, no, I know the species.
As soon as he got off the phone, like only a few days after, he goes ahead and sees Gary attack him again and again. So then he started investigating with his buddies, Green Berets, Navy SEALs, all of that, and they found something. And this is where I got on a group call. So they said, Elizabeth, we have a huge story for you, and someone needs to put this out. I'm like, okay, I'm listening. He says, when Russia-Ukraine war started, we Special Forces guys got some interesting calls. I'm like, okay. Ukrainian company called us, they said. And they offered us money. I was like, for what? they said, we were supposed to go on YouTube and glorify Ukraine, Zelensky, their military, all this, trash Russia, and we would be compensated for it. Yes. So immediately my reaction was, please tell me you remember the company, and please tell me you have some proof. And he was like, yes, I remember the company. We all do. And we have the proof. So I'm like, great. Here's the offer, Tucker. These are former special forces guys. Some don't even have YouTube, some do. And the deal was the biggest YouTubers that they wanted, right, to spread Ukrainian propaganda. They would get paid some around $10,000 a video, okay, 10,000. And above that, they would get $40,000 in advertisement money. So they would be set with good advertising. That is already 50,000 if they did just one video a week, right? But they said you can do as many as you want. If you want 50 videos, you can do 50 videos. We'll pay for whatever. So
you guys, maybe I'm wrong, so I won't spend a lot of time on this, but you notice how she's flipping everything? Like the pattern here is like she's talking about the disinformation coming from the Russian disinformation agents, and then NATO is engaging in social media operations by red teaming Russian social media operations. Like that's an unmistakable pattern in each example she's given. What she might be doing is flipping the Tenet Media scandal. You guys remember? I mean, it sounds just like it. If you guys remember that when some people connected to RT linked up with Lauren Chen, formerly known as Roaming Millennial, and they formed a company, and Russia was basically going to funnel tons of money to her and influencers that she would hire for their content in general, but then also to push certain narratives. And then, according to the Justice Department, the recipients like Benny Johnson and Tim Pool and David Rubin and who else was on there actually did not know the origin of these funds. I don't know if there was actually clear proof that they were scripted. I don't think they actually were. But Lauren Chen seemed to, based on the evidence, know this was a Russian operation. She says no, whatever. She wasn't prosecuted or thrown in jail or anything. But that's besides the fact. So she's going to, what's happening here is she's systematically giving bizarro reverse examples of actual Russian influence operations. So and then she's flipping the descriptions and saying, oh, well, NATO actually did them or also did them. And so this is actually, like I can see what she's building to, and I can see why she kind of weirdly said to Tucker, "Oh, just trust my process," which is like, it's his show. Like what do you mean? Like you don't? It just shows her personality. And also like, he was trying to help her because she's not making sense. The interview's boring as hell. She's like getting into this real granular stuff that the vast majority of the audience isn't going to know or care about. They're not going to care about the interpersonal dynamics with Gary Melton and some Green Berets who called her like, this is like, it's just like in high school when you would hear about like drama with like teenagers, especially, the mean girls, as they would call them. And it's like, you hear the drama and they tell every single detail and you're like, oh my God, can you get to the friggin' point? And they're drawing this is happening because you did this and you did this. Like, oh my God, grow up. Let's get going.
Great deal. I mean, just do your numbers, multiply them, right? 40,000 in ad money. And then they said something very interesting. Perks were they would get to meet the biggest politicians in America, like Secretary of State, for example. And they would take flights with them and they would take car rides and so on. And that happened too. By the way, I want to say Secretary of State, this particular offer was not this Secretary of State. We are talking about Lloyd Austin.
Wow.
Like before. Yes.
Yeah.
So as you understand, not only they have people at the DOD and like not just DOD, but in general in the American government, and they were so secure making this offer. that obviously our government is involved. Like not again, Trump administration, I'm talking about previously, but the closest offer was only 2 years ago. Okay. So the reason these people got on the phone call with me is because they declined the offer.
Did they know where the money was coming from?
Yes. It was a company called United 24.
United 24.
Yes. Ukrainian company set up by Ukrainian government.
Okay.
Yes. So here's an interesting.
No, we keep going. Yeah, United 24.
24. You know who provides money for United 24?
Who?
We do.
The U.S. government.
Well, U.S. everybody. So if I wanted to donate to them, they have a website that I go to donate. They got a ton of money from Hollywood and actors and actresses also. So they have our money going to them and they are propagandizing us with our own money.
That's part of the humiliation ritual. Yeah.
It's crazy. But it gets crazier. So, I mean, it's how do you understand this story was never told by anybody?
No.
Like, I can't believe I'm sitting here with you and telling this the first time when we have much bigger, much more powerful and skillful journalists out there who should have done this story.
No, they're part of it too.
Because there is no story.
The boys
oh my God.
told me they are.
Nobody told the story because there is no story. She's just going. She's just listing historical examples in order to say these things happened, and she's lying about them, and the same thing happened to me. What story are you claiming is yours? What story are you so amazed hasn't been broken that Tucker can't even follow? Oh my God.
Absolutely mad and angry at Ukrainian company, this particular one, and Ukrainians. And they said, we are fed up with them. Go destroy them. So I'm like, okay, there's something hidden, not just money offer, like what's going on? One of them said, well, when I said no, and I said, go F yourselves, excuse my language, they went after his work. So they called the boss of this person. You know how like when special ops guys get out, they do like contracting work and all kinds of. So he was doing one of those, and they called his work, his boss, and says, this guy is a Russian agent. He works for Russians. You need to drop him.
What?
Yes.
Did it work?
No, of course not. So the guy called him, the boss called him up and says, I'm getting a ton of calls about you being a Russian agent. What's going on? And he says, I'll deal with them. Don't worry about them. He's not the only singular case. They did it to every single one of them.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So I'm not surprised that I'm a Russian agent, that everyone else is a Russian agent, and you are a Qatari agent. And I'm not surprised anymore, because if they have the audacity to do this to a former special ops guy or a former Navy, that means they know they are protected.
So is the world getting more stable or less stable? That's a rhetorical question. We're not in charge of course. And it also means that they accuse you, all people are like this, of what they're doing themselves. So the relentless focus on where independent journalists are getting their money and they're taking payment from this or that person. I mean, I can only speak for myself. I don't take payment from anybody. Never have. Like, I'm not that interested.
Neither am
I'm not about the money. You don't have to believe.
A couple things there. First of all we've been talking about is projection here. She's accusing NATO, Russia, eventually she's going to get to me, of doing we've talked about the mirroring that's happening throughout this interview. And then he's like, oh, a lot of this is projection. I don't even need to tell you guys how many examples there are of Tucker doing that in just this interview. But then those that he goes, I've never been paid by anybody, which is in the most literal sense, obviously untrue, because he's paid by Fox, he's paid by book publishers. But suppose that was hyperbole. What he's trying to say is no one has paid him, I guess, for a show independently. There's no one coming to him and saying, oh, do you perform this service? But it's also untrue in that we know he's had investors like Omid Malik, and then he later bought out those investors. But he has said before on his program something like, oh, this show has never taken money from anyone. Nobody owns the company. And he leaves out the fact that there was initially a lot of money I think it was like 15 million or something, 15 million maybe. But whatever it was, there was a lot of money that was raised and invested in Tucker Carlson network there in the beginning. And then he later bought them out because it was successful and he could. So deception, just another deception.
So real quick, we have Mindy N44 with the big $10.
Thank you, Mindy.
Keep up the great work, Ryan. Thank you, Mindy. Appreciate it very much. Let's have some fun watching this, not mind melting stuff at all. Thanks for doing this to us, Ryan. We appreciate you for forcing us to sit here and watch this.
Me, but you see how I live, you can tell it's true. And that's always coming from people who care only about the money. The Ben Shapiro's of the world, it's only about the money.
No, anti-Semitism.
Interesting. Like, why not criticize people
went
for
right to a Jewish person. Went right to a Jewish person.
They never go after me on that. It's always the money. It's like, that's the one sin I'm not prone to. It's like, you picked the one thing I don't do wrong. It's like hilarious.
Well, they're projecting, Tucker.
They're projecting,
and they are great at it too. And this is like the second part of this story now. Now, I want you to imagine. So NATO runs this 2019 experiment.
Yeah.
They're successful. They themselves stated they were successful. So that means that you can operate on social media undetected, right? That was the whole point, right?
Right.
So, and they do.
Well, I've never heard of it till right now. So
right. So
it was successful.
Yeah, it was successful. And they do. And when you look at these accounts that are attacking people, most of them are set up in 2019, the same year that NATO ran this experiment.
Man.
So while people think it's all Israel,
yeah,
it's actually not just Israel. It's a bigger monster behind this all.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
And that's
Wait a
NATO.
minute.
And NATO,
I don't want to sound too self-consumed here, but just based on the patterns we're seeing, I don't think it's unreasonable to speculate. Because look how she's like, this is all a response to the work that I and others have done, and so she's doing this mirroring thing on the broad scale, but then also is applying it to us. And she keeps talking about 2019 being like the key year, and this podcast, we're on episode 6 or 7. When I've been talking about the Russian influence operation involving Candace and then her, I haven't done an episode on her yet until like now because she forced my hand. I keep going back to it. Started in 2018, really ramped up at the end of 2018. And just these exercises that she's pointing out, these red team exercises, have been going on a long time. Like that's not this. She's not pointing to something that's a weird occurrence. The investigative reporting on Russian influence operations that's been going on a long time. She's picking this stuff in order to make the argument that the anti-Russia operation started in 2019, but the story I'm covering that resulted in her being exposed is about a Russian influence operation starting in 2018, late 2018. Like maybe it's a coincidence, but I mean, you look at the pattern of mirroring going on. It's just pretty interesting that she picked that time period for her story,
NATO is what? Explain to me what exactly NATO is. So like it's interest of multiple different countries. Okay, not just us. NATO is an entity that we should be staying away from. Like keep them at all.
We should have been out of NATO 35 years ago.
I agree. And here they are running social media experiments, attacking American journalists, and they feel so secure that they know nothing will happen to them. They made fun of me. I said, I'm going to report you to the FBI. And they literally laughed at it. How did that FBI go with you? Like, how did it turn out? By the way, I did that. So when the attacks amplified and it became absolutely like unbearable, where I need to do my job, I called up a friend of mine and I said, you worked with the FBI before. I need an active agent, someone you trust, and I need a guy with balls, because what's going to happen is when he escalates this case, someone is going to shut him up, because no way this case goes like, no way. So he said, I've got the guy. So this guy reaches out to me, and I had my...
she's referring to how she said she was going to report me for illegally running a foreign bot farm on the part of Israel and Ukraine that's illegally, I guess, engaging in espionage or whatever. I don't know. It was nuts. And then she also threatened that to Gary, but it was a bit more aimed at me. And she's right. I did laugh. And I encouraged her. In fact, I said to her, I said, let's get a camera and you and I will go to the FBI together and let's report each other at the same time together to the same person and see how the person reacts. Because I think that would be funny as hell. But also, like my case, I mean, the stuff with that we've released, for those of you that don't know, we'll show some of it. Really strong evidence. Like really strong evidence. But notice what she said there. So she's like, oh, they laughed at me. They were like, oh, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. And then she starts explaining why nothing happened. And I suspect she's going to say it more clearly, but look, she's saying, I knew it wouldn't escalate because it would be shut down. There'd be a cover up. And that Ryan Mauro and Gary and everyone else, I would report them to the FBI, but nothing would happen because it's going to get shut down. And that's why when they were laughing at me, they're technically right. But, I was kind of right. She's trying, she's embarrassed is basically what she is. She's trying to spin it. So that's what's going on here. She's trying to explain the fact that we made fun of her, or I laughed at her, make it sound like she was going to get the FBI. I mean, she actually threatened, she said that she had Kash Patel's personal number and she was going to go to someone at the FBI, and if that person didn't act, she was going to have Kash Patel come after me. Oh. And I'll show the tweets and stuff. I have that, but basically Kash said, I don't know who the hell this person is. But I'll let her continue telling the story, and then I'll show the 1 or 2 minute clip of what she's referring to, where she said, oh, they accused me of crime and this whole FBI thing. Because again, she's not getting context. And so everyone that doesn't know it is like ripping their eyeballs out, I'm sure right now, to say like, what is she talking about?
Former detective, NYPD detective, talked to him because they warned me, don't talk to the FBI. They will do what they did to Flynn. So don't do that. So I got a professional, former, detective, talk to them. And he said, well, yeah, this is a serious matter. We have some foreign sources, some Ukrainian, Georgian, and NATO trolls attacking American journalists. And we have somebody from the inside that doesn't care. And this is keep going on. Like the FBI needs to get on these games and figure out who are the journalists here, who are the people here allowing this to happen.
Yes.
Right? Because there are people. This person that offered all these benefits and money to American soldiers was living in San Francisco, not in Ukraine. Okay? By the way, I forgot, we have proof. We have a Zoom call with them.
A Zoom call. What does it show?
Everything. The Zoom call shows how they offer the person, these military people, $10K, $40K for additional whatever advertisements. And it shows how they say you will have all these benefits.
And that money comes from NATO?
No, that money comes from United 24. That we donate. The money for the trolls that, like these 2019 experiments that was ran with Ukrainian company, comes from NATO. Does it make sense?
It does.
So it's multiple different fronts.
Just so everybody knows.
Elements of it don't make sense. So here's the
elements of it doesn't make sense. Like he's trying to figure out how to tell her makes sense, but he's trying to make it sound like he's talking about them. So he's trying to rescue her now. He's doing it a smart, like a smart way. So she's saying, all right, so NATO is running the bots based off of this red team exercise they did in 2019. So they used bots to do a red team exercise in 2019. That doesn't mean anything after that. You can't generally apply that. So when she says like, oh, NATO's funding these bots, like she's talking about an exercise in 2019 and applying it to now. The United 24 thing, I just don't know about. And she was taunting me in a DM saying like, oh, the Ukrainian Israeli conspiracy, like, your friends are going to be very upset when I drop these Zoom calls. And I told her like, I can't wait to see them. And that's true, because like, if United 24 or there's Ukrainians doing it and they're like bribing YouTubers to like secretly carry propaganda that they don't believe in or disinformation, then my hat's off to you, Elizabeth. Expose it. If that's true, expose it. Let's like I have no problem with that. So we can go on.
Story Americans were presented 5 years ago when the Russia-Ukraine thing started to move toward war. Here you have this independent, noble little country called Ukraine, and they're threatened by these expansionists to their east, this communist country called Russia with this bloodthirsty dictator, Vladimir Putin, running it. And so we're on the side of the underdog, the little guy.
Right.
And this is an outgrowth of that story. But what doesn't make sense is why would they get involved in the Charlie Kirk story? What does that have to do with anything?
Thank you for asking that.
Why would the Ukrainians have an opinion on that?
I don't.
I've stayed out of it, and I knew him well. But whatever. But the Ukrainians, I mean, maybe they've heard of Charlie Kirk, but why are they weighing
out of it? No, I'm not letting him get away with that. He has not stayed out of it. He has brought it up in interviews. He just won't come out and say, I think Erica did it. Maybe he doesn't buy that part, but he certainly has implied that he thinks Israel is at least a top suspect. He denied saying Israel did it, but like he was heavily implying that's what he believed, whatever. Russian state media is all over it, attacking Erica Kirk directly now. So like, again, it's all mirroring again. It's all mirroring again. So she's saying, oh, Israel, Ukraine, they're all involved in killing Charlie. And then Tucker's like, well, why would they even care about this? But then you have the much more dramatic, provable, visible example of Russia being all over it. Russian state media promoting the conspiracy theories. Russian state media were covering it just all the time as soon as it happened. And we're trying to figure out which approach. Did they attack Charlie for being pro-Israel because pro-Israel, or do they highlight the parts where he is critical and feed that conspiracy theory? And you can see that divide happening. Again, he talks about projection. Look what's going on here. And he can't say, oh, I haven't touched it, when he touches it in interviews. And he repeatedly has guests on to talk about it. Just because you're the interviewer not making the statement doesn't mean you're not touching it. You're touching it by giving a platform to those conspiracy theories deliberately over and over again. And it's not like the guests went off the trail and started talking about it. He knew they're going to do it and didn't stop them when they did. So he is lying. And I actually don't use that word often. I think people lie a lot less with this stuff. I think they genuinely believe what they say, even if it seems stupid and nonsensical. I think we use the word liar and lie too often. This is a lie. Go on.
Real quick, Mama Al Bear 23 with the super chat, $10, Big 10. If Tucker Carlson had any journalistic integrity, he would demand and show the Zoom calls. The trust me bro stuff is very old. He's complicit. He's part of the lies. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, why is he doing this at all? So here's what's weird about this, guys. He granted her an interview, and that's how she got her big debut, when she only had one other video on her YouTube channel. The YouTube channel debuts, I guess she had one before that got deleted for some reason, we don't know. But her YouTube channel opens up 2 days before Charlie is assassinated. She immediately jumps into the scene with the conspiracy theory stuff after he's assassinated that very day. And then shortly after, she starts gaining steam. Tucker doesn't give a lot of interviews, especially to people with no audience. I mean, she had no audience. You go to the YouTube channel, like there was none at that time. I looked. I was like, she's out of nowhere. She later says that she got the interview through John Kirikou. John Kirikou works for Russian state media, which means influence operations. He introduced her to Tucker. So how did this happen? A Russian influence agent, John Kirikou, who's an American, he worked for the CIA, and he got convicted because he leaked classified information that put in danger the lives of, I think it was 2 undercover CIA officers. And so he gets convicted. He comes out and he starts working for the Russians very, very, very openly. This is known. And now what happens? Elizabeth Lane, who just so happens to have a relationship with John Kirikou that goes back, a number of years, introduces her to Tucker. That alone, considering Tucker being pro-Russia and everything, is highly suspicious. But then you add this other factor to it, which is, okay, so you get an introduction to Tucker through John Kirikou. Why does Tucker feel indebted or obliged or motivated to grant this nobody an interview and launch her career? Why? What's the incentive? If he is just that type of guy, just doing it because he's a nice guy to help someone new, why is he doing it, not doing it in a million other circumstances? What is it about Elizabeth Lane and her relationship to John Kirikou that was brokered between two of them? What makes it so unique that it caused Tucker to grant her a favor that he doesn't seem to grant anybody else and he gains nothing from? I don't know the answer to that. It's worth asking. And how about this? He even right now, well, he's giving her an insane a huge platform for 2 hours, basically lets her own it. And he even starts it off by saying, like, oh, I don't normally do this, respond to like criticism or whatever. So he basically admits, I'm doing something I don't normally do for you, Elizabeth Lane. I'm giving you the full 2 hours to defend yourself. And he's right. When I've seen other people defend themselves on his podcast, they don't get the full 2 hours for it. They don't get that. Like, the conversation goes in all these different directions. This is very structured. This is very going according to Elizabeth Lane and as if she's directing it. It is odd. It is weird by his own admission and by anyone observing it. I'm not making an accusation because I don't know why that's happening. But I do know that there's some variable, a bunch of variables that we don't understand that is making this happen. And I love also, Alex, that we happen to stop where Tucker is saying with subtitles there, now I'm legit confused. Yes, Tucker, you are legit confused. Again, notice what he's doing. It's a nice social grace. He's trying to say to Elizabeth, you're not making sense, so that she restates it and makes sense, because he's realizing that this interview is like going south and like not many people are going to get through it, because this might be the worst interview he's ever done. I'm trying to be as objective when I say it. It's not because it's about me. It's just terribly articulated. It's boring. It makes no sense. And so he's trying to say, oh, this doesn't make sense, as if he's like critiquing her adversary, but he's actually just trying to get her to make sense. So go on.
I'm legit confused.
Yeah. So 90% of Ukrainians, I can say this with all certainty, don't even know who Charlie Kirk is.
Of course.
And if they've heard of him, they never even listened to one debate or interview. They don't care.
It was in English, by the way.
English, yes. They
Not their
don't
language.
care.
Right.
Yeah, they don't care. So I don't understand why would Ukrainian trolls, and they are Ukrainian and Georgians, who are threatening me personally. I can talk about my case. I don't have to talk about yours or other cases and speculate, right? So they are sending me Zelensky's love openly, by the way, and calling me all kinds of names in Russian and Ukrainian, the same close language, all of this. So I know for a fact that they are Ukrainian and Georgian trolls, not just Ukrainian, by the way. What I don't know is what they are covering for Israel when Israeli propagandists go out there attacking people. And what I don't know is why they are attacking people who question Charlie Kirk's assassination. So the only
But you know for a fact they are.
For a fact that they are.
Well, that's just like one of the weirdest things I've heard in a long time. Of course, if we're being totally honest, it's not weird at all. I would expect it because I can feel that there's a connection, but I couldn't explain it.
Yeah,
it doesn't shock me that. I mean, the ties between Ukraine and Israel.
That's one to clip. Oh, I know it because I feel it, but I don't have evidence for it. Man, what a man! That's a hell of a statement. The reason it's happening is because the vast majority of people think you're nuts for these the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories. So guess what? A lot of people are going to say that you're nuts, and that's going to include Ukrainians, it's going to include Israelis. And if you want to then draw a connection and say, oh, look at the Israelis doing it, look at the Ukrainians doing it, must be coordinated. In reality, the vast majority of people in any type of demographic group are all saying you're an idiot. And if there is a crossover, and again, I said a lot of Ukrainians are anti-Israel, very anti-Israel. There's even a good number that are anti-Semitic. And then there are some that are pro-Israel, and then there are some that are anti-Israel, but also anti-Iran because Iran's helping Russia and Ukraine. There's a wide thing, but they're reacting to the fact that Elizabeth Lane is connected to Russia so much. And in case anybody wants to know the evidence, it is on X, and I'll just real quickly summarize it so that you understand that I'm coming from a firm basis here. Aside from the fact that she's constantly saying that Putin is wonderful, we have her on video. It's her own tape from her own old podcast talking about how she went to Russia, fell in love with the Spetsnaz officer, that's Russian special forces, how she was sleeping around and dating U.S. Navy SEALs and an Army Ranger, and that when she met this guy she fell in love with in Russia from Russian Spetsnaz, he was just so interested. in knowing everything that she was told about U.S. Special Forces, what the Special Forces people told her, everything. He was so interested. Like, obviously, and in the one telling of it, she makes it sound like she went to Russia and then realized, Americans are horrible. The American Navy SEALs are horrible because she had an ex-boyfriend who was a SEAL and treated her terribly, but the Russian Spetsnaz guys were so much nicer to her. And so that's what flipped her. And then publicly, she responded to me talking about that by saying, no, I was pro-Russia long before that. Well, she was pro-Russia long before that, and there is evidence to suggest that's true because she interviewed people like, I think Scott Ritter, but definitely Kirikou in 2020, probably earlier. So then if you're pro-Russia and then you go to Russia and then you tell the Russian Special Forces and Russian intelligence what you learned from sleeping with and dating U.S. Navy SEALs, that sounds like an intelligence operation. And I'm not making this accusation but I will say it certainly sounds like a honeypot operation, doesn't it? Am I crazy? Like, if you're pro-Russia from the former Soviet Republic of Georgia, you come to the United States, you have a different name, and which maybe there's a good explanation for that, maybe not, but it is a factor, it is a data point. You have a different name, you pop up out of nowhere, you embed yourself in the veteran community, specifically targeting people of influence, veterans who want to write books and become podcasters by her own account, people who are rising up and want to become famous. She targets them. She starts dating them, sleeping with them, and then goes to Russia and falls in love with a Spetsnaz guy, Russian Special Forces, Russian intelligence, and shares what they confidentially told her. So a better defense for her would be to say, no, that's true. I fell in love with a Russian when I was over there. Before that, I was not pro-Russia. Therefore, I didn't intend to betray the American Special Forces that I dated. But now what she's saying is no, I was pro-Russia while I was dating Special Forces, and I got the information, and then I went to Russia and told them what the Americans told me. What does that sound like to you guys? What does that sound like? The conclusions that you're making are, I think, that very reasonable. And that, yes, Elizabeth, that does mean you're Russia linked. Maybe you want to say it doesn't mean you're a Russian intelligence agent or whatever. You want to play some word games, but like that is Russia linked. You do that, you're Russia linked. And by the way, she says now that she is dating currently a member of the U.S. Special Forces. So if anyone in the national security community is out there in the military, you might want to look into that, because if it's true, that's a problem, because we have her saying in her own words that she was pro-Russia, seduced members of the American military, veterans, people of influence, as part of her plan to, as part of her effort to become like a public figure like she is now, and then went to Russia and betrayed their secrets. And she also said when she was in I believe she was in Russia or when she was in Ukraine, maybe Russia, that she met with the CIA. And it's a very weird story. She's like, there was a certain situation, she doesn't describe it, where she met with two CIA officers. I think there were one or two meetings. And they're like, why are you meeting with us? And she's like, because I just want to see you. I want to see who's doing it. And she says that they asked her to help against Russia because they assume, like, why are you coming to meet with us if you're not they actually asked her, what's the point of you meeting with us? And she says, just to see who you are, just to like get to know you or whatever, like some weird cryptic thing is what she claims she said. I mean, that's just a crazy story. I'm sure it's not true, but it's just, even as a lie, that's crazy. That's a crazy lie to say. And then she also says, she has said to me privately, and she has said it publicly, I believe, that she recorded those meetings with the CIA, knowing that they were CIA. So, maybe there's a certain legal issue there. But so that's the short case, but there's so much more. Oh, and then the other guy who's Russian Special Forces, who she may or may not have dated, I don't know if this was the boyfriend. It came out, and this is on X. Yes, so if someone wants to know if it's on X, it should be if you click on either my post or reply. The reply's under there. There's a long thread that I did. Otherwise, I'll send it to you if you DM me or tag me and I'll send it to you. But then this big expose comes out, and it turns out that the Russian Special Forces guy that appeared on her podcast a long time ago, and that we assume might be the boyfriend, but we never said was. you would assume so, but maybe she's saying it wasn't. Okay, so then there was another Russian intelligence Spetsnaz guy you're talking to. Yet another. You're not helping yourself. It turns out that he actually traveled to and from the United States a bunch of times, which is scary. But that he was in Wagner Group, which is a Russian militia designated as a terrorist organization by the UK. The US designates it as a transnational criminal organization. She promoted Wagner Group on her podcast page. And this guy who appeared on our podcast is like not even just normal Spetsnaz. Like he's actually both Russian FSB, Russian Spetsnaz, and he's involved in training others. Like he's actually like pretty like high level. Like he's a real like intel guy. Like a more of a senior level. So like this information is solid. Like I'm not like that's as solid as you can reasonably get without someone just outright confessing that they are Russia linked and involved in all this. It's very, very rare you come across a case with this amount of information for the characterizations that I have made of Elizabeth Lane and her activities. And now she says she's dating someone in the U.S. Special Forces. You can see why I might be a little bit concerned about that. And Wagner Group, yes, Wagner Group also is active in Africa, but just to really drive it home. So we're not just talking about her falling in love with and maintaining communication with Russian Spetsnaz and Russian intelligence, but specifically one that's operating at a senior level that fought in places like Syria for Wagner Group, which is a terrorist group and a transnational criminal group. She promoted and has relationships with someone that's a member of a designated Russian terrorist group, designated Russian transnational criminal organization. Can I make it any clearer than that? Also, Wagner Group spearheaded, like the guy who led Wagner Group, spearheaded a lot of the influence operations specifically targeting America. So like how can anyone contest this? So it's a strong case. Okay, we can continue going. I'm sorry it's taking so long, but it's a long interview and there's just so much there. It's very hard not to point out the hypocrisies, the lies, and the information gaps.
I think both governments have gone out of their way to downplay their connection. Pretty clear they're very closely connected. And Charlie Kirk, like I could never explain why that doesn't shock me, but if I'm being honest, it really doesn't. This is much bigger than Charlie Kirk's murder, 100%. Than Russia's special military operation, invasion of Ukraine, whatever, war in Iran. I mean, it's all of a piece. It's the same people.
Same people. The same narrative, same accusations, Tucker. Can we get real for a second?
Of course.
So I used to think that Trump betrayed us badly. Like I used to think that all of us were MAGA. We were I was the biggest supporter. I got in trouble like laying on Biden in country of Georgia, getting on a show. They came up to me. They sent people at my door, literally. So I was one of the biggest Trump fighters. Okay, so I know exactly what MAGA was supposed to be and stood for, right? All of us knew. Then this whole thing happens, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he betrayed us. But now after investigating this, I don't think so. So I think the goal was these globalists, these NATO people and British intel that's running this integrity initiative secretly, and Jessica Arrows in Finland. Like, just think about this for a second. We're talking about British intelligence, British funded operation that extends in almost every country. But then when you look into it, all of a sudden you discover actually it's not really Britain, because they are also getting funds from Atlantic Council. They're also getting funds from NATO. So it's like almost like a world organization. And they are running their operation everywhere. Again, their own chart says what countries they run to, this operation. And it's everywhere. Okay? So this cabal looks at Trump and everyone aligned with Trump, which is you, Candace, and Charlie, and all these people, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and they get scared. They're like, okay, if these people are allowed to do what they're coming to do, 60 plus years of work is done. So what I think happened here is they said, we have to do what we do the best, divide and conquer. We got to isolate Trump, one by one, we're going to destroy these MAGA people and put our operatives in. This is what I would do if I was the bad guy, because there's a force coming at me that will destroy my life's work. You are anti-NATO, not anti-NATO, but you are for, this is not an
passionately anti-NATO. Passionately.
Thank you, me too.
It's a threat to the sovereignty of my country that I was born in. Like NATO hurts the United States and a lot of other people.
Yes, I agree.
Killing Gaddafi. Like what? What does that have to do with keeping the Soviets out of Germany?
Nothing.
Like this whole thing is so bonkers.
Yeah.
No, I'm passionately opposed to NATO because I'm pro-American.
Yeah. And so is Charlie. And so was
any normal person. Like what's, what I could.
Well, think about it. Think about this, Tucker. So they see this,
some globalist army? What? Why would I ever support something like that? Oh, shut up. How about no?
Yeah. How about no?
Yeah. Anyway,
but no, you're right. And they knew that, okay, they assessed the situation, right? And I often thought about, why are you alive? No offense. Or why is Candace alive, even though they want to kill her? So I'm looking at this and I'm seeing.
We've had some close calls.
That's true. They almost got you in Ukraine, right? Yeah. But they look at the force that's coming, though, Tucker. This is very important. And they see it. And they're like, if Trump is allowed to come in with these people, like the MAGA people, they are going to leave NATO. We're screwed. Without the United States, what is NATO? Absolutely fucking nothing, right? Like nothing. So they're going to leave NATO. They will stop Ukrainian war in Russia. They're going to talk to Putin. And with all these people next to Trump will make the right decision. We will never get Iran. That will never happen. So that was the plan. You know this. For the longest time, Israel wanted to get into Iran war. Like they wanted us in the Iran war. Even they themselves say that. So it's not a conspiracy theory that Elizabeth Lane is spewing. Yeah.
Just the opposite. They've been talking about it openly in my presence for 30 years. So
Yeah. So what happened though, Tucker? You do the math. What happened? They ousted Marjorie Taylor Greene. They ousted Thomas Massie. I wish we had a video of someone saying, oh yeah, it was me sending bad shit about Tucker to President Trump. Oh, that's right. That was Lara Loomer. Right. So what they did is they absolutely poisoned this man against everyone that was dangerous.
Of course. And who actually supported his program. Exactly.
Yeah. So as you know, with all these tools that you just looked at, all of these tools, how hard it is to put someone in a Truman Show. One person. Once you isolate him all from all the friends and allies that he has.
Of course.
I always say this.
You sneak in an assistant who only feeds him pre-masticated lies.
Exactly.
And you control his brain. They 100%. May have done that.
100%. And the information war is
the most
important war. So one more thing I want to say.
Real funny about that is that Tucker doesn't really have anyone that deviates from his lines on his podcast. So he's describing himself, projection again, but also if you, over the years, he has said how he doesn't go on the internet, he doesn't go on social media, he doesn't read newspapers, he doesn't watch TV. And there's been a few reporters who then follow up and like, well, where do you get information from? And he's like, it's mostly my friends texting me articles and like family. And then he'll say he has an extremely close circle. So who are you talking about? His producers, his brother Buckley, who is like citing the UNZ review, which is, horrifically radical. So he admits that he relies upon a close circle of people who think like him. It's exactly what he just described about Trump. It's just astonishing lack of self-awareness going on.
Say, you can be the best, most honest president in the world. You can be the best soldier in the world. And if someone puts a wrong intel in front of you and wrong information, you will go nowhere. Do you agree with that?
I agree, but I talked to Trump about it so much, and I know that he knew exactly what was going to happen, and he did it anyway. And so I just don't buy that explanation.
Interesting. Yeah. So you're saying that he knew exactly what was going to happen?
He knew what the risks were. I think he convinced himself that as soon as he killed the Ayatollah, the country would collapse and we'd get some pro-Western leader or king or something.
Yeah.
But no. He was very, very aware of what the risks were. I talked to him about it, so I know that. So I think the mechanism of control, was probably a little more direct than what you're describing. But in general, I think you're absolutely right. He lives in a biosphere where no new information comes in, and like you can only see, Mark Levin or
Well, it's not even
Marco
just
Rubio
exactly.
or something.
Exactly. By the way, they love Marco Rubio. These guys,
I'm aware.
they hate JD Vance, and I brought that too. So they are afraid of JD Vance for some reason. Like I said,
just because you're gonna see. I know where this is going. Just for the record, I don't hate JD Vance. There's like no. First of all, there's almost like no one that I hate. Like I could probably hang out with Tucker and like have a good time. If he allowed it, I don't think he would allow it. This is all very not personal. Like I compartmentalize very well this stuff. It took time to get there, but I do. My faith requires me to still love people and see the positive in them and focus on that, even if I have to criticize them because that's my job. This is what I'm supposed to do. But I don't hate JD Vance. I hate barely anybody. Yes, I've criticized some things that he has said, and that is true of everybody. Okay, we can go on.
You know that? How do you know that?
That, like I said, I've been watching them, Tucker, for like when I did this investigation, I took down, if someone wants it, by the way, I took down every account, who's related to who reshares who, why, what kind of text. So they have this wave of campaigns, right? And this is something I want to also mention. So I threatened Gary with a lawsuit. And as soon as they heard that I was going to sue, by the way, I'm not going to sue. My priest said, we're Christians and we're not going to fight demons. That's God's work. So like you need to do what's your work, and they can distract you with all of this and they shouldn't. So you do what is assigned to you. Let God take care of these demons, right?
Amazing and wonderful advice. That's the best advice.
Yeah. So
I can't resist. First of all, I agree with that advice to a certain extent, although I don't believe I'm demonic. I said to her repeatedly when I was trying to tell her, like, don't do a lawsuit, I explained, and I was trying to tell her, like, there's a better way to go about this stuff, and why she shouldn't like go after Gary's producer, for example. And I was saying my faith commands me to do that, and I was explaining, I have the voice message. I was trying to explain why. I said from a Christian perspective, and then she later on said that she was Orthodox Christian. I know in the recent years she said she was an atheist. I guess she changed, perfectly lining up with Russian influence operations. But I hope it's genuine. So it's just funny that she says privately to me how I am a fake Christian. I don't actually believe in God. All this stuff. I'm demonic. Yet the priest advises her not to go forward with that lawsuit, just like I advised her not to go along with the lawsuit, in part with the same Christian-based justification. Pretty ironic. Go ahead.
So he was like, come to me in this like monastery, and by the time you leave, you'll know the answer. And he was right. I know the answer. But when I did that, when I threatened to sue, swarm of Ukrainian trolls came after me saying like he will be famous for the reasons you don't want to. From kill you to will destroy you to all of it. Like everything was there, every thread you can imagine. Okay. But then someone else showed up on the radar, which is also very important. His name is Ryan Mauro. I didn't see the connection. And you asked for what is this Ukrainian and Zionist connection, like the Israeli connection. Well, you know that Ryan is a raging Zionist. He was like super Israeli, pro-Israeli supporter. And he also was a very big supporter of Lindsey Graham. Ryan gets into my...
What the hell? You support Israel when they're committing genocide. It's like being pro...
Stop. If I'm going to be the connection between Ukraine and Israel... this is just going to be so good. But she's saying I'm a big supporter of Lindsey Graham. Like, I don't know Lindsey Graham, and I say I'm not even that political. I just focus on my issues. So, like, a lot of what Lindsey Graham said in terms of, like, hawkish foreign policy, like, yeah, I support it. But I wasn't this very big supporter where, like, I was talking about him all the time. Which, here's what she's doing. She's referring to the fact that she said her followers found this picture of me with Lindsey Graham. So it would show this great investigative journalist didn't go to my Instagram. Yeah, you're so good. You're so good, Elizabeth. You have to have your followers go to my Instagram to find a picture that I took with Lindsey Graham when I was at an event that basically doubles as a fundraiser. It wasn't a fundraiser, but you meet big donors there. That's the picture. It's from 2015, I think. Look how much more hair I had. And from 2015, I've never talked to Lindsey Graham. Our extent of that interaction was me seeing him, not expecting to see him, at a big event where the Republican presidential candidates were at, most of them. And I met him for less than 2 minutes. And he was so drunk. It was like 6 or 7 o'clock at night. And it is like a little bit of a party atmosphere. Like, you have all the VIPs there. Everyone's drinking. There's a lot of wine. So he wasn't like falling on the floor or anything, but he was visibly drunk, and the conversation wasn't really a conversation. He was drunk enough that I could say that. I had my picture taken with him, and that is the extent of it. All right, we can go still. Oh, thank you. Someone actually decided to do their own deceptive influence operation and say I'm still handsome. So thank you for the lie. I appreciate that. And again, people just tuning in, if you want to support my work, that this research and stuff that I'm talking about, that is listener supported. I need your help to continue that. RyanMauro.com is where you can make a tax deductible donation to the Mauro Institute if you would like, or you can do a super chat. And as always, comments, likes, subscribe, sharing, all of that helps the algorithm and then gets this out more. And that is a donation of a certain kind.
So real quick, Twinkly coming in with 3 different super chats. A $2
one. Did they say
thank you,
Drew?
Ryan and Alex.
Did they say Drew 3 times? I forgot.
I don't know.
Maybe
Twinkly
that's what it
coming in
was.
with another $1 and then another $1. So thank you very much, Twinkly, for being so generous. And thank you to the chat. You guys are bumping right now. Trying to get up on screen as many of you guys as possible, but you guys are bumping and we appreciate it. Keep chatting. We appreciate them all. Thank you.
Nazi, like what? How could you have someone even say that out loud? And how could you be pro Lindsey Graham? I mean, maybe you like the guy. I always liked him as a person. He's a nice guy, funny guy, but like
liked him.
Just as a he's like I had dinner with Lindsey Graham many times and always enjoyed myself, but like he was a death worshiper. How could you be for that? I don't understand.
Exactly. Well, you know the ties that he had with Ukraine, right? Like Ukraine, and Lindsey Graham was the biggest supporter for Ukraine at the same time. He was a supporter of Israel. So something with this Ukraine and Israel is very connected. And again, they are under the same people. But Ryan Mauro was a great example for it. But here is how this is such a big web, Tucker, and someone needs to untangle it. And I don't know why people are not trying. So Ryan Mauro gets into my personal messages.
And who is he? Can you just, for those who don't know who he is, Ryan Mauro.
Mauro,
stop.
yeah.
He runs a think tank?
Well,
I didn't get into her personal messages. It was public. You could DM, just like mine was public, and then she would also DM me, not just in response. What a stupid lie. Oh, I got into her personal messages. Come on. Good. So, all right. So they're saying
he has a nonprofit that is tied to this bigger nonprofit. So it's like 8 million a year or something. And this is how they maneuver around like these operatives, right? So they are tied to Atlantic Council. They are tied to NATO. They have their own nonprofit. So they get paid through the nonprofits and donations that no one can track. So Ryan Mauro is one of the operatives that has Mauro Institute that is tied to this bigger nonprofit. God knows how he gets paid, but
he named it after himself, the Mauro Institute.
Yeah, Mauro Institute.
It's hilarious.
So, but here's something that I want you.
So, I'll give you that. It is kind of hilarious, and I was uncomfortable doing it. So, if they're trying to imply that that's douchey, that I named my nonprofit after myself, you're right. I will grant you that it was douchey, and I was uncomfortable doing it. The reason I named it the Mauro Institute is because, if you actually know my work, there's a bunch of different branches. I've done biblical research stuff, biblical history, archaeology type stuff. I do humanitarian stuff, like in Afghanistan. I do the intelligence stuff, where I'm reporting stuff to law enforcement, and then I do the foreign policy investigative stuff. And now I have the podcast. And I was trying to come up with a name, and I talked to a number of my friends. I'm like, the only connecting thread here is my name, and I need something that like resonates but like, what's the what word brings that all together that makes sense? That isn't limiting, because you can't. I just couldn't come up with it, and I needed to set this up, for what I was doing. Like I needed it. People were waiting on me, and I talked to a number of people, and the only thing we could come up with was the Mauro something, the Mauro Institute, and I made fun of it, and they made fun of it. I'll make fun of it now. I appreciate Tucker and Elizabeth making fun of it now. I'm kind of in on the joke. It's pretty funny. As for all this money, I have no fucking clue what they're talking about. I'm sorry to say, Ryan. I try not to curse. I have no idea. 8 or 9. I have like nothing in my nonprofit. What are you talking about? I've done like some, especially lately, I've done some contracting jobs and stuff that aren't lucrative. I mean, I'm going through a job and income transition now. 8 or 9 million, part of a larger organization. What the hell are you talking about? Like, I have no idea. And so I have an $8 or $9 million nonprofit named after myself. That's part of a larger one. It's true. It's a fiscally sponsored project, which means you have one nonprofit, like their status gets loaned to you, and donations to save you the time and cost of it goes through them. Like it's almost like a payment processor. And then they take a portion, but then you don't have to deal with any of the legal stuff, the paperwork or anything. And that's kind of the extent of the relationship. So she might be referring to that. It's still deceptive and stupid, because if this organization that does this for a lot of nonprofits, they do the payment processing basically and paperwork, brings in 8 or 9 million. I can't touch any of that. I can only touch what is processed through me for me. Like, that's crazy. And she could easily find this out. And as I've told her, and she has said to me in the past, but didn't follow through, I said, you can always ask me anything. Like, if you're going to attack me, like, don't feel that just because you want to destroy me and that you hate me, that you can't reach out to me and talk to me. And I'll be diplomatic. I'll share information. Like, I so believe our country needs that I'm happy to do it. That's why I reached out to her. It didn't go anywhere. She wouldn't answer barely anything, and she just left me insane messages. But yeah, so I have no idea what they're talking about. Alex, were you going to say something?
Where's all this money?
Yeah,
I'm not getting paid to be here. What the hell?
Yeah, wouldn't I at least pay you to like cover for me? Well, I guess maybe she would say that's what's happening. But like, nah, like I don't know. All right, let's go on. This is nuts.
Pay attention. So this is Ryan tagging a Georgian troll here, saying that he worked with this particular account to dive into me and find out some information. Okay. So here's an interesting story that will tie everything in for you in a second.
It's not just so people know.
So Ryan,
first of all, if I'm part of a secret operation, I'm not going to publicly tag the account of the person I'm working with. How stupid are you? Like, you think, all right, I'm part of this secret operation of 8 or 9 million. And you think I'm going to just publicly admit, oh, this is the guy I'm secretly working with? Are you you got to be the dumbest person on earth at the moment you're thinking that. Like, because I don't want to ever call somebody dumb entirely. But like, what? That's a remark. You got to work to be that level of stupid. And the people she's referring to as being Georgian, they're not Georgian. She's referring to the 2 accounts I publicly credited because they did help me with research. I did a lot on my own. Restitutor and Eye Patch Man. And I suppose she could say she found out through some source that they're secretly Georgian and I didn't know it. I mean, I get, you could always say that about anything. But if that's true, then that still debunks her because then I don't know it. Like, she's claiming I'm consciously working with these Georgians, and the evidence that I publicly acknowledged it and therefore jeopardized the secret operation I have. Stupid. Go on.
And takes these accounts that he worked with these people. And I'm like, okay, great. Ryan is also the one protecting Green Beret Gary that is attacking Candace and me over Charlie Kirk. But Ryan has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Like Ryan is a separate actor against
He's a
Russia.
foreign policy guy. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, should be for a foreign policy guy. So he's protecting Gary, telling me not to sue Gary.
That's
and he's
weird.
like, Elizabeth, this is not going to end well for you. Like, we're not afraid of you.
That was a weird exchange there, wasn't it? That was weird. So, just so you guys know, like I used to be on Fox pretty often. So I would see Tucker a lot and I liked him. I mean, he was cool to talk to. So maybe he remembers me from that. I assumed he wouldn't remember me. That the only context he would know of me from would be through his brother Buckley attacking me and accusing me of being a sodomite and all this other stuff publicly. No, I'm very straight, just so people, but if I was gay, I would just say it. But so I don't know where he got that from. But that's the only way. I figured that if Tucker knew of me, it would just be because of X, because it's been such a long time since I've seen him at Fox. I guess he remembers me because that was weird. He goes, "Oh, Ryan's a foreign policy guy," and even at Fox, I would cover domestic extremism stuff too. But at Fox and Friends, which is where I would see Tucker, and he had a guest host on his main show at 8:00, and I was on there, I think, a few times. Yeah, a few times. Those were foreign policy segments, so I guess he remembers me as a foreign policy guy there. But why he has to make a point of that? Like, she's like, he's not connected to Charlie Kirk. Okay, that would be, in this context, mean I'm more objective. And he goes, yeah, it's like Ryan's a foreign policy guy. It's just strange. We can go on. I won't speculate. I just want to point it out because it's odd.
After that, this was against, so because I was going after their little propagandist Gary, right? Like I'm going after Gary and Jen, like the producer who mysteriously appeared with Gary after Charlie died. By the way, this guy has a tiny YouTube channel that he's monetizing or whatever and has a producer, which is weird because all the other guys that got the same offer from Ukraine said, Elizabeth, we don't have producers and we're like 3 times bigger than Gary. So how does this guy all of a sudden gets a producer after Charlie dies? He changed the narrative, gets paid by DOD. And it just...
Hold on. It's not weird for a YouTube channel to have a producer. I have a producer. What are you talking about?
All you got to do is not be a douche and someone might want to help you. And be nice because they think that you do a good thing.
This is remarkably dumb. This is she must not have anyone in her life that she runs things by, because this is like I almost kind of feel bad. And here's the thing though. Here's another lie. Again, this is a lie. Paramount Tactical, Gary Melton's page, I just pulled it up, as 285,000 subscribers. I have about, I think 65,000. Let's see what Elizabeth Lane has. And I'm not saying I'm not doing the whole I have more followers than you. I'm just showing deception. Elizabeth Lane has 61,000. She has 61,000. I have 65. Gary has, what amount did I say? 200 something, 285. And she's like, he has a little YouTube thing. I mean, this is just it's not just a lie. It's petty. It's stupid. It's immature. It's silly. It's just, this is garbage. Let's go. Okay, let's go.
Real quick, one thing I will say is my observation in this space, as I've been podcasting for a while now, is people like Elizabeth Lane look at everything as transactional. All their relationships that they have are transactional. What can we do? How can we benefit each other? And then go our separate ways. There is no, I don't know if she has friends in the space. I'm not saying this woman doesn't have friends outside, family, people she enjoys, and maybe even a few friends in the space. But people like this, they don't understand how other people in this space make friends because they don't do it. So that is.
And that was very nice to her, just so people know. Just so people know, I had her. Well, let's see if I think she does talk about it from the part that I saw. So I'll wait on this part. But if you guys heard the voice exchange, I'm not going to release them all unless something's really, really relevant. And I think she'd be kind of okay. I just don't like doing that. Even though she released some of my voice messages I sent her. Didn't respond to her constant insults and cursing and it was just a barrage, constantly long voicemails, just yelling and cursing and crazy stuff. I never responded. I know you guys don't care, but I'm just saying I bent over backwards, and she still acted that way. So to Alex's point about the personalities involved, because I have said, and I see this over and over again, people that wrapped up in the Russian influence operations, especially the anti-Semites, and especially ones that were cool before, you do see negative personality traits magnify. And we can speculate on why that is. We don't have to go down that trail, but it is a consistent observation I see, and you're seeing it now. You're seeing shitty personalities that result from that. And does she have any friends? I'll be honest, I don't think she does. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody who tolerates her, but I would bet it's probably from like a long. I bet it's probably people who don't really know her, and she says, "Oh, that's my friend," and they just know her in a business context where it's advantageous to both of them or whatever. Because, and the reason I say that is because she was completely incapable of reacting in a non-volatile way to anything I said, and seemingly impossible to pick up on sarcasm or like misinterpreting constantly, hearing things like in the worst context where you're like, my God, how do I even communicate with you? So yeah, that's all probably true, but I don't want to get into the personal stuff too much. I just thought it was interesting because I know people are going to wonder, like, with this going on publicly, what's it like behind the scenes? So I was just I figured I'd give you a little window into that. Okay.
And real quick, Twinkly, we see all of your $1 and $2.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to tally it up later and give you a nice shout out at the end, but thank you. We see it. I'm just going to throw it up on the screen when you send it, but at the end, I'll give you a nice shout out. We appreciate everything you're throwing at us here.
Lines up, like, you just tell me what you need, I'll give you about this guy, right? Like, the money's there, all of a sudden gets a weird producer. We look into this producer, and her friends are hugging Syrski in Ukraine. Yes, it's all on her freaking LinkedIn. We didn't even need to dig hard. So he reshares family, Zelensky's family. She reshares Zelensky's family with hearts, loves, all of that. And her friends that are hugging Syrski in Ukraine. All of a sudden, this woman ends up as a Gary's producer without producing experience. Okay? Just ends up as a Gary's producer. Gary changes the story. All of a sudden, Tyler Robinson should be put on a death row because he killed Charlie Kirk. Whatever. Goes after Candace, me, and everyone that ever challenged the narrative.
Okay.
These Green Berets reach out to me, tell me what's going on, right?
All right. So, yeah. So she's talking about Jen Gary's producer, who I said, you, from a Christian moral perspective, you should lay off of. In regards to the lawsuit, I meant in general. I guess she only asked her priest about the lawsuit part of it, because this is not good what she's doing. It's not right. But yeah, so she's saying, allegedly, because I don't know the evidence trail on this, that she went to Jen's LinkedIn, saw that the first producing job she had was with Gary, and that means something. Gary got a producer after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Apparently that means something. Gary doesn't like her or Candace or the conspiracy theorists. Apparently that means something. And then the kicker is that on her LinkedIn page, apparently Jen has friends who were in Ukraine or hugged a Ukrainian official. Like, the simple fact that you're pro-Ukraine to her is a smoking gun that you're part of this conspiracy. Like, this is... I know a lot of conspiracy theory people. I know a lot of... I don't know any of them that would say that this is good dot connecting, even by their very minimal long distance dot connecting standards. Wow. All right, let's keep going.
I also want to come out and say, I see a lot of people in the chat saying, like, wives and girlfriends tend to be producers. Ryan and myself are not dating. So that is not the situation here. Yet. Not that. Yeah. Don't blow my cover with my wife yet, Ryan. Someone's going to clip that, and they're just going to be like, oh, the counteroffensive host and producer are gay. Like, no.
No, yeah. Oh, Ryan's a big supporter of Lindsey Graham, and everybody knows he's gay. Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right, we'll continue.
It's the story that we just ended with. Then Ryan Mauro, out of nowhere, comes and starts to persuade me why I shouldn't sue Gary. And if I do, it will end bad for me. I'm gonna be the loser in that. And then I started diving into Ryan Mauro and what the connection is. He's such an idiot, Tucker.
I'm an idiot. Okay, that's the one right thing that you said. I'll give you that one. So two things. It's kind of douchey. I called it Mauro Institute, but I'm still gonna do it. And then I'm an idiot. Okay, so I'll give you 2 points. But she said, "Oh, I did not say it's going to end bad for you. I don't talk like that. I did say there'd be a cost with it, like for everybody, and it made no sense. I did try to persuade her not to do a lawsuit, except against me, because honestly, it would work in my favor. Like, there's multiple ways. I actually wanted her to sue me. To be honest with you, I suspect that she realized that at some point and was like, all right, well, I'm not going to go down that path. He wants that, but like the path she's going down with Gary and Jen, I did try to persuade her, and I didn't come out of nowhere. I didn't come out of nowhere because, look, I was on Fox and Friends with Tucker many years ago, and I was on Fox for a long time. I've been on Fox since 2010, and then less frequently in recent years, but that's because there are more opportunities and like not for any real reason. So I didn't come out of nowhere. She came out of nowhere. So projection again. She appears literally out of nowhere, like I said before, with her YouTube channel and everything. And I was on. The reason I intervened was because I had already criticized her. I was already aware of her. That didn't happen due to Gary. So she has the timeline wrong there. I was on Gary's show. And then this stuff happened with the FBI clip and stuff. It seems most of you know what I'm referring to, so I won't show the clip because I know it's going really long. But and so yeah, I didn't come out of nowhere. I was already around. I'd already criticized Elizabeth Lane. She already knew of my presence because she responded and called me, sent me some nasty messages. And then I was on Gary's show. And then her and Gary, get into it. She said she's going to sue. And I just explained to her why I thought that made no sense because, like, why should any of us have that headache? So that's what went on there. But okay, we can go on.
He writes me that Gary shows personal messages to him. Again, please understand these people should not be related in any shape and form. Do you show your personal messages to random people?
Not one person ever.
Right.
Because they're personal.
Yeah. So I have this documented. Him writing me that Gary showed.
No, that's insane. This is insane. What she's referring to, I can't believe that she's saying this. Gary showed me a single text message that came from Baron Coleman, one of the other conspiracy theorists who's like harassing Gary and Jen, threatening or whatever, because she talks to that guy and she mischaracterized something I said to her. Like he said, this guy texted Gary saying something like, "Oh, you think Ryan's your friend, but he's actually like trying to dime you out to Elizabeth Lane or something like that." I know you guys don't care. Stupid interpersonal stuff, but it was. He sent me one screenshot of one threatening message from an adversary that was relevant to my life to see, and had none of the parties had any reasonable expectation that it'd be kept private. There's no reason for it to be kept private. That's one message. She repeatedly posts DMs from me and other people, my private voice messages to her, which is fine. It is put in a video she made about me. And she does that all the time. And are we really supposed to believe that Tucker, when Tucker goes, not once, not ever? I've never shared. You've really never taken a screenshot of a text and shared it with somebody. There's never been a reason for you to do it, especially when it's not betrayal, because what I did was not betrayal. Okay? I told Gary I did it. Like he knew I was going to do it, and I did. Like, I don't know. It's bizarre. So I'm just playing like just about everything. Every single thing that she says right now is just taking like something that happened and then just mischaracterizing it in the most cartoonish way. So yeah, we can go on.
Those personal messages to Ryan Mauro. I'm like, okay, what the heck is going on here? So then I do this investigation and I put out some of it online, and Ryan loses it. Like this investigation into Ukrainian trolls, NATO, all this, he just loses it. What's your beef with this?
What?
Right? So then he starts, his trolls attack me, and these trolls that he tagged, I go after them to figure out who they are, and I do. And I find one of them, a Georgian troll, this one. You don't need to read the name, but just so you know. And here's what I have to show you about that. So I find that guy, okay?
Former intern at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Georgia.
Yes.
Graduate of Caucus University in International Relations. Okay.
So, but here's the best part, Tucker. So they put out my high school ID from Georgia, like for everyone to see. I don't know why they thought like that would intimidate me. Like, I don't care. Like, you can put out whatever you want. But I knew that Georgian was involved because no one can get hands on that particular document.
Lying again. The reason it was relevant is because she has a different name. She changed her name. So the people I was working with found it through open source methods. She says it's an intelligence thing. I've tried telling her privately, like, no, it came from the government of Georgia's business registry because she registered a company like Red Heel Productions or Red Root, something. And it had her name and her business partner's name and their IDs on there. But it was publicly available through Georgia's business registry, and that's where it came from. And you just had to know how to search those things. It wasn't, like it's a little bit of deep dive work, but when you're following the evidence trail and you say, oh, she's connected to this entity, she on her LinkedIn page and other pages said, I'm affiliated with these entities. And so if she's affiliated with an entity while she's in Georgia, what do you check? The Georgian government registry or the business registry. Like, that's the next logical thing anybody would do. And so the ID was there. And I also told her this part. I did not release it. I also did not dox her. I did not even release her name. And the reason was because I understood why people felt it was relevant. I thought it was enough to just say she had a different name. I never want to hit below the belt. And I felt that still was her private information. It was still a private document, even though it was a student ID from Georgia. So I have no problem with other people doing it, but I didn't feel 100% in the right doing that, even though I had it. And yeah, so somebody else came out with it, and that is the story there. So she actually had two different, she had a different name in Georgia, and then she came to the US, and then there's different versions of that name with the different entities. What she told me was that the name in Georgia, which is now out there, is a IZA, and I'm sure it's in the chat right now. That's what she was called growing up as like a nickname. And it was in honor of, I think, her grandmother. But she was always called Lizzie. She was actually called Lizzie, but I'm sorry. She was always called Lizzie, but her birth name was this other one, the Isa. And so she changed it. And then later, I guess, changed it to Elizabeth, and then made Elizabeth Lane and dropped the Georgian name. And I thought, okay, well, I mean, that's in the context of everything that's happening, it's suspicious. It's suspicious. It's a likely cover, but it wasn't something I didn't need to release all that. And I just said, you know what? If I'm questionable about something and I don't need to do it, I'm not going to do it. So that's the story there. But she's making it sound like I stole her ID and I released it publicly with my intelligence operators, with some secret, with an account operated by someone who's a Georgian, which is, as far as I know, like definitely not true. All right, let's go a few more steps into crazy world. Let's keep going.
Document without knowing like Georgian systems or so on. So I pushed them on something that's very sensitive. They will do anything for people not to find out that military intelligence is behind this. They will do anything. So I publicly started stating, I know you work with intelligence. I know you work with intelligence. And they got so pressured by it that this troll that Ryan tagged to be working with put out how he found my ID. What is wrong with this screenshot? Can you tell me what's wrong with this screenshot?
Hold on.
Can you read it?
We did that? Oh my God. She's such a if a migraine was personified, if a migraine one day decided to become a full-formed human on its own, it would be Elizabeth Lane. The reason it was explained was to show her it came from open source stuff. And it wasn't terribly sophisticated. That's not evidence. All right, whatever. So she's saying that okay, we're so desperate to show we're not military intelligence that we showed how a document that was hard to get was retrieved through open sources. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, we can keep going.
Oh.
You can't read it, right?
No, it's not in our alphabet, Elizabeth.
Thank you. So it's in Georgian, Tucker. Remember, they're supposed
Which looks
to
a lot like Sanskrit, by the way. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that because I grew up with it, so it doesn't look weird to me. But so this moron puts out how the entire process, by the way, screenshot by screenshot. Apparently, an American.
Hold on,
This
I
guy's
forgot
supposed to be
something.
American. He says he's a proud American on his.
I forgot. The reason we did it was that she repeatedly asked and demanded that I show her, if it came from public sources, how it comes from public sources. And I said, you know what? I don't want your private document. I don't feel that this document should be publicly available. I think that's wrong of the Georgian government to just have that like accessible. She'll never believe this. That was literally for her sake. That wasn't to cover up a military intelligence operation. I don't care if she calls us that. Like that was literally almost to put her at ease and be like, this is all it was, and to show her how to plug that hole if she wants to. But she's calling me an idiot or a moron for showing her how to keep her documents private. What an asshole. Keep going.
Profile, okay? So this so-called American not only reads Georgian and writes, but he can absolutely go through a very complex website in Georgian. How many Americans do you know that can do that?
I mean, I felt like I know a lot more about Georgia than your average American, and I don't think I'd ever seen the alphabet before.
Right.
And no.
It gets better. So I confront him directly. I find him, I call Georgian journalists, and I'm like, I want everything on this guy. And I know, because I grew up in Georgia and I was born there, I know a lot of journalists in Georgia. So I call them up and I say, I want every single detail on this guy because he's a part of my investigation. And I just realized that there are NATO trolls that contract Ukrainian company, which is, again, all documented, and seems like they also work with Georgian trolls. And I need to know everything. So they gave me everything. And I directly confronted the guy, wrote him. I said, I know what you're doing, and I will get to Georgia and deal with you myself. Guess what happens?
Ooh.
Ryan Mauro panics and tags a Ukrainian mercenary on a post telling me, what did you say would happen to Georgians? ?
All right.
So meaning he's Georgians, he's Georgian trolls.
Oh God. Oh God. All right. So where do I even begin with that one? First of all, what's up with this thing about me panicking over and over again? I'm wondering if it's a reaction. She really didn't like it when in private I said to her, and I wasn't even being like a jerk. I was like, Elizabeth, take a deep breath, because she like wasn't hearing something I was saying and was just acting like just nonsensical and angry. Just like I said, just take a deep breath. And she got mad, and so then from then on, she was just like, Brian, take a deep breath, you know. And so I'm wondering if that's like what's going on there. Was that a threat? I'm so glad that somebody said that. Here's why. I'm so glad you said that. Look at how she said that. Of course, that was a threat to these people in Georgia who she claimed she discovered I was working with. She said she's going to go there and deal with them herself. I mean, that sounds like a threat the way she said it, right? Well, Alex, let me see the name of the file. I want to show you guys exactly what followed that she's lying about. It was, let's see.
You give me the name.
Ryan tagging Georgian, I think is it. Or wait a minute. X post where Ryan tagged Georgian Legion.
Okay, I'm on it. We'll have it open in.
It's at the bottom. Yeah.
Yep. I got it here. Boom.
All right, guys. So this is what she's talking about.
Okay, let me zoom in.
And I'm going to play the audio after that because I want people to understand. We're not going to look at all this. So, but like, this is her invoicement. This is her publicly, like, this is what you got to deal with when you deal with her. All right, so this is her making the accusation that she's referring to. She says that I was working with this Georgian troll. She mentions some guy who I've never heard of as working with me. And then I think it's towards the bottom. Let's look at what she says. And marry this with what she just said on Tucker's show. She goes, all right, so it made it very easy for me to identify them, the Georgian troll. It took me just one day. Tell Iraqi, whatever. Locking his Instagram will not save him. That's interesting. I wonder what that was about. I've documented all his loved ones already very carefully, including the relevant accounts. Coordinated harassment or other misconduct is illegal in this great country called America. It is punishable by law. But in Georgia, it is flat out dangerous. Law and court is not the Georgian way. For Georgians, there's only one way. And I forget what that word is. I forget exactly, but it was a threat. That's a Georgian word. And she writes, and I believe this is what will be happening to your friends. So the Georgians that she thinks works with me. I know where he lives, this guy. I've never been more excited to visit Georgia in my life. So I feel that that's a threat to these Georgians who I don't know. And somebody, because we were at the time, we were making fun of how she was drawing all these connections you shouldn't draw to say I'm part of this big intelligence conspiracy. And we're joking back and forth. And then this comes through. And the one guy says to me, because I didn't know who this Mamu Lashvili guy was, but he's the head of the Georgian Legion. So the country of Georgia has volunteers that went to fight in Ukraine against the Russians. They thought Ukraine is good. They volunteered to go fight. That's the Georgian Legion. And the head of it is that guy. And so someone said, the person I was talking to, we're joking about this as it happened, said, oh, what will make her really go nuts? Tag the Georgian Legion and tag this guy, the head of the Georgian Legion. So then she links you in with that part of the conspiracy, and she'll probably like panic and she'll like freak out because of the implication she'll falsely draw. And I'm like, all right, whatever. That sounds like fun. So that's why I tagged them. It was literally a joke, but at her expense. And so I said, oh, what were you saying about you're going to do to certain people back in Georgia? And then she responds, it doesn't really matter. She freaks out. In my opinion, that's a freak out. I don't know what she's talking about me freaking out. Look at that. She claims that I just confirmed that I'm working with the Georgian trolls. And I said, no, drama queen, not to threaten you. Because she's thinking me tagging the Georgian Legion guy is a way of saying I'm going to send the Georgian Legion operating in Ukraine to come get you. Somehow she got to there from that, that part I actually did not anticipate because it's too out there. I thought she would use it to say, oh, you're connected. I didn't think she would somehow think that was me dispatching orders to a guy publicly who I secretly work with to come retaliate against her to protect these guys who I don't know. But I said, no, drama queen, not to threaten you, to keep the people you threatened safe, obviously. Right? Someone said total theater kid vibes. And what's funny is she came to the U.S. on a student program to study theater.
So
I don't know if you do that, Wessex, who just said that, but like that, that's really funny. So, I mean, I think everyone should agree. But if you don't agree with me, say it. Like what she just said on Tucker about this Georgian troll who I am secretly working with or whatever, and what she said there. I mean, like that's a threat to them, right? That's a death threat, I think. A threat of violence, right?
Real quick, it's a threat of having intercourse with somebody's mother.
Oh, that word. That was the Georgian word. Yeah,
that was my Google machine research there.
That's right.
I did research on this show.
But still, she was saying, I'm going to retaliate in a way that's I'm coming to Georgia to retaliate in a way that's dangerous outside of law and court. We deal with things differently than America. We deal with that's a threat. So my interpretation was correct, but even if I was wrong, it doesn't really matter. But then she projects it onto me saying I'm threatening her life by tagging the Georgian Legion in a tweet. I mean, it's so stupid. But since I guess now's a good time. So I think it's fine because it's potentially criminally relevant and it actually has to do with my own safety, potentially. Since she's making it sound like I'm threatening her and putting her in danger, then, and I saw the one, at some point they call me mean. Let's play the voice message that she left me, Alex.
Hey, Ryan, I told you you're a traitor of this country and you will not be forgiven. You are a traitor of this country. You take money to go after independent journalists and make it seem like they're puppets of Russia and conveniently write hit pieces leaving out the truth, manipulating the narrative so that you can destroy people's lives. See, everyone that's working with money and for money to destroy other people's lives, well, you can't destroy my life, honey. You can try really hard, but you can't. But everyone who sells their soul to British Empire, which is behind this, Ukrainian troll farms and Georgians and all of this, you think I didn't know? You think I don't know whose project this is, Ryan? I investigated fucking everything. So if you think you're protected, betraying this country, selling out your soul to British Empire and their military intelligence institutions who are now controlling SBU and Ukraine and their farms and NGOs and all that. You think I don't know? You can sell your fucking soul to destroy this country. But here's how great God is, which I doubt you believe in because you are literally a demonic person doing this. So everybody will get exactly what they deserve, and I'm gonna make sure you personally, you get everything you deserve. You know why? Because you're on American soil, Ryan. You think they are untouchable overseas? Georgians, Ukrainians, all these people? Nah. See, they've got their own shit coming, trust me, but you are in a vulnerable position. You're in a very vulnerable position because you're a traitor on American soil. Now, a lot can be done there, Ryan. A lot can be done there. And trust me, all I've been doing these last 2 weeks is thinking exactly how to make you pay. You know why? Because you're a traitor of this country. And you're taking money from foreign sources through NGOs to literally try dismantle our institutions, our press, free press, by the way. So here's what I'm gonna stop talking to you because what's coming for you next is not gonna be pretty. So stop destroying this country, you fucking rat, and stop talking to me. I warned you one time to stop talking to me because you're a traitor and I don't want to be associated with traitors. I'm a patriot of this country. You, on the other hand, are a rat, and I don't talk to rats. You know, I wonder if Gary knows how big of a rat he is. Does he know? Did you tell him? Or he doesn't even know what he's doing? Well, I have a sneaking suspicion he's gonna find out. So have a good day. Take a deep breath, Ryan. Take a deep fucking breath, Ryan. Don't forget. And stay tuned.
Yeah. So, no, that was left through X. So I don't know if I mean, that sounds like a threat that's more than a lawsuit because she keeps saying lawsuit and then she gets vague. So it's not, so she's, I would assume, referring to something else based on the context of the conversations. That's an escalation, and it's like, I'm going to sue you for quoting me and telling lies. And then now it's this more vague thing about, don't think your overseas collaborators are untouchable. But you in America, I love the way she said you, Ryan, you are in a very vulnerable position. I mean, I think that can be reasonably interpreted as a physical threat, but it's a threat of some kind, but whatever. So I say that to keep that in mind. I have a whole bunch of things like that from her. So if she wants to go around saying, oh, she's threatened and she's the victim, she's being bullied, like, no, there's nothing anywhere near equivalent by even 0.001% coming from my side towards her. That's all here. But she knows that she has access to Tucker Carlson, one of the biggest podcasters in the world. And that came a few weeks ago. So I guess when she said, the past 2 weeks, I've only been focusing on how to get you back, I guess this is part of what she had in mind was going on Tucker. And I guess she was confident she could convince Tucker to do a 2-hour whatever it is, cornucopia of every type of stupidness that exists, to defend herself from me and to counterattack me. So that should put things in perspective about the dynamic here. Let's go back to Tucker's amazingly entertaining podcast.
Quickly, kind of sounds like she's a psycho X. That's the way that sounds like. She's just,
you know what's funny?
A psycho X, and you supported her whole existence, and then you finally decided to get rid of her, and this is the only thing she has, calling you and being absolutely batshit crazy.
You know what's so funny is that there were people so I think it was Jen, actually, the producer, actually, when me and Elizabeth were going at it publicly, which I normally don't do, but like it was so over the top, it was like kind of fun. And like there were people just being annoyed, like, can you I remember there were people like even texting me like, can you and Elizabeth stop like fighting publicly until 4 a.m. And Jen actually tweeted something like, oh, the sexual tension between you two is exploding, something like that. It was really funny. And then
maybe that's why she doesn't want you to come to the studio. She knows that if you go to the studio, just your manliness you're not special forces though, so you don't have a chance.
Right. She actually did say that, because I was joking about how I said something about how hot I am and how hot she finds me. Because I knew it would get under her skin, because she couldn't understand. Like I jokingly said publicly in a tweet, I just don't understand why she won't be my friend. And then she thought that was serious. And then like messaged me and was like, if you want to be friends, okay, then let's talk. And we actually like, it was still a hostile conversation, but we actually did talk. But then she mentioned it from then on, like, oh, Ryan's mentally unstable. He just wants to be my friend. He just wants to be my friend. Totally just not getting it. It was hysterical. And she did respond to me saying something referencing about her thinking I'm hot. And she informed me that my arms are too small. I pointed out that her arms are small, because, I'm mature. I'm always the mature one. And she likes principled people who are patriots and whatever. So I'm not her type. And also I'm ugly, bald. And she did call me fat at one point. And my response back, she actually insulted me a bunch of ways. And whatever it was like, you're fat. And I said, how dare you? I can't believe you called me fat. That's definitely not true. He just didn't respond to the rest. She didn't understand the joke in that either. So yeah. So her. Oh, and then the best thing is, at one point when she cut off communication, because I showed her, I didn't tell her that I had the information about her possible Russian ex-boyfriend, or at least one of the Russian Spetsnaz guys who was on her podcast. And we found out the name and the background and all that. And she didn't know I had that. And then once I told her, she freaked out and panicked and said that I was putting a good man's life in danger or whatever. And she ended it by saying, our relationship is completely over. And I was like, what in her mind? What is going on in her mind?
You guys were going steady.
I guess so. I think it was just a foreign, sometimes there's a language barrier. Yeah. So I think she just meant, because I don't want to I always want to be fair. I'm joking at her expense, but I know what she meant, but it was just funny that she used that word in that context. But okay, we can go. Is she even an assistant? Yeah. She says she is. I believe it based on how long she's been here. So we can, let's move forward.
All right, let's get it.
A love-hate relationship, yeah.
And he tags an Ukrainian mercenary accused of war crimes.
How does Ryan Mauro know a Ukrainian mercenary accused of war crimes? Does he live in like Arlington or something? This is bizarre.
This is what's happening, Tucker. I have all the evidence for it. And he tags it. And I immediately, when he did that, I retagged his post and tagged J.D. Vance on it. And I said, Vice President, an active attack on a journalist, American journalist, using Ukrainian mercenary and Georgian trolls by another American from Florida. he panicked when I tagged the vice president on it. He panicked because they don't like him. They hate JD for some reason. So he panics and he writes me something like this.
They hate JD. You're certain
They
of that.
hate JD.
Hold on a
They
sec.
hate
Just so people know how stupid this is. I don't know why she keeps going to this panicking thing. I don't like. I don't get it. I think maybe it's because she was ranting and going nuts so much on X that a lot of people were accusing her of having a meltdown. I mean, it looked like it. I don't know it because she does that all the time. So I don't know what's her normal state versus a panic state. But so maybe she's, being a child and reacting to that, people accusing her of panicking when we released information. And by we, I mean me and then Michael. It was Michael Weiss's colleagues at the Insider and stuff. Maybe it's just, that game. Like, I'm not stupid. You're stupid. But I wasn't panicking. And it's also, this is so dumb. Her claim is that I panicked because she tagged JD, like as if JD Vance listens to her and follows her instructions via being tagged on X or Twitter. Like that's what she's saying. She's saying I panicked because I understand, I guess, that she can tag JD Vance and he will read it and act upon her concerns. Like, yeah, I can't believe Tucker is even like, I know there's no way he's thinking like this legit. Like, he has to be thinking, what did I get myself into? He has to be, because he does like have to have some level of credibility. Like there has to be a minimum standard. This is so below the minimum standard of common sense and podcasting and investigation and journalism and logic, morals, everything.
It's coming in real quick. We have a super chat. Remember the Lord first for $2. Hey Ryan, new sub. Loved your interview with Josh.
Thank you so much.
Remember the Lord. Appreciate
So he's
that.
referring to Joshua Carr. You guys can check it out. I did a really good interview. I'm a big fan of his podcast too. He's a good young guy, smart, very articulate. You guys should check him out. Good guy, Joshua Carr. But I think on my YouTube channel, you can see there, because we collaborate on it. My interview with him it was exceptionally good. So check that out. And yeah, we can continue.
JD Vance, because I will give you like a post that I print of the same people trashing him. They called him rotten brain, diarrhea, something. I mean, horrible stuff. So here, just so that you know, I'm talking the truth. This is what he wrote and tagged that guy on the Ukrainian mercenary. Okay. So as you can see, that's exactly the Georgian is mentioned right there, Georgia. So as soon as I tagged JD Vance on it, he panics and he recorrects himself and says, well, I didn't want to threaten you. I only did it because you threatened the Georgians. I was like, Ryan, 10 minutes ago, there were no Georgian trolls. Are you admitting you work with them?
So Mauro is part of this much larger network.
Yeah, he's
course.
a tiny piece, but yes.
He's a tiny piece. Yeah, I just happen to know who he is. But most people I've never heard of. And they hate JD Vance.
Yes,
You said
they
they're
do.
afraid of JD Vance. And you see that as a coordinated message across all these different
Hey, wait a minute.
networks.
Hold on. But, I mean, it's interesting that he knew who I was. It's probably just from Fox. That's just interesting because he sees so many people. Or it might be because of, the stuff I'm doing with the podcast and everything else. But it's interesting that he would even acknowledge that they're making the point to downplay my significance, which is fine. Yeah, I'm a nobody. Okay. But then why, I don't know. I guess it's just psychologically, what's going on there? They're downplaying my significance and stuff, rightfully so. And then he goes, I just happen to know who he is. Why would you add that, contradicting yourself? I don't know. I have to think about that later and come with an analysis. It's just an interesting break in the thought pattern and the way he was speaking. But Elizabeth says I'm, just a small part. Elizabeth also says that repeatedly, privately and publicly, how I'm a nobody. I just want to get likes and follows from her with my minuscule YouTube presence that's bigger than hers. And just all stuff like that. Because she's the cool girl, basically. She's the quarterback. She's the head cheerleader. And I'm the nerd playing Dungeons and Dragons in the corner by myself. Basically, is what she's trying to say. And but then you do a 2-hour podcast that, as far as we can see here, even when they're not talking about me, they're talking about me. It's all a setup to talk about me, and it's all a rebuttal to my work. And I can't think of almost anybody else that has had a Tucker Carlson podcast, this percentage of a Tucker Carlson podcast dedicated just to responding to and bashing them, whether it's by name or referring to their work. The other people I'm thinking of, it was all just like a strict portion. There was more structure, for 10 minutes they did it and then they moved on. This is bizarre. So I'm very insignificant. I'm so insignificant, and just, I guess that's what Tucker's saying is it's just weird that I know Ryan. I guess I don't know, but I'm so insignificant that he knows who I am. She knows who I am. She has to spend her time responding to me and doing all this that she's recounting. And one of the biggest podcasts in the entire world has to dedicate most of an episode, decides to dedicate most of an episode to me and my work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just a small, insignificant part. Okay. We can continue. I am the king moron. That's right. I am the king moron. By the way, my fans, you guys can call yourselves morons, because everyone who thinks they're witty and wants to attack me in a childish way thinks they're just so brilliant when they call me moron instead of Mauro, as if everyone, like anyone with an IQ above 50 that has ever wanted to joke with me or make fun of me since I was a kid has said that. Like, it's the lamest thing. So yeah, we'll call ourselves the morons. So thanks for tuning in, morons. Let's continue.
Yes.
Any idea why? Because he's not a globalist. That's why.
That's why.
Yeah. That is the thread. It's not about Israel or the Ukraine war, or Charlie Kirk's murder individually. It's a whole worldview. And if you're against control of the world by oligarchs who hate Christianity, then you're not on the team and you must be destroyed.
Exactly. And they always they have these operatives that, like, fake Christians. They will always come at you with, like they will come at you with Bible verses and stuff like that. And at the same time, they operate trolls that put up my fellow journalist's dead brother and said, your brother is in hell online.
Okay.
The same people who come at you with Bible verses.
Just so people know, I never did that. I don't know what she's talking about. I guess I don't know, someone's brother that, I don't know, but I guess someone did that. And there's actually a post where people were being really nasty to Elizabeth and she was attacking me at some point recently. Like, don't make fun of a woman's looks. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help the situation. And it's bad for America. It hurts America when you do things like that. And I said that. She responded negatively even to that. Even to me telling people like don't think you're impressing me by insulting her that way. So I have nothing to do with what she's talking about. But the Bible verses, my God, she's responding again to something in private. This is so weird. Because she's talking about, again, I'm the troll operator. And she has to get to this point because they're not talking about fake Christians. So she diverts the conversation. She's like, oh, I got to get this in there about Ryan too. He's a fake Christian. And I think it's because of what I said before, where I was encouraging her. I was saying, like, let's communicate better and not do the lawsuit thing, but overall. And here's why, because this is my faith and I believe it. And she doesn't respond with, oh, I'm a Christian too, or whatever. It's only much later on she calls herself an Orthodox, which I thought was odd. And also she doesn't act Christian at all in her rhetoric and behavior. I mean, there's no evidence of it at all. But then she calls me demonic later on. Like, you heard in the one thing she said, I don't even know if you believe in God. And then later on she calls me demonic. And so I sent her a link to Finding the Mountain of Moses, which is the movie documentary that I made, which Glenn Beck called a game changer for mankind. Pretty cool. All about the biblical history research I did in Saudi Arabia, covertly actually, about the story of Moses and the Exodus. So it's related to the Bible. And then after that, I led Christian tours in Saudi Arabia. a number of them. So I've gone there like 7 or 8 times and done that. And so I sent that to her as a rebuttal to her saying, I don't know if you believe in God and you're a demon or whatever. I was like, all right, well, let me just introduce this and see how she responds to it, especially if she, like, if that's an area of commonality, then I want you to know about it. And she just responded back by saying, don't use God. You don't believe in God. Don't use God's name as a cover or whatever. Basically what she said. And then now it's just funny. You see, even that interaction is now it's like she's arguing with me again, like we did privately, but she's doing it on the Tucker Carlson podcast, and she's doing it in an almost transparent way because the audience has no clue what she's talking about. They don't know why she's saying these things. They have no idea what she's referring to. This is the worst one of the worst interviews I've ever seen. One of the most unclear, boring things for people to watch. But there is one person who would know why she's hitting these points, and it's me. All right, go on.
They celebrate Zelensky and Smotrich. I mean, Zelensky put priests and nuns in jail and raided churches and closed monasteries and banned the country's largest Christian denomination. It's a fact that just happened. I mean, it's happening now. How could Christians support that? How could Christians support the Israeli government, which is murdering Christians in Lebanon, the only Middle Eastern country with a Christian president? Like, it's so not what I would have expected at all.
They also bombed, a Jewish synagogue.
Right.
So, I mean, this is why I don't believe that they believe any of this. Like, they are not religious.
I thought they were Zionists. I thought Ukraine. I thought this was a Zionist conspiracy. Ukraine is in a Zionist conspiracy with Israel, and then she's like, "Oh, they just blew up a synagogue." Go on.
In reality, they serve much darker forces, and they just want everyone that's a believer or believes in whatever God destroyed.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
And they clearly, just to zoom out for 1 second, I mean, clearly, if you connect all of this stuff, all the wars since 9/11, 9/11 itself, the thread that connects all of it is the destruction of the United States. It's obvious to me that the goal, you couldn't push the president of the United States into a war that we cannot win, that best case scenario eliminates dollar dominance globally and hikes energy prices to a point where people starve to death in Africa and go broke in the United States. Like, you couldn't do that if you were supporting the U.S. Like, this seems like an effort to wreck the United States. That's what it seems like to me.
100%. It's an effort to take United States out. The
You
United
think that?
States, yes. Everything that I investigated suggests just that. They want to take the United States out. It used to be a cash cow, and they know that the United States will no longer can sustain to be a cash cow. So they want it out of the game completely. That's exactly where we are.
I wouldn't have believed that 5 years ago, but it's so obvious if you ignore what they say and watch what they do, which is the only way to understand anything. I think you're right. They understood the United States has reached the end of its useful life.
Well, that's a hell of a quote there. That needs just even that part. They understand that the United States has reached the end of its useful life. Well, we'll let them continue to make sure it's not out of context. But and no, I'm not taking anything she says personally. Don't worry about that. Thank you for saying that. Like I said, I know people think this is weird, and I understand why, but like, I could hang out with either of them and like totally, like, I can separate this from that. Like, I see radical ideas, but I still see so much of a human being in each person besides their political views or ideologies or even their bad behavior. Like, I always feel like there's so much else that I can look past it and genuinely care for someone, even if they're doing stuff like this. And I think there's an ability to have fun and learn from everybody. So no, I don't take it personally. You don't have to worry. And I have pretty thick skin from doing this for so long I've been in the public eye since I was 16 years old doing this stuff. So you get used to a few things. But am I right that they just said I'm trying to destroy the United States? Like, he does say zoom out, but the context is still this network I'm a part of. I think they just said that. And part of this plot to whatever to the United States. Right?
Not what I would have expected at all.
Yeah.
They also bombed, a Jewish synagogue.
Right.
So, I mean, this is why I don't believe that they believe any of this. Like they are not religious in reality. They
Right.
serve much darker forces, and they just want everyone that's a believer or believes in whatever God destroyed.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
And they clearly, just to zoom out for 1 second, I mean, clearly, if you connect all of this stuff, all the wars since 9/11, 9/11 itself, the thread that connects all of it is the destruction of the United States. It's obvious to me that the goal, you couldn't push the president of the United States into a war that we cannot win, that best case scenario eliminates dollar dominance globally and hikes energy prices to a point where people starve to death in Africa and go broke in the United States. Like, you couldn't do that if you were supporting the US. Like, this seems like an effort to wreck the United States. That's what it seems like to me.
100%. It's an effort to take United States out. The
You
United
think that?
States, yes. Everything that I investigated suggests just that. They want to take the United States out. It used to be a cash cow, and they know that the United States will no longer can sustain to be a cash cow, so they want it out of the game completely. Exactly what we
Hold on.
I wouldn't have believed that.
Oh, you guys don't know me personally, so you probably don't get how this, like, how crazy this is. Like where I came from and like what my life's been like. But the majority of a Tucker Carlson podcast, one of the biggest podcasts in the world, is trashing me and said that I'm trying to destroy the United States and wreck the United States. I can't believe I'm experiencing this. This is this is one of those things you would not, I would not have expected to see in my life. But we can go on. Sorry, I just wanted to savor that moment, like so you guys know this isn't like, I don't come from wealth at all. I come from like I won't go into it, a very humble and very difficult background. So the idea that I would even be on TV is still something I'm shocked at. Like, the fact I was on Fox News at all is still, I'm just like, I can't believe like that happened, and now that this is happening. It's just crazy. All right, we can go.
That 5 years ago, but it's so obvious if you ignore what they say and watch what they do, which is the only way to understand anything. I think you're right. They understood the United States has reached the end of its useful life as a host.
Oh, couldn't agree more. And that's very dangerous for people like us who live here.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Okay. Sorry. I just, you've thought of this.
That's what I've been doing for the last 2 months. Like, all I do is, I believe this network is extremely important. I know people think it's hard to track them down. And I know that people have this idea. I told you, like, people have this idea that they've won. They've infiltrated the United States. They have people in the highest positions. Obviously, when Ukraine says to our military, we'll pay you, and above that, you can get rides and flights with the Secretary of State. Yeah, they do have people in the highest positions. Otherwise, they cannot state things like that.
Right. So the previous administration opens the borders to the world.
Yes.
Keeps the welfare state in place, completely bankrupts the country. Oh, it's not bankrupt enough. How about another war for Israel that you literally cannot win, that just disarms you? We can't continue the Iran war because we have no more defensive, our stock of defensive missiles is so low.
Exactly.
So what are you watching here? You're watching a country being bankrupted, destroyed, totally chaotic domestically because of mass migration. I don't see that any of that could be an accident. These are not dumb people. Like, they know what they're doing, right?
They know exactly what they're doing. And that's why most operatives that I just named to you that are doing this, and again, you looked at it, you read it yourself, you don't know. That's the crazy part. Most people that are working on these levels, you have no idea who they are. And that is the key. But I said this before, if you want to get to the king, start with a drug dealer in the streets and he will lead you to the mafia boss. And that's what I did here. I was like, okay, why is this person attacking like Tucker, Candice, me? What's going on here? Then he led me to another one, then another one. Then all of a sudden, he led me to a real face, a propagandist that's attacking me. His friends are calling me, well, we know what the deal with this guy is. Let us educate you. And all these like layers just all of a sudden got uncovered. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Follow these pieces and they will lead you to the center. Yeah.
It's horrifying.
I just want you to know, Ryan, that to me, you are now officially and forever will be a drug dealer. Because apparently you are the drug dealer that is the small potato guy that you want to get to the king, but you're just a drug dealer. I don't know who the king is.
I know.
We got to find this king. Maybe that could be another dive. We can go try and find the king that they're claiming of, but we should rename this to the drug offensive. Because now, now you're a drug dealer. Just
I think again, it's projecting because I think she really wants me to be a drug dealer because she's hoping to strike a deal for the free PR she's given me in order to get some drugs so she can cope with her horrible personality. Let's go on.
Fine.
It is.
And it also means, I should say, because I care, it means the destruction of Europe.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, like Europe with Russia is a threat to these people.
Yeah.
Because if Europe is thriving with Russian cheap energy, then they don't have the control. You can't control people who have nothing, like who have nothing to be afraid of.
Right.
Right? Like you can't control people who are well off. They are not afraid to lose their jobs. They are not afraid for like any threats. You can't control them. The only way you can control them is to put them in the state of Ukraine. Like Ukraine is today. It's a country without rules, they are operating these trolls, and domestically, people who are allowing it are not afraid. They laugh at the FBI. Quick. What, you're going to arrest some Ukrainian troll? Good luck.
If anybody wants to go through the horrors of watching this again, but I don't expect or want you to necessarily, I would love to count how many times now Tucker has said something to the effect of, well, I'm confused. Help me out. But helps make sense, or let's zoom out. Let's talk broader. Or Elizabeth, let's talk about something that people actually can relate to. And he tries to go, like he has tried desperately throughout this whole thing to move it beyond her personal beef with me and Gary. Like, and she just won't let him do it. You see, they got to it for just like a minute or two, and she's like, yeah, that brings me back to the original point about these guys who I don't like are saying things to me that I think are mean or, whatever. Like, it's just astonishing that an adult would act this way and be this, like this, lack this level of self-awareness and get to the position that she's in public. This is wild.
So March on 2027 with a big $10 coming in, saying it's always obvious to Tucker. He's been so wrong on so much, but doesn't have the humility to admit it. Who Tucker hangs out with is who he is, period. I don't think Elizabeth Lane is her real name. Thanks for the 10.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And that stuff really helps me. Like, I can even tell you guys where it goes to also. If you ever have a question, I'm fine doing that.
I'm going to pop back in real quick, Ryan, because Marchon came back with another 10.
Ooh,
you definitely got under their skin. What I don't understand is that if they do not like the U.S.'s government, what are they doing here? Nothing ever seems to satisfy his curiosity or concern. So thanks for the 20 in total.
Yeah,
appreciate it, Marchon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's awesome. So to answer that question, well, I mean, the only reason that Tucker has actually addressed this in one interview where he was like bashing the U.S. and he acknowledged that he sounds like a communist from the Cold War or something like that. Like, I was surprised at what he admitted to. I think it was the Wall Street Journal from a while ago. It's worth reading. But he basically said, oh, well, I love America. And they're like, well, why? What? You bash everything about it. Like, why are you even here? And, they pin him down on it a little bit. And he basically says, well, because I know people here. Like, I'm grounded here. And I've seen other interviews where it's like he falls back on it. He goes, America's number one to me. But whenever it gets to why, it always comes down to this abstract because I know, like, it's too uncomfortable for me to leave is what it comes down to. She has said the same thing. She says way worse things. America is the biggest terrorist in the world. America is a cancer on the world. She has advocated violence on American soil, going to Zionist officials' private homes, forcing them to resign. She has done said a lot of things and endorsed violence, said, I am pro-violence, and at one point even said, when I'm talking about civil disobedience, you can't get arrested for it. That's not true. And she said, it'll be called domestic terrorism. I have the clip. It's in the X thread if you look it up. So she acknowledges that what she's advocating will be called domestic terrorism, but she doesn't believe it should be called that. It should be called civil disobedience. She actually said that. And then she's repeated it with Buckley Carlson, Tucker's brother. So, yeah, I mean, not a little anti-American. I hate calling people anti-American, by the way. Like, I have a high standard, but they reached the standard. I believe, like, especially her. She just jumps over it. Tucker, maybe you can make a little bit of a weak argument, I guess, but like, you got to be able to say something more than I like. I know some people here that I like, and I'm comfortable being here. Like you got to give a better defense of the country you're living in if you claim, you claim to love it. Oh, you see that, Alex?
Yep. Velvet Lace 8 came in with 2 jewels. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't know what that is.
I have no idea what jewels actually equate to, if someone does, but the fact that they decided to even send us anything is greatly appreciated. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I will learn more of what that is.
I've been doing this for a long time, but I don't get super chats. I have no freaking clue.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, guys. We can continue
with that.
I love the word Ukrainian, though. I mean, it makes it sound like that your average Ukrainian, like the Ukrainian people, it's like the Russian Revolution. We were taught the Russians, overthrew the Tsar, destroyed the monarchy. Like, no Russians involved, and it doesn't seem like there are any Ukrainians involved in this. It seems like outsiders, people who are not in any meaningful way Ukrainian.
Not at all. And
Ukraine itself is being totally destroyed.
Yes, they are dragging people off the streets and putting in the in the vans to send them off to the front lines. So usually Ukrainians must die so that globalists can get their states. That's what's going on. That's what's going on.
How obvious is that to the rest of the world, do you think?
Not obvious, obviously, not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted your
No. It's
your explanation.
Right.
I just keep thinking, like, what's the point of what could possibly be the point of destroying global energy supplies? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean,
they're clearly doing something, and it's not about the Iranian nuclear program, and it's not about the oblasts in eastern Ukraine. It's definitely not about that.
Well, you remember what the globalist agenda. How well do you know these globalists? Do you know them? Do you know what their
agenda? I spent my life around
is?
these people, but I never took seriously enough, like when you would see these reports from the WEF conference. And you'd be like, this sounds a little nutty. Really, like Klaus Schwab. Have you ever met Klaus Schwab? He's like this elderly kind of semi-senior. He's just a sad person. He's not running anything. And I just thought, it's overstated. People are being paranoid. And now I guess I don't feel that way. It's all becoming real.
It is all becoming real. And I think they took that because we started ignoring this. And look at Klaus Schwab. What an old, irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that ignorance of ours, mine too, got us here where they are actually controlling NATO today and are doing this kind of stuff that we've never heard of.
And that American tax dollars are going to foreign propaganda in my country.
Yes.
And the First Amendment is basically gone in real life. You don't have freedom of speech, obviously, in this country. And the Second Amendment, can you really defend yourself? Not that I can tell.
No. And
so our core freedoms are
gone.
Yeah.
Gone.
What the hell is
so
she
like I said, I believe
about?
that, we are right now
Real quick.
wrestling with these people at the edge of the cliff.
Just a couple things there. Bizarre, this thing about, the Ukrainians aren't actual Ukrainians or foreigners. That's significant because it just adds another layer to this crazy conspiracy theory. And I guess they're referring to the people I supposedly work with, but I don't. I don't know how she spent the whole time, the whole podcast saying it's important that it's Ukrainians. And then he goes, well, it's actually not really Ukrainians. That doesn't make any sense. Notice how he's glorifying and it's at the same time Candace has been talking about it, so there might be some influence there. The Russian Revolution. She likes to say, well, it's Bolsheviks, and so there's non-Russian elements, Germany, and she especially mentions Jews. She makes it sound like Jews controlled the Bolsheviks, the communists. They overthrew the Russian Tsar. Russian Tsar is the good guys. That's kind of where he was going with that. And he was just saying, oh, non-Russians were involved in that, so that he's trying to distance communism and Bolsheviks from Russia, just like Candace is, because they want to promote Russia. So they're saying, oh, well, even that communism stuff, you can't associate that with Russia. That was actually you guys. That was people in the West. That was the Zionists. That was the Jews. It was you guys. It's very deceptive and stupid, but that's what was going on there. And then there was something else in there that was like really, really weird. Oh, she said, oh, they're saying, he goes, you can't even defend yourself now, like without Second Amendment. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? She actually is in one video, she was saying, pick up your gun and go. Well, I thought there's no Second Amendment. How is she encouraging people to pick up their guns and carry out acts of violence on American soil right now? Yes, she actually crossed that like arguably legal threshold by saying like, do it now. If there's no Second Amendment, so that makes no sense. And then they say, oh, there's basically no freedom of speech. You have one of the biggest podcasts in the world, and look at the stuff that you're saying you're prohibited to say, and you're saying it. This drives me crazy. I see it on both sides when they'll argue that the other side is, say, violating the law or freedom or whatever. And there's a wide range in my mind where people can debate like where the line is, what qualifies as a violation of freedom, what doesn't. And then it always turns into, oh, we have no freedom because the other side did this one little thing. Like we got to get out of this gloomy mindset, guys, where it's like you don't get everything that you want. That means America is horrible and Sodom and Gomorrah and the Constitution doesn't exist. We got to get out of that. All right, we can continue.
And it's not that they are ahead of us or, we are ahead of them. No, we are wrestling at the edge of the cliff. And one of us will go over. And what decides that is how fast we wake up to things like this. So what started as a completely...
I was just saying it'll be you.
I just want to quickly say that one thing I always take from people that talk like this, that talk like Tucker, they are trying to get you to come back and watch them for wisdom and for words on how we can get out of this. How can we fix it? Like, and they know that if you're already the audience there, if they doom enough at you, you're going to want to come back to them because they're gurus. They are the gurus that have the answers. Tucker is a big media guy. He has connections. Elizabeth Lane's an investigative journalist. She wouldn't lie to you. So they do this whole doomer thing, but then they don't actually provide receipts and evidence. Unlike Ryan, who will give you a negative scenario, but will then come with all the receipts and will come with all the information. And if he misses any, he will correct it later. So there's a huge difference in how they approach this. Candace does it. Tucker's done it for years. Tucker did it on Fox News too, for the right. And this is their playbook. Everything is so bad. I don't know if we're going to make it, but this is who's doing it. And I'm going to tell you what they're doing and then come to me for answers. And it's a whole vicious cycle. So,
yeah. It's so self-glorifying, and it like to a really narcissistic, disgusting degree that is, I guess a lot of people miss. It's really trying to cause hero worship. It's also a business model. It's a form of ideological radicalism because it's kind of built in there. It's just like a savior complex, basically. But I love the irony here that I was making fun of her for being like the Georgian Russian version of Macho Man Randy Savage, and I had that image that Alex pulled up of her as Macho Man because of how she talks, and then she's like, and then the what is the word she's saying? Like the metaphor that she's using is that that's it. I just love the irony of how that played out. I was pointing out that she's like a coked up pro wrestler, and then she describes the dynamic, the struggle between her and I, and more broadly the world, but the microcosm of her and I. She describes it as two sides wrestling near the edge of a cliff, and one's gonna go off. I just love that. I know it's a little nerdy, but I just thought that was funny. A funny irony. But if that's true, Elizabeth, you're the one that's going off the cliff. Not me and not America.
Innocent, whatever trolls, completely innocent troll doesn't exist, but whatever targeted harassment online turned out to be a whole full-blown operation like a few years ago, many of them. Integrity Initiative, NATO's 2019 deal, and all of a sudden we have Ukrainian company reaching out to our former special forces saying, you have to spread propaganda for us, and if you don't, we will get you fired. What started innocently led to that.
Can you just go through a list? Because we can't know anybody's true motive. Most people don't even understand their own motives. Like, we don't know ourselves that well. But we can look at their behavior and then make inferences, judgments on the basis of it. So they're attacking anyone who isn't for like continuing the Ukraine war. They're attacking anyone who's...
Everyone that's anti-war. Everyone. It doesn't matter if it's Ukrainian war. So they attacked everyone with Ukrainian war, Iran war, any war. If you are anti-war, you will get attacked by these people. That's guaranteed.
If you've got questions about Charlie Kirk's murder,
100%. They are most vicious about that.
I think that's just the weirdest thing I've ever heard. And I'll leave it to others to figure out why. But I think that's just amazing and very freaking revealing. Like, what?
Yeah.
If I'm them, if I'm running like an op on behalf of Zelensky, I'd be like, yeah, let's take a pass on like some domestic story in the United States. It's got nothing to do with us whatsoever. That would be my take. Like, why muddy our mission with that? What does that have to do with anything? One of these is not like the others. That's the one. That is bizarre. But you're positive that's true.
That is true, absolutely. But like provably true.
Provably true.
Yeah.
I think you've already proved it.
Yeah.
So war, Charlie Kirk, JD Vance.
JD Vance.
What about Trump?
Oh, they are taking Trump.
Still?
Yeah. So with Trump, they are much smarter than and on Trump, again, if anyone wants, I can provide a ton of screenshots and evidence. This is all I did. So I've noticed that every single time Trump goes off rails and kind of detaches from their agenda and goes back to MAGA, like, for example, let's make a deal with Iran, let's make this, let's make... The slander starts. Like, yes, the bigger ones, you saw what Lara Loomer did. What, he took Trump's side? No, she didn't.
I didn't actually see what that person did.
So good for you.
I didn't.
No one should pay attention. But these people who are
But what did that person do?
Well, they trashed Trump. They criticized Trump. Like,
recently?
For what? Not recently, when the first deal happened. Remember, like when, what was it? I forget the date, but the first time we actually made the peace suggestion with Iran.
Oh, but in the last year,
yeah,
she trashed Trump.
Yes, exactly. And then later, it was again the same propagandists, the same people. I remember you had a show about it when you said we didn't even consult with Israel. Yeah. And that infuriated him, these people.
Really?
Yes.
Him.
Documentedly, they went completely off rails, attacking everyone, including Trump, JD, and they called JD the worst negotiator or a good negotiator of some sort. Yes. And they were upset that JD Vance, by the way, this Georgian troll as well, the Georgian one that I found, has no beef with vice presidents of the United States, yet he's pushing out things like, why are we sending JD Vance anywhere?
We?
Yes. Yes.
You're in Tbilisi, son.
Exactly. Shut up.
This one out.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So again, documentedly, I have the face of the guy. I know who he works for. And you will be surprised, or maybe not, to know that he works for an American company, private company, for the person that used to be part of the same nonprofits.
Yeah.
And led Saakashvili through the revolution.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yes.
Who do they like?
They like Marco Rubio.
They do.
Yeah. The Marco's going to be, I don't know much about Marco Rubio. I don't know him personally. So I'm not going to sit here, criticize or praise him. You know what I mean?
Just want to know what this network of propagandists, and it's literally a network, they're coordinated, obviously,
They love Marco so much
Obviously.
that they want to deport me as an agent, Tucker, and they take Marco. Every time they want to deport me, they go with Marco Rubio. Hey, Marco Rubio, can you just deport Elizabeth Lane? She's a Russian agent.
Aren't you an American citizen?
I am.
I
and
did
I've
that.
been an American citizen for a long time now, but they want to deport me anyway. I guess I'm ruffling feathers.
So
It's back to
they
her.
asked
Then.
Marco Rubio
You
to
guys
deport
noticed
you.
that,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Yeah, she's pivoting back to me because I responded, but I tagged Marco, and I also added to my long X thread a list of laws that could be relevant to her specific case in terms of being denaturalized and stuff. Because I'm not making the accusation that she's committed a crime. I'm just saying I could see an argument for investigating whether she did. And so I listed the relevant laws. And then in another post, I did tag Marco. Other people have done it, but you look at the pattern here. On the one hand, she keeps going back to her conflict with me and then with Gary, but she's also about herself. Every time she talks about me or Gary, she's bringing attention back to herself. And this is now the 50th time Tucker has tried to broaden it out, specifically saying, "Give me names," and he gives let's go over some names. Trump, he's doing everything he can to go broader beyond that. And here, yet again, I bet it's going to happen a bunch of other times. So you guys can all laugh. Just wait for how many times, because she just did it again. She goes, "Oh yeah, that troll," and then she goes, "And I know the face, and the nonprofit." She's just going around in circles, coming back to her obsession, and then whatever it is that she just the Marco thing. So that's what she's referring to there. That's the context. You can go.
I don't know if you got my.
But these people, the people you've described, love Marco Rubio.
They do. They always praise Marco. They never go after him, and they always tag him on everything. Yeah, they are very scared, and this is a fear. I can say this with full responsibility. They are scared of J.D. Vance and exposing themselves to J.D. Vance. They never attack him on anything, but they attack him all the time. They have campaigns of attacks. And I want to say something about this Michael Weiss guy because it ties into integrity.
Michael Weiss.
Excuse me. Yeah.
No, you're doing well. I don't know how many languages you speak. I speak one, so.
Thank you. So Michael Weiss, he's a very interesting figure. And this is how all of it ties in.
He's a journalist? I don't know who Michael Weiss is.
He's supposed to be a journalist.
He's is he an award-winning journalist?
I have not looked in his awards.
You got to assume guys like that have won a lot of awards.
Well, his friend does. You know who his friend is?
Who?
Peter Pomerantsev from this famous board that we started with. Oh, yes. So Michael Weiss and Peter Pomerantsev authored a piece together that became NATO's Stratcoms and Atlantic Council's a doctrine piece. On Russia.
Seriously?
Seriously. They authored a piece together on Russia and disinformation or something like that.
They think they own Russia, I've noticed. Guys like
Yeah, they do. They are always the ones that organizations like NATO and others always kind of address to comment on Russia and stuff like that, which is very I just don't get it. I don't understand it because they know nothing about Russia, really.
But there's a sense of entitlement, Russia's ours and it's fallen into alien hands, or it's what?
Yeah.
You're not from Russia. What are you talking about?
None of them are. Yeah.
But do you feel that? I mean,
Yes.
There's an emotional intensity that suggests ownership, lost ownership, it's been stolen from them.
Very true.
I just think it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Very insightful.
I don't feel that way about any country, including ones my ancestors came from. I was just okay, it's your country. I don't want my country to be taken, however. I don't want to lose my First and Second Amendments.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. And it is, I don't know why they feel like they own Russia or they should own Russia, but they do. Like I said, Peter Pomerantsev came in front of our Senate saying we should do something about Russians liking Putin. I'm are you serious? Why should you do anything about that? Can you just move on? Your country
why is that
Ukraine.
your business?
Yeah. And this is before there was no conflict or anything. It's not even your country. Leave, dude. You chose British citizenship. Go live in Britain.
Yeah, they don't care about countries. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Really interesting. And so Michael Weiss wrote a piece with him that is now used in effect as doctrine by NATO.
Yeah. So by Atlantic Council and NATO. So this is a famous piece. Like I urge everyone to look up because they partnered up on this. And this connection was big for me because I didn't know. I knew that Michael Weiss was trashing J.D. Vance, wrote an article about me. And all this like MAGA trashing comes from this guy a lot. But here's an interesting part. Please follow this story. Michael Weiss is constantly reshared by the Georgian troll I found. Constantly. Tucker, you know a lot at this point about Georgia, but trust me when I tell you, no one in Georgia knows who Michael Weiss is.
Well, I didn't know he was, right?
Why is a Georgian troll or influencer or whatever reshares Michael Weiss articles like almost it's his job for the engagement, right? For Michael Weiss to be constantly, he's one of them. They got thousands like that. So the point is, these operatives these people have reshare each other to boost each other, right? So this Georgian troll constantly shares Michael Weiss so that Michael Weiss is boosted all the time. And there's thousands like him, Ukrainian trolls, Georgian trolls, all of this. So no one in Georgia knows who these guys. I didn't know who these guys until I started investigating.
Let me stop real quick.
And all of a sudden I find this Georgian.
Just so people know, so an article came out that was about the Russian she was in contact with on her podcast that might be her ex-boyfriend, or maybe I think she said it wasn't. It doesn't matter. But it was a Spetsnaz guy, that one of the Spetsnaz guys that she's in contact with. And then Michael Weiss, after I came out with my stuff, found his own exclusive stuff. He is a reporter, and he was working with, I guess, in this other Russia-focused outlet, Insider. And Michael Weiss is a great reporter. And you may not always agree with what he says because, you know, sometimes like more people, the right will boost them and then criticize them. I see the left boost them and then criticize them. And he specializes in Russia, though, and countering Russian disinformation. So the fact that he would know someone else in the same space who covers the same thing and co-author something with them in this small world of specialists in Russian disinformation is normal. It would be weird if they didn't. Like, there would have to be a personality conflict for that not to happen. So she's pointing to something very, very predictable that should happen, and she's like, "This makes no sense. Look, it's a network." So someone was asking who Michael Weiss is. So that's who he is. He's a specialist in that, and she's mad at him because he broke the story, some of the story about the Russian that she's in contact with that appeared on her podcast, the guy who's part of the Wagner group, the terrorist group backed by Russia that I mentioned before. So that's the context there. Okay.
That is obsessed with Michael.
Wow.
The same Georgian reshares Ryan Mauro.
What does Michael Weiss do for a living? Does he have a job somewhere?
Yeah, so he's a journalist at The Insider.
The Insider.
Yes, this is where he trashes MAGA and wrote an article about me, but it gets better, Tucker. So remember Ryan Mauro?
Yes.
So Ryan was writing a hit piece on me, and he's asking questions about it. He's asking me about this special ops guy that I had on my show. Like I had him on my show with the Navy SEAL. So Russian special ops guy was on my show with the American Navy SEAL. And the idea of the show was, I want to bring two military people on the opposite side together. No politics. I told them both, we're not going to talk about politics. I want you to just see each other as normal people. Two special ops guys discussing life. It was one of the best shows ever. They started talking about their previous wives and how, it's always the second or third wife with these people because of their job.
Of course.
I mean, it was the funniest thing ever. Like, Jay loved him. Dima loved Jay. And they were like, we'll send you gifts. Like, this is how the show ended.
First of all, the Jay guy that she's referring to is a guy that got fired from the Navy SEALs because he was making adult movies on the side. And a possible relevant data point to that is, well, then how does she know him? She was living in the Los Angeles area. She was in theater and film. And we know from one website that the YouTube channel that got deleted shortly before she launched her new channel with no one that Tucker then promoted 2 days before Charlie was assassinated. So it's very recent. She had a YouTube channel before that. It gets deleted. We don't know what was on it, but according to one website, that was probably the first one to write about Elizabeth Lane. They said that the first video, or one of the only videos, maybe the first video on that previous YouTube channel she had, was about, I guess either the porn, I think it was the porn industry and relationships, or pornography and relationships. Very odd topic for your first video. I can see why she deleted it. But then you add that with, like, how does she know Jay, this Navy SEAL in the same state that she was in, who gets fired because he was involved in making adult movies? It's just interesting. I'd like what's going on there. But also note that in terms of the intelligence world with influence operations and the type of stuff that she and the Russian Spetsnaz guy she knows would be involved in, this would be called I forget the term. It's a type of introduction. What you do is you like, if you want, in this example, theoretically, if you want Jay to be in contact with the Russians and you want to facilitate that, you ideally do it with a pretext, a meeting for another purpose. It's a friendly introduction. You encourage them to build a relationship outside of you. You're passing that source to your handler, to your senior partner, whatever it is. You're facilitating your source to a more senior position on the part of the intelligence service that you're working with. And there's a bunch of things with this. So since we're talking about the patterns with the honeypot, the patterns of how she appears, like, there's so many things here that line up with intelligence and influence operations that, without making an accusation, the parallels are remarkable. And the significance of that. So she has a podcast that, like, nobody pays attention to. She claims the podcast is how she got connected with all these other people, but, like, nobody knows about it. She decides to introduce Navy SEALs to Russian Spetsnaz on her podcast. And she also said to me privately that they became good friends right after. Like that, like, that's how it's done. Like, that's like, it just fits. That's all I'm saying. I'm not making an accusation. I'm just saying it fits. And then the other thing is, what's funny is she's admitting, you guys will love this. She's admitting that was discovered because it was on her podcast. When I exposed her, my X thread had videos from her old podcast that she didn't delete. They were accessible. I think she thought she deleted the old page, and, like, I guess because she flipped out and she sent me a message saying, I just was stupid because I exposed that I'm working with intelligence, because that's hacking her, because there's no way anyone could have that, because those were her private videos for recording her testimony so she could write a book in 20 years that would include the story of her falling in love with the Russian Spetsnaz guy and everything else. The only problem with that is that the videos that I published have the Dare to Know, the name of her podcast, logo on it. So they're not private videos. Why do you have your podcast logo on it? I got it from your old podcast page. But she went nuts, and I tried telling her that. I'm like, you know how I found it? You told me to check out your old podcast. Literally, that's what happened. She encouraged me to educate myself by looking at her old podcast. Okay. And then I used clips from the videos that were on there. But she flipped out, and I think genuinely believed that, like, something nefarious had happened, that I worked with intelligence to acquire it. Her private videos that just so happened to have her podcast name on it. And then here she is talking about another video from that same page, that same podcast, and acknowledging it's from her podcast. Like, it's just wild. Okay, so Alex, are you there? Whoop, hold on a second. I think Alex just sent me a chat. Oh, you had to go to the bathroom. So I'll look at some of your guys' comments. All right, so someone says, oh my guys coming together. You guys know I love it when you say that, because I always wonder if I'm landing, if you guys are seeing the connections and patterns like I do, because a lot of times in my personal life and professional life, I'll see certain patterns and I'll explain them, then other people just like won't see it just because they have a different type of brain. Not that I'm smarter, it's just brains are different, you know? And sometimes I'm not always the most articulate person. So holding at $19, $1 for super chats. Her saying Ryan or choose. Yeah, if you guys go to my, let me see if you go to my X account, which is Ryan Mauro. Let me just make sure it's there. I will post the. Okay, so I am going to post the X thread there so that you guys that want to see it can see it. So let's see here. Here we go. The thread is titled, Is Charlie Kirk Assassination Conspiracy Theory Promoter Linked to Russia? And let me put it, I'm going to put it under this. So you go there, you see the live broadcast that we are on right now. Tucker attacks Ryan Mauro. And then under it is going to be, I'm going to write the X thread, exposing Elizabeth Lane, that this is in response to. And I saw someone saying you don't think it's her real name. I know this is really long, so that no, I'm not a secret. I'm not a secret. Actually, I might be 3 or 4% Jewish, but then also I was shown to be, I think, 3 or 4% Arab also. Specifically Arabia, which was really interesting, considering the biblical work that I do. But someone was saying, "Oh, you don't think that this is her real name?" I know it's a long podcast, so you probably missed it, but it's no. Elizabeth Lane is not her real name. We found out her real name. I have her original ID that was gotten through open source stuff. That's one of the things that she's freaked out about. And she changed it while she was in Georgia, and then started using other names also while she was in America. And she also got married at one point and is divorced. She says that's one of the reasons that she's in America, by the way, guys. So people say, well, why? Her justification, she went over this on the Anti-Hero podcast, where she conveniently left out, she's listing the places she's lived, and she conveniently leaves out Russia. Like and that's happened a few times with interviews where she's like mentioning, because she brags about her travel experience. A lot of her interviews are her puffing herself up about how she's intellectually and professionally superior to whoever she's talking to. And she mentions her travel experience and where she lived. And she conveniently leaves out Russia, even though we know for a fact that she's traveled there, and she admits it now. But the Anti-Hero podcast, they really press her on like, why the hell are you here in this country that you hate? And the predictable answer was, oh, well, I want to try to change it. They didn't like that answer. And she said that she goes, it's not the greatest country. It's a myth that there's an American dream. She said that most immigrants that come here actually regret it, want to come back, like horrible stuff. That's wrong and like really wrong to join the military. Anyone that should quit, like really bad stuff. But she said, because culturally, the reasons that she's saying in America is because she has an ex-husband here. So, and she knows some people here, but her family's still in Georgia. And she said, because culturally, whatever that means, she's a better fit for America than in Georgia. And the example she gave was that she has a lot of friends in Georgia, but Georgia, like, they're up in your business a lot. Like, she likes to be alone. She's more of a loner. And one of the guys on the podcast is like, wait, so you're telling us the reason you're in America is just because you don't want to be around your friends as much? That's literally like what she was saying. Yeah, so patriotism. So her going on and on about how I'm not a patriot, but she is. Her justification for living in the United States is to change it, to destroy it as it currently exists, to get away from the friends that she supposedly has and cherishes in Georgia, and because she's a better cultural fit, whatever that means, use your imagination, in America. Yeah. All right. Let's continue.
Okay.
It's how the world could work, actually, if it weren't for people like Ryan Mauro. But yeah.
Hey, what?
And so Ryan wants to write a hit piece about me, that I had Russian special ops on my show. How dare I? Okay. So he asked,
Alex, let's go back a few seconds because I missed that. I thought they went off. I thought they stopped talking about me. So I wasn't paying attention.
Dima loved Jay, and they were like, we'll
Yeah.
send you gifts. Like, this is how the show ended. Okay?
It's how the world could work, actually, if it weren't for people like Ryan Mauro. But yeah.
Oh, fuck you.
And so Ryan wants to write a hit piece about me, that I had Russian special ops on my show. How dare I? Okay? So he asks me about this, and I engage him because he's stupid enough to give me all this information. So I told him what the show was, all of this. So we are back and forth, back and forth. Then Ryan stops. The day Michael Weiss drops that article that Ryan gathered for him. I kid you not.
Really?
Yes. I have screenshots of the conversation, Ryan sending me Dima's pictures, asking how it happened, what happened, all of that. Next week, Michael Weiss on The Insider drops an article how MAGA influencer that invited Tucker Carlson, that's a jab on you, and interviewed Candace Owens, that's a jab on Candace, had a Russian Spetsnaz officer and was dating a Russian, completely different person, not this guy, but was dating a Russian. So the idea is that it's a Russian ring going on here. Yeah.
But I just want to say for the record that I don't understand why we're at war with Russia. I didn't want to go to war with Russia. I'm not against Russia.
Real quick.
I don't
know any
understand.
Americans who are.
No, he's doing it again. He's trying to broaden her out. He's like, I don't want to talk about Ryan anymore and these people. But just to clarify, because she's lying again. I did not write or organize Michael Weiss's article. She's so stupid. Like she's saying as if I gave her all this like sensitive information. I didn't give her anything that was like, what are you talking about? But I guess she's referring to the fact that I gave her pictures of the guy that was on her podcast, which I got from her podcast, and doing research into him. There are other, but they're not hidden pictures, private picture, like easy stuff. I just gave her pictures because I wanted to see how she would respond. You know, because I did know this was coming out, and because I gave a quote, like that's in there. That's not me hiding anything. I gave a quote and a message in the article, and so I knew it was coming. And I just gave her the pictures of Dmitry, the guy that we're talking about, and it's not true how she characterizes. Like, what we weren't mad about her having Russian special forces on her show. It's everything else. It's everything else, and then look, she's in contact with Russian Spetsnaz, not just a Russian soldier, right? Russian Spetsnaz, and everything else she said about that, the passing of intelligence, everything. So she's lying. And then she finishes that by saying like, oh, and the fact that I had a Russian boyfriend. No, it's the fact that you said you lived in Russia, fell in love with a Russian Spetsnaz officer, had all these others, Russian Spetsnaz, intelligence, and Russian terrorist Wagner group connections. So she's lying again. And as for that thing about that little shot Tucker took at me, where she's talking about how great it is that the American and Spetsnaz were talking, which, as I mentioned before, fits intelligence tradecraft. That's like probably not as innocent as it sounds. She's like, oh, that's great dialogue. And then Tucker's like, oh, it would be that way if it wasn't for people like Ryan Mauro. Like, you're doing a show trashing me. You didn't even invite me on. Not that I care. I don't even know if I would go on there. But if you look at the lengths to which I went to try to be diplomatic and talk to Elizabeth Lane so we could share information, even if we disagreed, just like learn and like do research, even if it's adversarial research on each other. And the main point of my podcast, what I keep coming back to, is that the way to defeat us is to toxify our civil society so that we can't have constructive, good conversations, have relationships beyond politics. Like that's my mantra. And so for him, of all people, to be like, yeah, we can have constructive conversations like that, like, you know, people getting along and across international borders despite their differences. If it wasn't for people like Ryan Mauro, that's why I gave him the finger and reacted the way I did, because it's like that. That's just there's normal hypocrisy, and then there's that. So we can go on.
Who want to be at war with Russia, Like none of this happened with reference to what people who live here want.
Exactly.
This is like a tiny group of people decided that they own Russia somehow, and we have to use our military and our money to break up Russia into various republics or whatever. Like nobody wants that. I don't want that. I'm not at war with Russia. I'm not an enemy of Russia. I'm never going to play along with this. Do you know what I mean? We're so far down the road. We're 10 years down the road into this Russia's the enemy thing, and I'm just never going to participate in it. Why would I?
Yeah. And what I don't understand is why Ryan Mauro, who doesn't work for The Insider, or Michael Weiss at all, they should not even know each other, gets an article ready, sends it to Michael so that Michael can put it in a bigger outlet like Insider. That's what I don't understand. And by the way, if anyone still doubts it was Ryan, like I said, I have all the proof that it was. And the second it drops, the second the article drops, Tucker, Ryan's message comes through. Not the best day for you, is it?
Yeah, these are mean people.
I was like, Ryan, if you think that me having a Russian special ops and you putting it on an Insider somehow scares me or intimidates me, you're very wrong. So
you're from Georgia, so
yes.
How weird is it to have a Russian boyfriend once in a while? Is that really weird?
You know, it was great, Tucker.
No, but leaving aside, like the specifics of your relationship.
Yes.
Isn't Georgia right near Russia? That's what I had heard. Someone
it's
had told
right
me
there, right there.
Right.
We have
she brought it back. So yeah, she brought it back, which I know you guys already know, but I just want to point out now I don't know if it's lack of preparation or just sheer deception or what's going on there, but he's now regurgitating the lie. He goes, oh, why is it weird to have a Russian boyfriend? We're talking about a boyfriend and we're talking about her relationships, boyfriend and otherwise, with Russian special forces, intelligence, and terrorists who are part of groups like Wagner that were leading the tip of the spear for Russian influence operations. And the one guy, Dmitry, coming to the United States back and forth, which is dangerous. Like, this is just crazy. And just so you guys know, like, yeah, I did. Of course. Well, first of all, it makes sense I would talk to Michael Weiss about this. We're researching the same topic, and my posts about her went all over the place. So, of course, that would happen. That's not weird at all. I guess she's used to people not talking to her. She's not used to collaborating with people, I guess. So it's weird. That's weird to her, but it's not weird to the rest of humanity. And I did say something effective. Oh, not the best day for you. And keep in mind, look at the stuff she had been saying for me for weeks on end, and privately and publicly and stuff. So I did do that. But I didn't she had heard my voice enough to know how I talk and how I say things, to know it wasn't like the way she menacing and like this sadistic thing like she made it sound. I think that might be what she hears in her head when she's like overly defensive and drawing conclusions that aren't there. She just explodes constantly over everything. Like on Christmas, you could say Merry Christmas, and in some way she'll be like, that tone was sarcastic. Like it just really unbelievable. But no, she's saying I was trying to intimidate her. There's no attempt to intimidate. That's silly. It's not me. She has no evidence. We can continue.
Russians in there too.
Right. And you speak Russian because you grew up speaking
Absolutely.
Russian, like most Georgians.
Yes.
So is it super crazy to date a Russian?
No, not at all, actually. And
Right.
if you go to Georgia today, and due to war, there are a ton of Russians. Like
Right.
literally in every corner, you hear Russian language due to war all the time, because the only non-sanctioned country around is Georgia. So they can use their internet and so on.
But they're mad at you because you dated a Russian
Yeah,
once.
they're mad at me because I dated a Russian. By the way, openly, how long have you known that? Since the day I met you, you knew that
Yeah.
I dated Russian, because I just speak about it without any problems.
Yeah, you said you liked him. That's
Yeah,
okay.
I lied.
That doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but again, even though he's in past right now, but it's not that, Tucker. I mean, I'm okay with that. They can call me whatever the heck they want. They literally accused our former special ops guys, Green Berets and Navy SEALs, of being Russian agents. So you know what? I'm honored. That's all I have to say.
They accused me of being a Russian agent.
Yeah.
I did
no
not.
connection to Russia
Okay.
at all. Other than I think it's the coolest country I've ever been to, and I've been to most countries. So that's a high compliment to Russia, but it doesn't. But I'm ultimately for the United States. That's why I'm against funding a war against Russia, because it crushes us, and it has crushed us.
Yeah.
So they like, I just want to make sure I got through the list. They like Rubio.
They love Marco
Anyone else?
Rubio. Lindsey Graham was their favorite always. In fact, when Lindsey Graham died, it was Roger Stone was the one who posted something really bad, and Ryan just lashed out on him. And I was like, what are you doing, dude? Like, what are you doing? Why are you going after people that are posting their opinions about Lindsey Graham? Who are you? Why are you Lindsey's little defender?
That's all very weird. There are reasons I don't. So they like Lindsey, they like Marco Rubio, basically same.
Yes.
Okay, stop real quick.
Yeah. They hate JD.
Quick. Yeah, so she went back. She did it again. He's trying to get away from the topic of me. What she's referring to is I did criticize Roger Stone, and there's many reasons to do so. But I specifically was responding to the fact that he said some horrible things when Lindsey Graham died. And I pointed out that I know I'm in Florida, and I've heard from people, more than one, that like they're like, oh, he goes to church and stuff now, and actually had a conversation. I'm like, all right, well, I hope that that influences his personality and his rhetoric and stuff. But I can tell by the way they're talking about it, they're like, they're like, no, he's very open, he's very into church. He like talks about how he goes to church all the time. I'm like, all right, so he's making a show of it, which means he's either really into it or he's making a show of it. And then he goes and he makes that post when Lindsey Graham died. And so, yeah, I responded to it, and then he blocked me. Why Elizabeth Lane was watching things so closely and cares about that, I have no idea. Why that's relevant, how that fit into that conversation, I have no idea. I think Tucker's probably internally losing his mind at this point in the interview, being like, why did I do this? Like that, like I actually feel bad for him. Like being stuck in this position kind of sucks. That's awkward. Like like Avery is in a really bad position at this time in this interview. But yeah, he goes, oh, this is also very weird. He almost said when she goes, oh, for some reason, Ryan really likes, Lindsey Graham or whatever. And because I met him for like a minute, and I don't like it when someone dies like that and they totally crap all over him. Oh, I really like him. And she goes, oh, for some reason, obviously she's trying to make it like a gay thing when I'm obviously straight. But like anytime someone criticizes someone for saying something nice about Lindsey Graham, it's always like, oh, well, you must be gay. And the fact that I said that Lindsey Graham was drunk when I met him at this big public event for like a minute and a half, like they're trying to make it sound like something went on. And you see Tucker almost took the bait right there. If you say so, she says it. I guess she didn't want to quite go that far, so she looks at him. There's just a little extra eye contact, a little smirk, and he goes, "Yeah, it's all very well. There's reasons." And you can see Tucker's debating whether I go there, and make a wisecrack about like, "Oh, that's why, Ryan or people like in Ryan's group." Like Lindsey Graham, but then he doesn't. He goes, oh, it's just all very weird. It was pretty funny in that space of like 3 seconds. You could see that all going on in their minds. Like, oh, do we go there or don't we go there? Yeah, you're right. He did say that he personally Tucker was closer to Lindsey Graham than I was. Yeah, absolutely right. Like he said, it's even better. So I like Lindsey Graham because of some of his policies, and I thought he was also funny publicly. And I met him for a minute and a half in a public spot, and he wouldn't remember me. And Tucker's like, I had a great time having many dinners with him. Yeah, well, you know what, Tucker, that's really weird then. If what I did was weird, then what Tucker is doing is way weirder and way stronger evidence of him having a gay crush on Lindsey Graham if we're going to hold each other to the same standard. And trolls hold us both to the same standard. We can go forward.
They with Trump, it's cold and hot, depending on if Trump is siding with Zionists. They have nothing to say. By the way, they won't say anything good about Trump. So they just stop. Like if Trump is on the right path, it's like a line.
Right.
But if he goes off the path, I can send you like at least 20 plus something screenshots of them trashing Trump completely.
Do they like anyone else? Foreign leaders? They like Zelensky.
Oh yeah, they love Zelensky. They like Finnish President Stubb very much, which is understandable. By the way, did you know that it was Lindsey Graham who introduced Stubb and Trump?
No, that's also sad.
Yeah.
It's a great country. They'll destroy Finland.
Lindsey Graham and Stubb apparently were always in contact, and they are good friends. We're good friends.
Yeah. Well, whenever people like this get involved, your country winds up being heavily African. So that'll happen to Finland.
Yes.
That's part of the program.
Yes.
Ooh.
You watch.
Oh, that wasn't good. Let's see where this goes. I didn't like the sound of that statement. That's going to get clipped out.
Check the demographics of Finland today. It's like one of the most genetically cohesive countries outside Iceland in the world. And in 30 years, it won't be. And that's not an accident. That's what they want.
100%.
So this is a guy.
Thing, if you allow me to say, so
Tucker.
With this,
So hold on. So Tucker just says Finland is going to go to hell in a handbasket because it's going to become very African if the people that he doesn't like, the globalists, the pro-Israel, pro-Ukraine people take power. It's going to become very African. Watch the demographics. It's going to be bad. And then earlier in the same podcast, what did he say? He was like, I'm Finnish. People of Finland are the smartest in the world. They're great. They're just the best people. They're also very white. So he goes in the early part of the podcast explaining why he identifies with the Finnish population that he comes from and how they are supreme over others, in part because they're very white. And then here he complains about the Jewish conspiracy taking over Finland because it's going to make it too African. Man, the mask is dropping. Let's go.
Something screenshots of them trashing Trump completely.
Do they like anyone else? Foreign leaders? They like Zelensky?
Oh yeah, they love Zelensky. They like Finnish President Stubb very much, which is understandable. By the way, did you know that it was Lindsey Graham who introduced Stubb and Trump?
No, that's also sad.
Yeah.
It's a great country. They'll destroy Finland.
Lindsey Graham and Stubb apparently were always in contact, and they are good friends. We're good friends.
Yeah. Well, whenever people like this get involved, your country winds up being heavily African. So that'll happen to Finland because that's part of the program.
Yes.
You watch. Check the demographics of Finland today. It's like one of the most genetically cohesive countries outside Iceland in the world. And in 30 years, it won't be. And that's not an accident. That's what they want.
100%. And one more thing, if you allow me to say, so with this propagandists, this Ukrainian and Georgians and these trolls and this NATO experiment of 2019 and all that to put together. So I said they are used, these bot for accounts and these fake accounts are used to amplify then Israeli big names, right? Like this, the propagandists that are under Farah, that are paid. So they are used to amplify. So it's like a well-working relationship between Ukraine's, this company that got hired by NATO in Ukraine, and Israelis. So there's like a good collaboration. Like we have the faces and the big people that are speaking for Ukraine, and you guys have the bots to swarm the comments and change the narratives, right? They had one more thing that was very important, and you would probably never experience it because you're too big, but people like me will. So they protect in the hack integrity initiative, the original hack that we started with. They said, if someone like a voice like me or someone who's like saying that they don't like, you need to block these accounts from the accounts we protect. So what does that mean? So if they are protecting Marco Rubio, for example, or some accounts that they don't want my voice to reach, they will block accounts like me.
I noticed that there's a disproportionate number of veterans on the list of pro-globalist influencers.
Yes.
Why?
I think there's one main reason. Like I said, they need the United States fully under control, and they've trained people in the United States that military is without a question respected, and whatever they say
Not
goes.
by me, it's not. I don't understand. I mean, I respect the men who died
Yeah, the real
including my
ones, the real
ancestors who died defending the country or died in its wars in any case. But I don't know why I would have to respect Millie. You know what I mean? Or some buffoon who happens to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff who uses American lives recklessly. Like, why would I have respect for that person? That person's evil. If you're throwing away American lives,
Yeah.
I don't respect you. Why would I?
And you shouldn't. And I'm glad you said that, because I feel the same, but then they will attack you as anti-Western and anti-patriot. So they will call you all kinds of names, but that's
just kind of been here too long to be intimidated by that. Seb Gorka, who's from some foreign country, is going to lecture me.
Yeah. So yeah, that's
family
the guy.
fought in the Revolutionary War. I don't think I'm going to take a lot of abuse from you, Seb Gorka. Go away.
Yeah.
Back to Budapest, son. That's how I personally feel. So it doesn't work on me. But I also think, like, if you care about.
Real quick, I just want to talk about the irony of him sitting in front of Elizabeth Lane and then bringing up Seb Gorka as a foreigner, telling him things about his country, while Elizabeth Lane, who is a citizen, but is a naturalized citizen, like, this is not her country of origin, and he's done damn near 2 hours, approaching 2 hours, of her talking about what this country should do, and he's listening, I guess, gleefully. It doesn't seem that way, but just wanted to point out how funny that was. He's gonna go at Seb Gorka, who's pretty friggin' awesome, and then listen to Elizabeth Lane spew her nonsense. So
good point. Good point.
Veterans, some of whom are so damaged, as you know.
Yeah.
We've just talked about this at breakfast. Who damaged them? Their commanding officers did that, actually, and the civilian leadership that sent them there did that. Why would I support that?
Yeah. No, but they know that most Americans have been trained into this thought that no matter what, your military has to be put on a pedestal. You cannot question it. And that goes back to
whether you guys think it was a breakfast in bed. They just had breakfast. Do you think they met for breakfast somewhere, or do you think they woke up and breakfast was ready for them right next to them? Breakfast in bed. If you look at the first video, this one's a lot more tame. I'll just say this. Look at the first interview they ever did, and you'll see why I would make a joke like this. And it's just a joke. Go on.
Buy something like that.
Many people, Tucker. Many people do, because how dare you offend our military? Look what happened when Candice said something like, "Don't enlist." Everyone lost their shit. I'm like, she's saying the right thing. Like, what? So I will enlist for what? To fight for Israel? Like, are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Yeah. Would your ancestors be proud of you?
No.
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah. So, and one more important thing, and we can end the saga of these trolls with that. So, Charlie Kirk's case was going on, like the hearing and stuff. And this is more how, like, the connection is so clear with this particular story between the Ukrainian trolls and the Israeli propagandists that a friend of yours was here talking about with,
You guys did catch that, right? I hope you did, because it's just so funny where she's like, just one more thing. But she already said this once. She goes, "Oh, just one more thing. If you'll just let me get one more thing." So she's actually aware that he is done with talking about me. And this dynamic with the supposed trolls and Gary and Michael White, like, done. And she earlier said, "Oh, if you allow me, just one more thing." And now she goes, "All right, just one more thing, and then we'll be done." And the podcast is like almost over. And his response, it's funny because it's just like, it reminds me of every, like, guy that's been in a situation like this, especially with, like, if there's drama with, like, a woman or whatever, you're like, "I'm just done with this." She's like, "All right, so I'll be done with talking about this." And he goes, "Yes." Like, clear frustration. He's trying to be as polite as possible, because Tucker is very, very, at least in my experience from what I've heard, like really cool and nice in person and polite and all that. So, but, like, I think he's internally about to lose it. And it just came out, if you noticed, that if we actually, Alex, can we just go back like 10 seconds? Because it was really funny.
Americans have been trained into this thought that no matter what, your military has to be put on a pedestal. You cannot question it. And that goes back to
Who would buy something like that?
Many people, Tucker. Many people. Like many people do, because how dare you offend our military? Look what happened when Candice said something like, don't enlist. Everyone lost their shit. Like, I'm like, she's saying the right thing. Like, what? So I will enlist for what? To fight for Israel? Like, are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Yeah. Would your ancestors be proud of you?
No.
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah. So, and one more important thing, and we can end the saga of these trolls with that. So, Charlie Kirk's case was going on, like the hearing and stuff. And this is more how, like, the connection is so clear with this particular story between the Ukrainian trolls and the Israeli propagandists that a friend of yours was here talking about with, Brucewick, what was his last name?
Alex Brucewitz.
Yeah, Alex. So Alex was talking about, and he said something, well, recently he said, I'm not worried about Lara Loomer being one of them, and he should be. And I'll explain why. So I attend Charlie Kirk's court cases. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows that Elizabeth Lane has been there from day one, even when Charlie's parents were not there, and, or wife or anybody. I was there from day one. This is like before Tyler even got his defense. So I typically attend it. But these last few hearings, I was there, but last two I had to miss due to my business meetings with a friend. So usually I go with girls, 4 other girls. We are all together and we sit through the hearing to document everything so we don't miss anything, okay? I texted girls. They knew I had a business meeting. I said, guys, you're on your own tomorrow and day after. So please document everything if something happens, like, so we know. And I constantly check with them, like, how are you guys? Did you get in? Did you get your wristband? Whatever. Next day I wake up, Tucker, and the internet is going crazy with my name on it. I'm like, what's going on? And all of a sudden I see Lara Loomer resharing stuff, like these big names, resharing stuff. And they say, Elizabeth Lane was at the courtroom and got kicked out. I'm literally sitting at home, waking up, and I'm like, what the heck is happening? So everyone reshared this. Lara said that I got kicked out or something similar, like got banned, kicked out. And then it started with this Mormon kid, like some kid that no one has heard about, some new influencer that viciously protects Israel and Tip USA and all these people. He's on air saying, oh, they are well aware of Elizabeth Lane's presence, meaning at the court. And
he's talking about Josh Carr, who has an excellent podcast, is very, very smart, articulate, and a good guy. Like I said earlier, he just released his podcast that he did with me. It was an exceptionally good interview and discussion. I hope everyone checks it out. Subscribes to his channel. Tag him in posts and let him know that despite Elizabeth Lane's attempt to deny him PR by not saying his name, at least I am, so he can benefit somewhat from how she's trashing him. But how did that happen? I actually put out a tweet, an X thread, explaining why I felt she was a security threat. Because Erica Kirk was going to be there based on what Candace was saying, which was extremely threatening right before, extremely threatening. And based on her connections and how she was behaving and her intention to be there at the same location, I thought, is something going to happen? Probably not, but I'm not confident enough that if something does happen, I'll never get over it. Like, there's enough smoke there that I should say something publicly so I know I did everything in case, like, because I don't know what could happen. I'm not, a whole range of things could happen, planned or unplanned. It's just enough bad ingredients in one sensitive spot. I was uncomfortable with it. So I did that. It got a lot of attention. And I think I might have sent it to Joshua. I'm not sure. To Josh Carr. I sent it to some people. But he called the courthouse, and because he was there, and you just let them know, like, you got to know that this lady intends on showing up. I guess they told him, or he talked to someone else, security person, whatever it was. He got the story that, okay, we're not going to let her in. The story from him was not that she got kicked out, not that she was there. A lot of people misreport it that way, and I don't blame them, because she said she was going to be there. She complained that she wouldn't be allowed in. Like, she was being nasty about saying there weren't enough people being allowed in. Like it was very reasonable to interpret it that way. But that's a true story of what's going on there. So yet again, she's deceiving. She's deceiving, or she has such a victim mentality and is so twisted that like she just sees things in the most conspiratorial, malicious way, no matter what you do. So yeah, we can go back now to the most self-consumed, self-absorbed interview that has ever taken place on a major podcast.
And her. Now, English is not my first language, Tucker.
Yes.
But I'm asking you as a pro.
You're doing pretty well.
Oh, thank you. So I'm asking you as a pro, what does Elizabeth Line's presence mean? What does that mean? That I'm there, right?
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm literally sitting at home about to have a meeting with this friend, business meeting, and I'm like, what's going on? So I'm texting the girls. We found out that they spread this lie in case someone wants to understand if these people are propagandists or really fighting Russian disinformation. Okay, in case someone wants to know. There's a documented evidence on my ex, and not just my ex, how they are lying that I was at the court and I got kicked out because I was harassing a widow.
Hold on, stop.
But you weren't there.
I was never even.
Yeah, she blamed. Exactly, that's right. See it in the comment section. She did write a post that sounded very threatening about Erica. At the same time that Candace made the most threatening, like it was jaw-droppingly hateful, talking about, I actually don't want Erica to die, because there was a report out that in a academic fashion quantified how Candace was inspiring death threats against Erica Kirk. Of course, but they actually quantified it in a university level way, so you couldn't deny it. And then Candace responds by saying, "No, I don't want her dead," and she says it in the most hateful way. I don't want her dead. I want her alive a long time, so I can expose her for what she did as long as possible, meaning abuse her, torture her as long as but the implication there is she deserves to die. She deserves a fate worse than death. That's the only reason I want her to be alive. You combine that with Candace Owens saying that she is God's platform, she is God's conduit, and everything else. That's a recipe for disaster. Now you have Elizabeth Lane living near where Erica Kirk was going to be for the hearing, and saying she's going to go there, and she does make an ex post that sounded kind of threatening, like something to the effect of like, I'm going to go confront her, or I'm going to, whatever it was like, I'm definitely going to approach Erica Kirk in a not friendly way. Even if it's just for an interview, whatever it was, the intent was not good. You put all that together along with her connections to Russian intelligence and a guy that worked for a Russian terrorist group. It was a bit much for me, so that's why I said something, and someone else said, yeah, she blamed Erica for the reason that there weren't enough seats in the room to accommodate people like her. So you put all that together. I don't regret saying I was concerned, and Josh Carr has nothing to regret about calling there. And she says, "Oh, I wasn't even there. That wasn't the point. Irrelevant point. None of us were saying when she would be there throughout the hearing, just that she intended to be there during the hearing. And then when she was there, she and these other conspiracy theory YouTubers she was with that are also, I believe all three of them are pro-Russia, but I'm not sure, 3 or 4 of them. But they also are all like done up, and they're taking pictures with duck face to be like as if this is a rock concert, like lounging back with makeup, posing outside of the hearing for the assassin of Charlie Kirk. It was one of the most reprehensible things I've ever seen. And she was hanging out with them. So yeah, she does end up there, and that's who she hangs out with, and that's how they behaved. Unbelievable. Okay, we can go. There,
and documentedly, my phone will ring next to my house in the cafe that I had a meeting in, like my phone, if they ever want to check. I have 2 witnesses to say where I was exactly when this was going on. And I have 4 girls at the court that walked in alone with all the cameras. So they can never in a million years prove that I was even there.
What's interesting to me about that is like, this is an organized effort. This is an
100%.
organized propaganda effort. And I just want to say for the 5th time, I don't understand what Charlie Kirk's murder, which is such a tragedy for people who knew him and loved him, what does that have to do with the rest of their agenda? I mean, that's like so out of left field that it tells you a lot. I wish there was an honest person involved in that effort we could ask. Like, what is this?
I don't know.
Why are you paying people to take a specific position in this story? I think
He just made it up, though, Tucker. That's the crazy part.
Of course.
Like, who makes up a lie like that and gives it to the network to distribute it? And Lara Loomer was one of the big accounts. We shared it twice from her own and from Loomer Report or Unleashed or whatever she has. So she was not the only one. All of these people that I'm talking about, we shared it like trained SEALs. And I was like, guys, are you okay? So what happened, in my opinion, is that they expected me there. They don't know that I was not going, right? They didn't know. So they said, why don't we say that she was at the court, which she would come, right? And got banned. I don't know why they think it's going to ruin my reputation or whatever. Like, I will not investigate or something. So got banned. Or the idea was to really ban me, right? Like, so I was there and someone would really ban me. So that, I don't know what was their intention to do this stuff. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. It's if I said Tucker Carlson got banned from a concert you've never been to. Like, what? So that's exactly what they did. And then we thought about it, me and the girls, we said, and we were like, maybe they wanted to scare you. So the last day, when they knew that video would not be shown to the public, like, I was the only biggest creator that was independent in the court. Rest of them were invited by TPUSA. So Graham Allen's and Benny Johnson's, these are all their people. So I was the only biggest creator that was not invited, but that was in court without invitation. And the other girls were very little creators, small creators, so they didn't have the voice. And we thought that they just wanted to kick me out so I would not say what I saw.
I never talk about this, but you brought her up a couple times, Loomer. What is that? I mean, what is the point of that operation, whatever that is?
You would be happy to know that Lara Loomer, who swears to be President Trump's biggest supporter, reshares Michael Weiss. And I have the screenshots to prove it.
Reshares Michael Weiss attacking Trump?
I don't know whether it was Trump or definitely reshares Michael Weiss and his opinions. And which I don't understand because Michael Weiss is anti-MAGA and he was always on the liberal side of things. So I don't understand why would Lara Loomer even reshare any of
all
his
these
posts.
People are on the liberal side of things.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what liberalism is. It's a worldview that it's an effort to destroy the West. Of course, it's worked. But that's where it came from. Same people. Yeah. And so, of course, they're all liberals. Yeah. I'm not a liberal. Yeah. That's why they're always calling you names. You're not a liberal. Not
once I have reshared Mark Levine in a positive light. Not once.
Well, he's a liberal.
So, yeah. Definition. So why would anyone do that when they claim to be MAGA? Why would they?
Notice what she's saying there. She's saying it's suspicious that Laura Loomer, who Tucker pretends not to know, and then describes her as an operation, which just shows that he's deceitful when he does that whole, oh, who is that? Like, because he knows who she is. Look at the framing there. She's trying to say that Laura Loomer is not really MAGA because she shared posts that she thought were good or relevant from Michael Weiss, and Michael Weiss is anti-MAGA. Like, think about how dangerous that framing is, and then he backs her up. And then she goes, like, I've never shared anything from Mark Levin. Yeah, because he doesn't say anything that is useful for you, that you agree with, that you would share. This is a very, very dangerous anti-democratic, anti-civil society sentiment that's really poisonous at this moment. I know it's been a long time, but like I would say this is actually, on a broader level, this is the most important moment. Because what she's advocating is that you have nothing to do with people from the other side. That they have nothing to offer. That if a journalist was anti your side, you should never even reshare their work, even if it's good. or it can't be good because they're on the other side. That's wrong. And then Tucker's agreeing with it. They're like, yeah, they're all liberals, and like that. What I keep saying is that this all comes down to a war against our civil society. That's how you destroy the U.S. And all of this is like a way of getting there. In order for the adversaries, like the different seditionists in the movement, whatever, the foreign governments that are adversarial to us, is a way of achieving that. But the way to go after the U.S. is civil society. Right there, right that moment, it's easy to skip over or think, oh, maybe that's just a little narrow-minded. Like, that message going to Tucker's audience and millions of people is very dangerous, very dangerous. The idea that the other side has nothing to offer, therefore you should not even hear them, consume their content, promote them when they do something good, appreciate it when they do something good, use product that they make as good content. This is, the rest is like kind of entertaining and like just kind of crazy, as an example of Russian influence operations and how people abet them and that sort of thing. But like, this is the moment. This is the moment that I think you should really reminisce on to understand the threat and how it just creeped right in there. But that's it. That is the death punch to American civil society. We can go on.
We share people like Mauro, which she has done this. And
so what's her agenda, do you think?
I think Lara Loomer is someone who directly works for Zionist globalists. So Zionist / I should say globalist, because they are the same thing. Yeah. They are the same thing. Globalist cabal, and she will do whatever they tell her to do, including come after you or Candace or whoever, Megyn Kelly, who did nothing.
She did nothing.
I don't know why they are going so hard on Megyn. And she was just like, can you just keep me out of it? And they were like, no, we won't.
What is that? That is a really interesting. I mean, I've seen this with a lot of people, but Megyn Kelly is the most obvious and most famous example of it. But Megyn did not seek these fights at all, and said it exactly. I'm not, yeah. I've got other things I'm interested in, but they wouldn't allow her to be neutral, and they tried to destroy her. I mean, they really tried to destroy her. Like, it was unbelievable what they did to her. Why?
Because you're not allowed to be neutral. Like, again, their main goal, they say, is to fight Russian disinformation. Okay? That's how they go around. Even the Zionists, like Russia, Russia, Russia. You saw Loomer. Oh, it's Iran, Russia, Iran, Russia. So their goal is that. But when you really examine what they do, like I have, they don't fight Russian disinformation. You know how many propagandists Russia has, like real propagandists that they pay to? There are plenty. None of them go after them. They go after independent journalists, because it's not about fighting Russian disinformation. It's about killing absolutely innocent and right voices. That's what they do.
Right, because they hate the truth above all.
They hate the truth.
Oh,
yeah.
So are you going to continue doing this?
100%. 100%.
Can I just ask why?
It's a good question, Tucker. I cannot give you like a specific answer. What I know is that I tried to get out of this. Like, I tried to leave and, do something different that wouldn't require me to be in front of all these attacks and stuff. And I couldn't. I wake up every day with a bigger force than me saying, this is your purpose. You need to continue. And no matter terrible things will come, just know. And I spoke to my priest, and he said the same thing, like, that more attacks will come after this, especially.
That is for sure.
Yeah. So I said, like, bring it on. That's all I can say. Like, why do you do it? Why do you do it, Tucker?
I'm not afraid at all. Not even a tiny bit. I don't know why. But
I know why.
I know why. I know why. And I think it's important.
Because you're one of the biggest podcasters in the world. And despite what you say, you have dozens of millions of dollars. You're not an everyman. You don't have the same fears. You don't have the same vulnerabilities. I hate it when he does this. I hate it when other people do it. You don't know the anxiety. Don't make it sound like, oh, it's just you're fearless or anything. No. Very little can touch you. very little. So yeah, we can continue with that. By the way, as you guys go, I want to hear your ideas on how I should further react to this. Do I interact with Elizabeth Lane? What should her and I do? Where does our relationship go from here? Maybe we start a podcast together. Called "I Hate You." I hate you with Ryan Mauro and Elizabeth Lane. Although I never want to say, because I don't hate her, but it's a catchy name. But I thought that would be fun to see in the comments, to see some good jokes about how you think I should react to this. Should I talk to Elizabeth ever again? Should I? What should be the next steps? You can continue.
To tell the truth or try, knowing you're going to screw it up and, say things that are not true, and then you correct yourself and keep going, but just like make a good faith effort to tell the truth. I think that's like the ticket price to self-respect and happiness.
But it's bigger than that, isn't it, though?
Of
it's
course.
Bigger than that. Something wakes you up in the morning with that thought that you have to continue doing what Tucker Carlson does. And that's like coming from a bigger force.
Well, I certainly
and you're
believe
protected.
that. I certainly believe that. Yeah, protected in some eternal sense, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe not in this life, but that's okay.
That's okay.
Elizabeth Lane, thank you. That was, I worried that would be too confusing, but it wasn't confusing. You described
Are you sure?
I'm positive, and you described it so well.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm grateful.
This is so important, Tucker. Like, this should be investigated by Congress, like, the freaking church committee was.
Oh, I know.
It's absolutely
the
crazy.
Church committee.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the church committee last night, actually. I was thinking I grew up hearing the church committee was so bad. I can't believe it. Speaking of propaganda. Anyway.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
No,
Thank you.
That's it. That's it. That was the podcast. Can you imagine you not knowing like anything about this, like the drama or the Russian influence operations, and you're like, how long do you wait for them to get to an actual point? And like, that's it. That's it. At least a dozen times, I'm sure it was way more. Tucker tried to bring it to a broader point that people relate to, some more substantive, and it just wouldn't work. She drove that podcast, man. I'm actually stunned by it. I'm actually really surprised that it was that crappy. It's just unbelievable. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Embarrassing. It's awkward. I feel bad for Tucker. He seemed pretty like he had it by the end of it. He had it. And I love how he tries to save it at the end because he does have that part of him that's a good guy where he's like, I was worried to be too confusing, which I thought was hilarious because that's acknowledging it was. And he's trying to turn it into, hey, actually, it wasn't that confusing. Like, he's preempting the obvious realization she should have if she has any self-awareness, which I don't think she does. But that was an absolutely terrible performance. A terrible podcast. Just terrible in every way. One of the worst I've ever seen on every level. Yeah, I have nothing more to say to that. Alex, I don't know if there's super chats or anything you wanted me to address before we go. But I hope you guys enjoyed the Ryan Mauro show on Tucker Carlson Network. Thank you for the guest appearance, Lizzie.
So I figured you answered this one last night. Do you not think the city of London has bad intentions? This is from Take a Shot Girl 9976. You addressed this a little last night with the city of London.
A little, which is the extent of my knowledge on that is that I read about like a lot, like I'm talking about the late 90s, like that type of thing, the British conspiracy element of it. A lot of it came from the Lyndon LaRouge area of the internet back then. So most of that came from there. I did not find credible. But as for the history of the city of London and all that, like I just haven't investigated it in recent years long enough for me to give you a good answer. And that's just the honest answer. But from what I remember when I've experienced it, it usually was tied to this narrative, very similar to Elizabeth Lane's, which is that everything evil in the world is actually British intelligence and the British Empire. And that is multipolar world, Russia, China, Iran type language, and now Elizabeth Lane language. And I did learn apparently I'm part of the British conspiracy too. So what do we got? I'm part of the Israeli Zionist Finland. She said, because she said she connected some of the bots to Finland. That's why she, by the way, that's why she like very weirdly brought up Finland, was because she claims that the bots I'm connected to, she found a Finnish connection. So she's trying to get there, didn't quite get there. So apparently I'm part of the Israeli Zionist, globalist, satanic, demonic, Finnish, no British, Ukrainian, Georgian conspiracy.
So I got to give a shout out to Twinkly. Gave over $20 in super chats, just in ones and singles every time. Jews.
Thank you.
Ryan, they was mentioned, and he said that he's going to pay, I think it's up to $28 now on the ledger, going to the Ryan Institute after the show. So Twinkly, thank you so much. You were awesome. And
thank you for that.
Last one, I think we could save, maybe I'll screenshot it, and we could save that for maybe the next show, because I think this is,
yeah, that's a big one.
You're going to have another hour on this. And so I'll make sure that Girly Engineer, $10. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate that. But we're going to save the Russia-Ukraine investigation question, because we are here 5 hours and 9 minutes.
That's unbelievable.
Thank you
enjoyed
everyone that's hung with
us.
Alex. Yeah, no, everyone that's hung with us. Thank you so much. And I mean, thank you for hanging out for that.
I know. I hope that if you were going to watch it anyway, I hope that you spent the time with me and it was more entertaining than, even though that's a 2-hour thing and this is 5 hours. So, because I talk too much.
No, listen, the commentary was necessary, and I thought you defended yourself well against some attacks, and you gave some good insight. No, the way I think you should approach it is wait to see what she says, because you know she can't help herself. She was waiting.
Oh, yeah.
She was probably watching. There was this person, DL Henderson, in the chat. I really think it might have been Liz, because she was, that individual was like white knighting, and I really think it may have been her. So she's going to respond. You know she's going to respond. Sure. She's going to share some clips and, go over it. I would just wait for her to respond and then invite her on the show and be like, hey, enough back and forth. Let's just do it. Let's have it out.
I'll think about that. I'll be interested. You guys in the chat, aside from entertainment value, would you like to see that? Should I do a collaborative podcast so it's on both people's channels with me and Elizabeth Lane? Please answer only after fully considering it. Beyond the entertainment value of seeing her curse me off live, I have to live with that the rest of my life. The internet is forever. And I don't want to do anything that just poisons civil society.
I will be here to play moderator, and we can let her.
She's not listening to you, dude.
No. Here's the thing: if she's able to, find a moderator, because I know they a producer, because I know finding a producer is actually the hardest thing to do in the world. Didn't you find that out?
Yeah.
Producing is so difficult.
Clicking
buttons is really hard.
No, actually, I think it is, but yeah.
No, but it's like, it could be fun. So we did have Marchon come in, another $10, big 10. I always learn so much from your work, Mr. Ryan. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marchon. I appreciate that, Marchon 2027. So Ryan, I think that's about it. The chat's been incredible. Thank you guys. The Moron Mafia has officially been created. And I think I am proud to be a moron, and I think the chat is as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, morons. All of you that are now deciding to become morons, and those that are not morons but tuned in at least for this time and are just getting your feet wet with what we provide through the podcast. We will have the next one unless something happens I have to address, like happened today unexpectedly. The plan is for next Thursday at 9 p.m. unless something comes up. And then we can chat more. I'm eager to hear your guys' ideas about what's to come and whether you like this podcast. I know it went really long, but I'd like to know whether you enjoyed it and whether you're able to, how long you were able to stick through, because I can't imagine anyone stuck through that whole thing. But thanks so much for tuning in.
We've had a few, and if you haven't liked, subscribed yet, please do. And the other thing you could do if you like this, go on your X, go on your Facebook. It doesn't matter what social media. Copy the link, share it, and let other people.
I like Jacob's comment. That's a good. We'll end on that one. That's great. You see that one that just came in? Yes.
Jesus will drown all of you in fire. I mean, he can't end us in water. So, like, you're right.
That is true.
He cannot end us in water. He made the covenant. And just remember, Jacob, I think this will be pointed at you. The rainbow is the covenant. We'll just maybe I think that we'll leave it on me being mean because you're too nice.
All right. Thanks everyone for tuning in to the Counteroffensive. I will talk to you guys on Thursday, if not before then. Thanks for tuning in.
Bye, guys.